Monsters, Good Girl by Celeste King. Part of the Prothekan Monster Pets collection.
She ran from devils.
Into the arms of a monster.
She was a forced sin servant praying for death until the day she decided to run.
Right into his arms. One touch and he knows she's his.
His good little human will only truly be free when she's on his tight leash.
Tired of YouTube cutting up the spice? Well, even if this platform won't allow us to share the dirty details, we're going to give it to you anyway.
At worldsofprotheka.com. Head there now with code YouTube30 for a discount on your favorite Celeste audiobooks.
Don't forget to like this video, leave a comment down below, and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date on every release.
You're about to listen to Celeste King's Monsters, Good Girl. Chapter 1. Ariella. When I was younger, I considered myself untouchable. My father told me to remember my place in the world before somebody more powerful than me reminded me of it. I can still hear echoes of his voice when I gaze around me, or during moments where I'm allowed to sleep. I miss him greatly. Once more I kick back the Rodan, which bites and gnaws at my ankles, emerging from the hay beneath me and from the corners of isolated and abandoned market stalls. For 5 years, I have been relegated to living among the Tara and Equu, viewed as livestock. I have been punished both for my insolence and, more often, for existing. My captors nudge a bowl of sweetgrass and raw samanas in my direction, telling me to eat. It is not food intended for humans, and tastes more like a bitter prairie or a feed trough, but it would nourish me. But to take their feed is to comply with my fate. Perhaps if I resist, I can stall this out a little longer. For what? I am uncertain. 15 mina for this lovely specimen before you, the dark elf cries out, before a roaring crowd of elves. A woman stands before them on an auction block, hair dishevelled and eyes hollow. She is nude, and her breasts are tender and heavy, chains rattling with her every rare movement. She is me in 5 minutes if I am not able to free myself. 5 years, I have been chained up, bound to the whims of my sadistic captors. I am not sure where I would run to or how I would escape, but I have never given up hope. "Eat your food!" one of the dark elves responsible for my imprisonment yells, whipping my bare bottom. I cry out in pain, but knock over my bowl in defiance, the rodent racing to devour the scraps. They chew into it with their enormous teeth, then run away with the morsels, pink tails scurrying into obscurity. 20 mina! An elderly elf with distant silver eyes and patchy hair cries out. His belly is generously proportioned, bulging out. 25 mina! A sleek-haired, towering dark elf says, arrogance drizzling through his voice. Do you think if you don't eat, you'll spare yourself from the auction block? One of my captors asks. You've only made it more difficult for yourself. Now you'll go hungry. A hardy-looking dark elf clad in plate roams mere feet before my stable, accompanied by a pack of hungry-looking warg. As they snarl and leap in my direction, their master holds them back. Is this one giving you trouble? He asks my captors, noticing the general discontentment. I am the only one here not cooperating. He stares at me, smiling viciously. You know, I can let them go, he says. I've been starving Ellum for just such an occasion. You are a valuable piece of property, but you'd fetch a fine price as warg meat. He laughs as the warg continue to snap at me. My heart surges as they leap ever closer. Enough kidding around, Altreus, one of my captors says. You're being paid to keep watch, not to play pranks. The other women in the stalls with me tremble with fear, knowing that should he let loose the warg, they would be devoured too. I just hope this one learns her lesson soon, he says. Would hate to have another accident on my conscience. He walks away with his warg in tow, who all snap back at me as he leaves but follow and obey when they are out of my range. For some reason, beasts love me especially. 30 mena to the gentleman in the blue tunic, the auctioneer bellows out. The crowd claps cordially. As they do, the man in front of me keels over, seizing on the ground. The sweetgrass in his mouth spills out with foam, and as I regard him in horror, my captors all chuckle. "Must have gotten into some of the poison," one of them says. No matter, he was close to expiring anyway. He stops moving, and the Rodan returns, gnawing at the sweetgrass and at strands of his grizzled hair. I am led forward by my chains behind a small, fattened, dark elf, realizing with apprehension that I am next in queue. "The Wergs are going to eat well today," another one of my captors observes, looking over the corpse on the stable floor. I walk slowly, but am tugged forward, beyond the threshold of the hay-covered stable floor and onto the stone tile plaza. The fountain in the centre of the square barely sputters, clogged by algae and by the creeping forward motion of lotus vines. The auction audience watches me expectantly as I am led onto the auction block. I feel more naked than I have ever been in my life, laid bare before the prying eyes of this auction crowd. They examine my every imperfection, discussing amongst themselves and scrutinizing me with undying focus. A strand of my dark, wavy hair falls into my eye, and I long to brush it aside, but with my limited mobility, am not able to bend my elbows far enough to reach it. The eyes of the male dark elves are especially fixated on me, admiring my bare form, raw hindquarters, and full lips. I know the one thing they all have in mind. I would gladly exchange my beauty for even a little bit of liberation. "Quite a wondrous creature we have here for you today," the auctioneer announces. "This human woman is only 25 cycles into her lifespan and is barely harmed by the rigours of captivity." I look down at the scars and cuts adorning my arms and stomach, some of which ooze fresh blood even now. I would not consider myself barely harmed. "Why, just look at the fight in her eyes," the auctioneer continues. "Wouldn't you love to be the one to break her in?" The only relief, and it is a small comfort, is that Lord Everon Medrai is nowhere to be seen. From the moment I was brought to the dark market, I have witnessed his prying, scheming eyes on me, from daybreak until dusk. The things I have witnessed him doing to his subjects terrifies me. So many servants and slaves have fallen under his ownership. I see the toll it takes on them. They advance years in days, becoming shells of the people they were when they entered his care. There are even rumours that he performs twisted magical experiments on them, leaving them for dead under the dark market's hollow fountain. With a specimen of this utter splendour, we shall start the bidding at 200 mena. The market is silent at first, as the crowd grumbles. As disgusting as I feel for it, the fact that my starting bid is so high does flatter me a bit. My mind turns to hope, as I think that perhaps nobody will want to purchase me, and I will be brought back to the stalls, where I can plot my escape. That inkling is dashed, however, as a portly dark elf, with an eccentrically coiffed hairstyle, raises his hand. 250 mina, he calls out. The price hangs for a moment as the crowd staggers to comprehend the cost. I hear muttering in the audience. "She isn't worth 30, one of them says. "That's more than 5 months of my pay," another objects. "Now remember," the auctioneer interjects, "the creature we have on display is young and virile. When you pay for her, you pay not only for her superior beauty and stature, but for her excellent breeding capabilities and for the chance to pluck her fleece for yourself." I think the bidding has concluded when a lanky dark elf with flowing white hair interjects. 300 mena! From there, the bidding erupts into a flurry of offers. With each offer, I consider how terrible it might be to live under the ownership of each potential buyer. The only comfort is that none of these elves are Lord Everon, who is still nowhere in sight. I find it relieving but unusual. He is generally the biggest spectator at these events. I've heard him confess in passing that he likes witnessing the hope draining from the eyes of every subject. In the distance, I hear the loudening cries of an aquila as it soars through the sky. I believe bidding has ceased at 800 mena, the auctioneer states. If anybody would like to contest this, now is your chance. 900 mina, one of the figures in the audience, an elderly female dark elf, says. I can see that her fragility belies a fierce penchant for cruelty, and know that I would not be safe in her care. The cries of the Aquila grow closer, and I can see it flying above us, descending to the ground. My heart stops. There, saddled on top of the savage-looking Aquila, guiding it with the sharp heels of his boots, is none other than Lord Everin. And here comes our honoured Lord Everin with another majestic entrance, the auctioneer announces. The Aquila lands, and Lord Everin steps off of it, joining the crowd. They all marvel upon him, as though he doesn't attend every single one of these events. Our bidding has stopped at 900 mina, the auctioneer declares. I feel myself internally pleading with him as he admires every curve in my exposed form. If the bidding stops here, I can learn to cope with it. The woman is frail, and in time she'll certainly die, granting me my possible freedom. 5,000 mena, Lord Everin says casually, flashing me a vindictive smile. The auction handler knows that nobody will match this offer. It's over. Sold to our gracious Lord Everin. I look around me, determined to find some method of avoiding this purchase. But as my chains are handed off, and I'm led off the auction block in his possession, no ideas are coming to me.
Chapter 2. Zirinth, I snarl, running on all fours through the dark woods. Hungry, I growl out. The scents and cries of my potential prey carry on the wind with the rushing leaves and the whispering ponds. I find something peaceful in the moments before my attacks. My protruding claws dig into the soil and floor beneath me with every leap, propelling me forward with extra distance. The rush of scenery flowing past me appeases my aesthetic senses, but I hunger. My jagged, curled fangs have grown bored and long for company. My spiny tongue wants only for the savory taste and texture of blood and viscera. Roaming through these uninhabited woods makes me feel powerful. I can venture for miles, moving faster than any other creature, without fear of discovering settlements filled with sharp objects, fires, or magic. These are all minor inconveniences, but they cause some resistance, and the longer I spend without something in my mouth, the more unhappy my biology becomes. A creature such as me needs to eat constantly, driven by an ungodly metabolism. All of my waking moments are spent hunting. When I sleep, I dream of something more complex. What it is eludes me and cannot be put to words. Something catches my senses. There in the clearing ahead, beneath a crowd of Tisrit trees, is a small Suru family. Their aroma beckons me, drawing me in with its sweet and savory profile. I can already feel the texture of their flesh in my mouth, so familiar and predictable, but still fulfilling enough to serve its purpose. They still do not detect me and haven't begun to flee. Mine! I bellow, jumping toward the quickest-looking member. Its back feet thump, and its body tenses. Its long ears swivel around toward me. If I were any other predator, these gestures might spare its life. But I am far too quick. Leaping forward before it can seek safety, I rend it, tearing into its fluffy, cottony fur while avoiding its unruly, sharp horns. Its small tail is the most delectable treat and tastes sweet, like Nymond. Nothing trumps the green rush of its flowing nectar pouring from its mangled viscera. The taste is heightened especially in the presence of fear. These pathetic creatures are best when they're frightened. The hormones and blood mix for a splendid concoction that satisfies my taste, but not my ever-growing appetite. 4 more creatures, the mother and children of the family, attempt to flee me. I chuckle that they think they have any chance of evading me. They should just accept their fates. As I bound forward, abandoning my scraps for later, a Lycar emerges from a den to challenge me, baring its fangs. In nature, most creatures know not to challenge larger predators, but this creature has not learned the art of survival. Somewhere deep in the recesses of my blood-addled mind is the faintest hint of sympathy. As if in one singular movement, I leap between the fleeing Suru, snapping each of their necks with a single bite. This Likar will not poach my kills away from me. In fact, it may just join my meal. Do not often get to sample the tastes of Likar, for the simple reason that most know to stay far away. The Likar realizes the error of its ways and attempts to escape, but with one more bound, I tackle it to the dirt, appreciating the terror in its feline eyes as it understands its life is ended. It is delicious to me. I laugh as I rip into its muscle, savoring every part of this glorious kill. Likar are spongy, and their fur is especially difficult to gnaw around, but the copious quantities of meat make them worth devouring. I lick my lips, the savory blood from my horrified prey coating my tongue like thick, flowing mel. I'm surrounded in the clearing, devoured creatures around me. For a moment, I'm glad that none of my victims were sentient this time. I'm covered in their blood, hunched over on all fours like an animal. For a mere instant, my hunger is satisfied, my thirst quenched. But the relief does not last long. Now my hunger returns. Now is the time to hunt. Through the woods of Raich I roam, wandering over bridges and across the Tifia River. I cannot venture too far west, or I might wander into Praj, where the humans dwell. These lips have not tasted human flesh in some time. The thrill of it lingers and my stomach gurgles. If I could just have one more taste of it, perhaps then this hunger would be satisfied longer. And the humans are much easier pickings than the creatures that dwell beyond these forests, nearby. Though killing them is also quite gratifying. I wander aimlessly, rapidly through these woods, along trails and through thickets and clearings. Never knowing what I'm going to discover is part of the joy and the dread of existence. Something in my mind longs to be freed from this husk and this overpowering appetite. But during the moments where I'm eating and when I'm hunting, existence is pure bliss. There's something so intoxicating about seeing a creature in its most vulnerable moments. They reveal so much of their true nature to you before their lives end. They always beg for their lives, no matter how ferocious they otherwise pretend to be. An entirely new scent catches my nose. Something burning. In the far distance, many miles away, I can see a trail of smoke billowing into the clouds. I dash toward the fiery beacon, taking to the skies on leathery wings. I do not remember the last time I spoke with another creature without the overpowering urge to split its throat. Perhaps, if they don't attack me, or my hunger doesn't take hold, we can have a conversation. But my stomach is growling, and they always attack. I dive into some bushes in time to see two orcs talking on top of a rock face before a great cavern entrance. They have spit-roasted a thistle, which they rotate over a fire. The smell of its meat entices me, but not as much as the pair of orcs. No, I tell myself, but the beast inside me, the beast that is me, will not be silenced. Plan worked just as intended, one of them says. Old man keeled over in front of us, and they were too distracted by the girl to notice. I didn't think he'd take the poison, the other replies. Doddering old fool fell for it without a second thought. The first orc portrays some mocking, convulsing movements before falling to the rocks. As he picks himself back up, they both laugh. After a moment of silence, the second orc looks toward the distant horizon and speaks. Should we really be setting a fire like this right beside the... Relax. By nightfall we'll travel. We'll be miles away before they even notice we've gone. I hope so, the other grumbles. I consider how best to confront these creatures. I know that orcs are quick and prone to attack, and they don't often want to converse with other beings. Should I show myself, I know that they will rebuke me immediately. My stomach gurgles and a dull, rumbling growl emits from me unconsciously, filling the air. It's time, I think, seeing their immediate reaction. Did you hear that? One of them asks. They stand at the ready, frantically looking around themselves as though they could possibly withstand an assault from me. Who goes there? The other asks. Without another thought, I leap from the tall bushes, gliding through the air on leathery wings. What the hell is that thing? My wings spread wide. I dive in, tearing into one of their shoulders. It's so much more succulent than a Lycar or a Suru, and their fear is so much more intense, heightened by their full awareness of the circumstances. The other reaches for a spear, but it is too late. While the other screams from loss of blood, pieces of his trapezius muscle hanging out of my mouth like gristle, I tear into the hand of the one that holds the spear, ripping flesh from bone. They beg for the aid of their war gods, so I rip at their throats, tired of their petulant cries. Their blood will decorate this cave entrance, and it will be my art. A warning to the sentient creatures that wander into these woods to stay away. I wish they were fatter, that there was more flesh here to enjoy. Something about the way their skin hangs from their frame and their bones protrude visibly through gives me the impression that they have been starved for months or years. And then, as I separate head from shoulder, picking apart my kill, I sense something far more tempting. Something cries out to me in the distance, unlike any other prey I've torn into. There's a great feeling of desperation hanging in the air, carried forward by it. And the fear I'm sensing is so much more nuanced and powerful than any of my other prey. But I do not want to abandon my meals. First, I must devour these orcs. I leave their heads here, placing them on either side of the entrance. In time, they will become skulls, and the creatures of the forest will enjoy their flesh. But for now, their terrified expressions carry the weight necessary to dissuade further trespassers. On all fours, I climb down the rock face, bounding toward the source of the distress with incredible speed. My claws pound into the rock path, my curiosity and appetite piqued.
Chapter 3. Ariella, I have lost. The admission lingers in my mind, but I refuse to acknowledge it as I am led forward and across the dark market, bound by my chains. I look to the man holding my chains, Lord Everon Maedrai, and ponder whether living under him would really be so terrible. He is a portrait of wealth and carries himself with grace. From being well fed, or perhaps through some matter of magic, he stands tall, towering over me. His jaw is pointed and angular, eyes leaking silver, and every time he turns his hand as he leads my chains, the many rings adorning it shimmer in the light, shining with gold, silver, bronze, and orichalcum alike. "You're quite the specimen, aren't you?" he asks as I follow him at his insistence. Accompanying us are several of his personal guards, who all sneer. They keep close watch on me, and many are carrying sharp weapons and blunt instruments. The dark elf with the warg, whose name I recall to be Altrius, stands and stares, beasts at the ready. I can see that he is waiting for the opportunity to intervene. "Answer your master," one of the guards accompanying us says, prodding me with a sharp fire poker. The poker driving into me sears my skin at the same time that it stabs me, confusing my body as blood tries to move forward, but is immediately stopped by the burning. I stop moving, the pain overtaking me. This is also not what they wanted. "Don't stop walking," another insists. "You'll stop when we tell you to stop." "Thank you for purchasing me, Lord Everon," I stammer out. I hope it will suffice, since I'm not sure how to answer his question while maintaining humility. A human should never show pride. It's one of the cardinal laws of living among dark elves. They hate it when you challenge their superiority. It kills my soul to declare it, but in desperate times, sometimes your only option is to appease your captors. "You are welcome," Lord Everon drawls. "You've caught my eye for some time, human. It is my wish that we know each other quite intimately." It should come as no surprise to hear him declare my purpose. I am meant to be a concubine, serving his every whim. Still, to hear it stated so overtly only intensifies my desire to escape. I just need to wait for the right moment. Until then, I need to cooperate. With collaboration, they may give me an opportunity to escape by lowering their guard. Should I show any resistance, their watchful gaze on me will only be more fervent. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the warg approaching, guided by their master. Lord Everon, Altrius says, urging his attention. Lord Everon shifts and stares at Altrius, stopping his advance. He is clearly offended by the intrusion. What is it? Can't you see I'm otherwise occupied? Lord Everon asks, gesturing toward me. I am sorry, he says. I only need a moment of your time. Lord Everon gestures for the guards accompanying us to back away, giving the two of them some privacy. One of the wargs sniffs my feet, and I fight the urge to kick it away, afraid that it might nip at my bare toes, which are now bloodied from the jagged stones underneath me. On with it, Everon demands. We had an incident earlier, Altrius says. One of the men in the stalls was apparently given some poison and sort of died. Everon looks at Altrius expectantly, then speaks in turn. That hardly seems like an issue, Everon says. Slaves die in the dark market all the time. Altrius nods. I know, he says. I was wondering whether his remains might still be safe nourishment for my warg. They haven't been eating too well, you see. Everon thinks for a moment. I don't imagine any of the poisons available to our slaves would be harmful to a warg, he says. They have strong stomachs. Lord Everon sizes Altrius up, analysing him from head to toe. Now, by the 13th, is that all you've come to ask me? Everon asks. That can't possibly be it. Altrius looks down at his feet and at his warg, whose gazes plead for more sustenance. There is one other thing, Altrius says. While the old man was dying, he created a bit of a scene. Go on, Everon says. I can tell from his tone of voice that he's daring Altrius to challenge him, but Altrius doesn't notice it and continues speaking out of turn anyway. We didn't notice until now, but a couple of our orc captives escaped and fled into the woods. Lord Everon backhands Altrius across the face. As he does, the rings on his fingers leave gashes in Altrius's face, digging especially deep where the prongs protrude into centre stones. Altrius doubles over in pain, blood flowing freely on the stones, licked up by the starving warg. In Lord Everon's facial expression, I see a rage that makes me wonder why I ever doubted his cruelty. You stupid simpleton, Lord Everon snarls. You mean you cost us not one but 3 of our subjects? How far have they gotten? Altrius returns to his feet. I can see now that Lord Everon might have cut into his eye. This might be my only chance. If I can just weaken Altrius's grip on his wargs, they will run ravenously through the square. In the commotion, Lord Everon might also loosen his grip on my chains. With the guards out of range, I will have a small window to escape. But not quite yet. Currently, Lord Everon's guards have stepped away. They antagonise the subject on the auction block, prodding at her exposed flesh and making lewd gestures. 20 menna, one of them says. I wouldn't pay 13 for her. It has been a while, my lord, Altrius says, stuttering now. We did not wish to interrupt your grand entrance, but they could be miles away. Find them, Lord Everon hisses. If you cannot, then today's auction block will quickly become an execution block, and your head will be used as an example. But sir, Altrius says, it was not my neglect alone. There were guards appointed to watch our prisoners, and they did nothing. Lord Everon slaps him harder this time. I recoil from the intensity of it, as Altrius's eye is seemingly scraped out of its socket by the hard metal ring on collision. Lord Everon frowns as he wipes the blood off of his rings with a cloth in his pocket, then mutters an incantation, a stray small bit of magic moving from one of his rings to Altrius's eye, cauterizing and cleaning the wound. I'll have no more excuses, Altrius, Lord Everon mutters. You know that those guards are for show, and you know who really keeps things in line. I look around me. Everon's guards are still interrupting the auction proceedings with their presence. Everon's grip has loosened on my chains, and Altrius is barely holding his warg. With all the deft dexterity of my upbringing, I nimbly move to free the warg from Altrius's grasp. As expected, they swiftly turn against their master, biting and snapping at him. When Lord Everon's attention immediately focuses on me, and I can see all his magical power coalescing, carried forth by the power of his rings, I worry I've misjudged my predicament. "You little bitch," he growls, as Altreus lies beside him on the ground, crying at the warg tearing into him. "I was going to take you to my highest, most luxurious tower, but now I'm locking you in the dungeon forever." But a stray bit of powerful magic hits him in the back of his head, knocking him forward. His head collides with the stone tiles with a brutal smack. I look around, trying to determine the source of the magic, but cannot identify it. He is on the ground, out cold. With as much speed as my chained legs will allow, I run out of the dark market square, past the gates. I wish I could free the other captives too, but there is no way I can manage it. Lord Everon's guards will be on my tail very soon, and they have means of finding and retrieving me beyond my comprehension. My only hope is to flee into the woods of Raich. Here, not only are there no settlements to speak of, the dark and dense forests provide plenty of cover, making it easy to hide. My movements are guided by fear and desperation. I remind myself of the stakes and the urgency of not getting caught. I know that they have means of finding me, and I don't really have a plan, but I'm improvising as well as I can. As I double over, trying to catch my breath, I find a mossy boulder. With these chains restraining my movement, my forward progression is seriously inhibited, and my discovery becomes all the more likely. Sitting on the leaf and dirt-covered floor of the forest, I drive the boulder into my chains with a satisfying clink, targeting the vulnerable areas where the connections are weakest. It would be so much easier with magic, but thankfully there are no signs of my pursuers yet. Now picking myself up from the floor of the forest, my stomach rumbling with every step. Perhaps I shouldn't have refused the feed. I run with every bit of energy my body will allow, uncertain of what I'll discover.
Chapter 4, Xerinth. The air smells of dinner. It's not any of the usual victims, like wargs abandoned by their packs after they've been injured, drippers caught amongst the vines and branches of needled bushes, or eye-pins and eye-pinnets bleeding out after some subpar hunter lets them escape. None of those things, meals, hunts, treats, give off a scent so sweet and floral that sticks out amongst the wet earth and moss that surrounds me. When the realization hits me, when my stomach growls in recognition, my black scarred wings have already unfurled, and my claws have left deep, desperate scars on the soil from my takeoff. My heart starts to beat fast in anticipation, and the growing excitement in my chest fills my veins with pure adrenaline. I pay no attention to the gnarled branches and sharp leaves that scratch against my wings and feet, because I don't care. None of that matters more than the hunt. My nostrils flare, eager to get another whiff of food, of dinner, and my mouth salivates. Drool slips down my chin and out of the corners of my mouth, and flies past me as I beat my wings to go faster. I don't register the tiffy tree in front of me until I nearly crash into it, drunk on the scent. My claws and feet grip onto the sturdy trunk. I take a moment to breathe, and once again I'm hit with the intoxicating scent of human. I haven't had a human in what feels like decades, and I barely remember the hunt leading up to it. I remember the taste, though. I remember how the warm crimson blood spurted from the soft flesh, and how it ran down my mouth and fingers. I would suck each of those fingers dry, eager to lick up every last drop. I remember cracking the weak little bones and slurping the marrow, and how I nearly got drunk off the taste. I mourned when it was over, even crushing the now dry bones between my molars and licking the blood-stained ground. Humans are so small that the meal never lasts as long as my body wants it to. The memory makes me refocus, and I kick off the trunk and down to the ground. The foliage is getting thicker, and I can't afford to slow down because of another mistake. A low rumble starts in my chest and erupts forth as a loud call. The Colossus and Pavos that haven't already been scared off by my approach flee from their branches, and I can only hope that anything else that has caught this sweet scent in the air has heard my commanding call. For their sake anyway. I'm not giving up this meal, and I'll kill anything that comes in my way. Humans are a rarity in the forest, so vulnerable that most of them wouldn't be found out here in the dense thicket. Those that linger stay on the outskirts and usually are victims of the dark market, a place I avoid on instinct. It's only when they escape that they dare to venture out here. Anyone who escapes from the dark market, much less frail, weak, tiny humans, is always caught before I can reach them from the other side. That won't happen this time. I take another sniff and turn right towards the source. The smell is getting stronger, clearer, and it's then when I pick up the acrid notes of fear in the air. The human woman, she has to be a woman, with how the floral notes linger amongst the sweet. She's afraid, and I know that just like every other human that runs into this forest, she is no different. She's running away. My feet pound against the ground, picking up speed. Despite my tendency to avoid the edges of the forest, I head straight there, weaving through every fallen trunk and jagged rock nature sends my way. I need this, I growl to myself. I swallow the saliva that's built up in my mouth. I want this. A small, inconsequential voice in the back of my mind revolts at the fearful stink in the air. The hunger in my belly and the adrenaline spiking through me ignores the feeling. I'm getting closer now. The picture I'm forming in my head is getting clearer and clearer. The woman is running perpendicular to me, away from the direction of the dark market. She's sweet and flowery, but sweating profusely, both from overexertion and from fear. I inhale deeply, and under the overwhelming scent of human, there's something else. I had mistaken the acrid scent belonging to the fear of the woman, and while I wasn't mistaken, it wasn't the whole truth. Beneath the intoxicating scent, there is a sourness to the air. I was overwhelmed by the prospect of what would become a rare meal for me that I passed over those that were following her. Her captors. Dark elves. My muscles tense as I sprint faster. In the distance, my ears can pick up panicked footsteps and yelling. A smile stretches across my face. Today is a good day indeed. Dark elves don't carry the sweetness that a human does. They instead have a much muskier taste and a sour smell. It should be disgusting, and it is a little, but there's a pleasure I get from feasting on their flesh that I don't get from any wild animal or even human. I imagine sometimes that each dark elf I rip into is the one that is responsible for the scars that stretch across my body. Whenever I am so lucky as to encounter a dark elf who dares venture out here, it is a treat for the mind, not for the body. I relish in their screams and come away satisfied despite the taste. Playing with food after the hunt is done and over with is a waste of time and energy. There aren't enough filling meals in the forest to make toying with dinner a sustainable practice. I make an exception for dark elves. Their disgusting fear stink does nothing to ruin the satisfaction of cracking open their chests and feasting upon them. I go slow from the bottom up, and though most stop screaming once I reach their midsections, their terror makes me happy. I replace each and every one of those faces with the man who is at fault for every long and jagged scar on my body. There are 5 of these vermin chasing this human woman, and I am elated at the prospect of such a hearty meal. My stomach growls in anticipation. I will feel no hunger tonight, I pant. Not for food, not for revenge. The thicket clears, and in the distance I see my prey. The woman is running away, desperate. She picks up branches to throw behind her and trips her pursuers, and the dark elves curse and scream at her with varying levels of frustration. I run parallel to the dark market. Thankfully, my prey is already at a decent distance. As I close in, I make sure not to look at the small stalls and tents. I ignore the voices in the distance. I don't want to be distracted. I don't want to remember. One of the dark elves throws a rock at the woman, making her trip as she attempts to dodge. Even though it's faint, his laughter makes me see red. I growl once, spittle flying out of my mouth, and push my body to its limits. All 6 pieces of meat turn to me as I let out a deafening roar. I thrive on their attention, even as the air becomes thick with sweat and fear. "Monster!" one of them screams. "Beast!" They begin to run away, giving up on chasing the woman, and start to scatter. One of them, perhaps the stupidest of them all, picks up his bow and arrow and shakily points it at me. The first shot misses and my smile widens. The second shot ricochets off my scales and I feel nothing. He drops the weapon and begins to run. "Wait for me," he screams. His smarter friends are already a distance away. None of them respond. I do not notice the human woman staying on the ground, hyper-focused on how I am but yards away now. I'm going to enjoy this, I think to myself. I'm going to savor this. It takes only a little stumble for me to catch up with a leap, planting the full force of my body on the back of this piece of scum. I hear his armor bend and his ribs crack under my foot. He screams. I leave him there, face in the dust, confident he will not move. I'll circle back for him and the woman later because I know who I want to kill first. I smell salt in the air and recognize it as tears from the 4 elves in front of me that I'm gaining distance on. My eyes stay locked on the one who laughed, and I wonder if at that moment he feels a fraction of the joy I feel at the thought of picking my teeth with his bones.
Chapter 5. Ariella. I'm running out of breath. I try not to think about the ache in my muscles and chest, but it's hard. I haven't had this much freedom of movement in ages, since I was taken from my family, and it shows in the soreness in my calves and the heaving breaths I have to take. Rocks and sticks dig into the soles of my feet, and I know that if I make it out of this, I'm going to have to figure out a way to stop whatever infection will fester from the cuts I probably have. Regardless, I choose to focus on that stinging pain over the exhaustion creeping into my body. I don't really have an option otherwise. I was successful in smashing through the metal links holding me together, even if the cuffs remain around my ankles, and I've been steadily running since, but it hasn't been enough to put any sort of meaningful distance between me and my captors. Their calls and jeers get louder with each passing moment, and I know soon enough they'll catch up to me. I'm not going back there, I say with what little confidence I have. Either I get away, or I die fighting back. I bend down and pick up a sturdy branch and grip it in one hand. It won't do much against swords and arrows, but maybe I can get a few good hits in. My breaths are getting shallower, and the jeers are getting loud enough that I can hear what they're saying to me. "You won't be able to run for long!" "A wench like you doesn't deserve freedom." My chest twinges. I don't want this. I don't want to be here. "You don't deserve freedom, you bitch. Come back and maybe we won't beat you within an inch of your life." A rock flies past me and hits the ground nearby. They're trying to slow me down. Get back here. I don't answer any of them. They don't deserve my words or breath, especially now that I'm having to conserve it. Deep down, I know I can't outrun them. I'm sore from being chained up, and I haven't had proper food in ages, while these guards probably had their fair share of hearty meals and restful sleep. I try not to focus on that and grip onto my stick. I'll fight back. I'll do anything. I see a clearing in the distance and push myself to run a little faster. It'll be easier to get shot, but I might be able to gain some ground with a burst of speed before making my way back into the thick forest. Hearing the guards' jeers behind me, it's not like I have any other choice. Hard rocks give way to soft dirt, a blessing for my battered feet. Without having to worry about weaving through trees, I break out into a desperate sprint. The forest grows thicker in the distance, much thicker than before, and it's my best shot at losing them. With their heavy armour and bulky weapons, they can't move as quickly as I am through the bushes. It's my only shot. The trees are getting closer, but the guards are behind me still. "No way we're letting you get away. I can do this." "Not on our watch. Please, please, I don't want to go back. I don't want to be with him. I just want to go home." A rock hits the back of my knee and I stumble forward, knees skimming the ground. If I had a little more strength, I could have probably recovered quickly, but instead I buckle and land on a heap on the floor, and I'm scared. I turn around, gripping the stick I picked up, and face my captors. One of them laughs, another rock in his hand. "Time's up, little lady." My whole body shakes in fear of what's to come, but I know that I'm not going back there. I'm not. "Any last words for you?" the one with the bow and arrow taunts. I can see his lecherous smile peek from his mask. I open my mouth to speak, but I'm interrupted by a loud roar. It's like time slows down. When I turn my head toward the source, ears ringing, I see a monster. Black-scaled and large, it sprints toward us, and I think that if this is how it ends, at least I won't become a slave again. I close my eyes. The wind brushes past my face and I wonder if this is it, but instead I hear yelling and a scream. "Wait for me," one of the guards screams. The beast has already run past me and is gaining on him, and I watch in growing horror as it leaps and pushes the guard onto his stomach and lands directly on its back. Even at this distance I hear the metal and bones crunching, followed by a hoarse scream. The creature leaves the elf in agony and makes his way towards the rest. It's a bloodbath. Crimson sprays in the air as the first elf goes down, his head ripped apart from his shoulders and bitten down like it was nothing more than a grape. The sound is disgusting, and my stomach turns. It only grows worse as the creature goes after the rest. Backed by the pained screams of the first elf and the cries of panic by the other, the monster toys with the rest, but never turns his face toward me. The third and fourth elves go down, organs spilling out on the floor, and the last guard seems to have given up where he tripped in a panic. The first elf has stopped screaming, so I can hear every sob and cry for help. The last has as the monster tears him apart limb from limb. I wonder if that's just how it eats, but as I watch it's almost methodical, purposeful. I swear it laughs when the dark elf cries. I pull myself up to my feet, watching it systematically delimb my captor, and I'm almost thankful. My hand is still wrapped around the stick, and maybe this is my chance to be free. I take one step back, and the carnage stops. Its eyes lock with mine, and I see gore and blood drip down its chin. A long, thick tongue peeks out and licks its lips, and the mangled remains drop to the floor. I made a mistake. I turn on my heel and sprint into the thicket. When the guard tripped me, I was almost there. While I know this beast is faster than me, I'm smaller than it, and I dive into the gnarled branches and bushes and keep running in between the trees. Its roar echoes throughout the forest, and I realise that while this thing saved me from my captors, I've only traded one predator for another. The back of my eyes sting, but I refuse to cry. I slide down a small cliffside, covering myself with mud in the process, even as I try to remain upright. Nothing has changed. Either I live free or die by this monster. Both options are better than the dark market. The creature pounds its limbs against the ground as it chases me, and I hope that the mud has been able to conceal whatever scent I have. I don't know what it is, but I have no doubt its senses are better than mine, and I need all the advantages I can get. I hear trees cracking under the monster's strength as it fits through the thicket to get to me. Even as my arms keep getting scratched, and I'm sure my feet are bleeding, I don't stop. I bob and weave my way around until I reach a small area where I can spot a little alcove. Salvation. I rear back my arm and throw my stick into the forest in the opposite direction to distract it, then run and hide against the muddy wall. I hold my breath to make no noise. The creature makes a chittering sound as it reaches where I was. But to my horror, it doesn't follow the noise of the stick. Once again, I lock my eyes with the creature and feel a shudder go down my back. I barely step away from the alcove and duck behind a tree and towards the forest again with a pit in my stomach. This thing, animal or monster, it's not dumb enough to be fooled by silly tricks. I should have known when I saw it rip apart the dark elves, but what I had then attributed to a savage animal, I realise now belongs to a crazed monster. The beast is gaining on me, I know it, and the forest only grows darker as I run deeper into it. I keep running anyway. Whatever this thing is, it's going to have to work to eat me. My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. my key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 6. Zeronth. My prey hurtles through the forest, stumbling around erratically into hollows between trees and down hills, as though it can lose me. It is slower and weaker than most of the creatures I hunt and rip into daily, but still it perseveres. I can smell it, lingering on the precipice. This human woman evades my claws, thinking she could escape me, that she has any hope. But there is no hiding from a creature that can smell your essence dozens of miles away. As I encroach on her, her fear warps and intensifies, the clear origin of her fear mutating. It's in the subtleties of the smell, the intricacies of my senses. From the time that I have observed this creature, its original fear has shifted 3 or 4 times. The threats toward its life have not just been me, but multiple external sources, and I find that fascinating. The joy of hunting sentient creatures is in the complexity of their emotions, the layered factors that all contribute to the final taste of the fear when you rip their skulls open at last and get to savor the experience you've created. She doesn't understand that she's already lost, that she is my entertainment. But why, I ask myself, why play with her when I could just go for her throat and end this now? She has obscured herself beneath a large, malformed boulder adjacent to the rushing river, away from my view at my former position and angle of approach. What she fails to understand is that my senses form a kind of secondary vision. While she hides, thinking herself imperceptible, her breath still radiates. The flow of adrenaline through her body, the ever-present stream of blood moving through her veins, the sweat that coats her skin, and the dirt that clings to her feet. They all form a perfect view of the contours of her form, so that through my senses, she's as real and tangible to me, even behind an obstruction, as if she were standing in front of me in plain sight. Whatever is restricting my approach and keeping me from savoring the taste of this creature, I need to overcome it. I cannot disguise the sentiment as play anymore. This callous disregard for my own survival is entirely frivolous. I approach her and move above the boulder, hovering in place. I can feel her hope that perhaps she has finally lost me, that she might be safe at last. But hope has an unappetizing taste, far too bland. I cannot have it seasoning my meal. She thinks I've stopped to search for her, but I plummet down with my claws and deliver a strike to the boulder capable of destroying its core. My claws penetrate the rock, and from the point of impact, cracks rapidly emerge and spread throughout the boulder structure, until what was once a safe refuge for her becomes several small rocks that pelt into the ground around her. She rotates to face me, and I can see the depths of her fear reverberating through her gaze. No longer does she plead for her life. She has accepted her demise, and it terrifies her. I flap in the air, savoring my victory, looking forward to consuming her. The elves were wonderful appetizers, but this will be delicious and filling, a suitable main course for a creature of my splendor. But I should have already torn into her flesh and picked her apart. Why am I not diving forward to devour my kill? All around me, my vision lights up, and I can sense other potential targets, even though this human would be the most delicious thing of all. I can already imagine myself savoring her wonderful taste. But for some reason, some part of me, deep within, is unable to move forward and end her life. drinking her blood and every majestic taste contained in her body. A seething rage burns within me. In retaliation, I drive my claws sharply into her arm, reopening an old wound and sending my irritating toxin through her bloodstream. She wails as the catharsis motivated by my paws vanishes. I carry her off, my claws firmly gripping her, never relenting. Old, buried emotions overtake me as I soar through the landscape and dangle her just beneath me, narrowly avoiding trees and cliffs to exacerbate her terror. I'm supposed to be a simple creature, motivated purely by my most basic biological drives. What has this simple woman unleashed within me? And why? I return to the cavern where I left the orc remains and revel in this woman's horror at seeing the green blood decorating its facade and the two dismembered heads greeting us at the entrance. For opening a deeper part of me and transforming me beyond the simple creature I've adapted to, I will make this woman suffer. But she is mine to inflict pain upon, not theirs. Those unsatisfying elves will never find her here, hidden behind the terror-striking cavern entrance. I carry her past the simple opening and deep within, flying beyond jagged rock formations and Chiroptera. This place shall become my new lair, now that I have evolved beyond my most simple drives. The cavern ceiling drips constantly, a nearby spring illuminating the dark environment with the bioluminescent boletus that grows beneath its surface. I set her down on the hard rock surface, satisfied with this new location. She begins to run away from me, fleeing through the caverns, but I stop her, prodding her into the jagged cavern wall with my claws. "Stay!" I growl. Her eyes open wide with terror, but her voice stammers. "You can thus speak?" she asks. But I do not have time for such frivolous questions. I carry her back up to the area situated near the spring where I am satisfied she will remain. "Drink," I say simply, pointing outward toward the nearby spring. I want to slam her against the wall. In fact, being around her at all is a constant source of suffering, because her blood courses and oozes so loudly through her capillaries. To open her up with my claws, mangling her flesh, and consuming her blood and organs would be such a satisfying release. She runs over to the spring, and despite every base instinct within me telling me to stop her, I allow it. "Is it safe?" she asks, still trembling wildly. I'm willingly ruining my meal and spoiling good food. To enjoy this delicacy in its purest form, I should be savoring the adrenaline that courses through it, the rush of chemicals that fill its brain at the moment before its death, and the petrifying fear that adds so much deliciousness. "It is water," I growl simply. "Do humans not drink water?" Right," she says, "but the boletus..." In one swift movement, I rush over to her, my wings gusting in my wake. My claw approaches her throat, but remains mere inches from it, from finally opening her veins. I try to drive my claw forward, but tremble, as though through some compulsion I am unable to harm her. Her eyes are wide, her body motionless as she watches my claw with intense focus. "Drink!" I roar. For some reason unknown to me, she has been spared from her demise and my maw. A Chiroptera flutters overhead. I need to consume something to maintain this vast reserve of energy. I cannot stop eating, because this part of my mind that I long to extract has deemed this human creature worthy of preservation. Moving a few feet clear of her, I drive my lower claws deeper into the rock floor, springing into the air as the cavern floor cracks from the force of the exertion. I pry the Chiroptera from the air, plucking it by its leathery, bony wings. Thousands of Chiroptera would not equate to one human life source. I could devour every creature and life form contained within this cavern, and still not come close to the energy her blood would provide me. Should I devour her here, I would not need to consume anything for several hours, possibly even a full day. The end of her life would ease several problems for my own existence. I descend, crashing into the ground mere inches from her, and she dives out of the way. I take the Chiroptera's right wing and place it between my fangs, ripping into it and desperately trying to savor such an unsatisfying snack. The only joy I receive is at the Chiroptera's realization that ultimately its life has ended, its juices flowing freely into my maw. I move over to a nearby rock wall and drive my jagged claws into its surface, crashing them into it with full force. Deep beneath this cavern, I can sense the presence of creatures whose attention I would rather not engage, creatures far beyond my conception. But they are sleeping. I need to exercise my rage somehow. The woman looks upon me, her confusion evident, as many traces of her fear are leaving her. My urge to tear her apart is constant. But among the deeper feelings, which I had so long held at bay and cannot properly articulate, I feel a protectiveness toward her, and what I believe might be a form of kinship. But most of my sentiments and their sources and implications are an unnerving mystery to me. I want to return to charging through the forest, hunting creatures through the darkness and the light alike. But something has awakened in me, regardless of my own wishes.
Chapter 7. Ariella. It is a majestic cavern, far more glamorous and captivating than anything I've seen these past 5 years. Before me is a glorious shining spring, illuminated by strange boletus. I drink once more from its waters at this creature's insistence, looking around me in marvel and terror. Multicoloured crystallum covers the wall, bordering the bright waterfall that also glows in the dark. Around me, winged, leathery chiroptera fly through the air, one of which, to my revulsion, is leaking its fluids beneath the creature's pointed fangs. Land masses float in the air, covered in vegetation and strange trees. Where we stand, a narrow path leads downward to a great chasm, whose contents and creatures I cannot begin to comprehend. Several branching paths lead to great caverns, and I can hear in the distance the snorting and stamping of beasts, whose strong presences I hope to never encounter. In front of us, a large opening leads to parts unknown, beckoning me. To my left and upward is the exit to this great cavern. Looking at him, crudely devouring his meal, I wonder if he even appreciates the beauty of this place. To him, this is probably nothing new, but I have spent the last 5 years of my life in bindings and cages. My feet and wrists still ache from the presence of the metal shackles, which tightly constrict my movement. My heart leaps as I remember that in spite of the change of scenery, I am still in tremendous danger here, and that he is my captor. He throws his macabre meal to the floor, only bones left, before leaping to the air to retrieve another chiroptera. I see my opportunity. It's time to run. I climb the rock face in front of me to a ledge just above me, then reach for a foothold in the wall. It will be difficult to scale, but it is surely possible. I turn to look behind me, noticing that he is still distracted, and move my hands to another loose stone in the cavern wall. This task is incredibly difficult, due to my restricted movement, and I'm so tired. I could just sleep here. I see him coming before I can even process it. He picks me up from my position, slamming me to the cavern floor below with moderate force. I ache from the collision. My shoulders and back are numb from the impact, but I am still alive. "Stay!" he roars, now standing above me, his horrifying visage tightly pressed to mine. He tries to press into me with his sharp claws to convey his point, but I roll out of the way with some of my little remaining strength. "If you're not going to kill me," I protest, "then just let me go." I am not sure if this is better than being in the market. I do not know if he will let me starve in this cavern, or if he has bigger plans to murder me later. "If you return to the world beyond," he growls, far more articulately than I remember, "you will be their prey." He does have a point, thinking more logically about the events outside. As soon as Xeranth finds his men dead, he will put the word out, sending even more dark elves after me. Outside, I will be the subject of a constant hunt. "Is it really safer in here than it is out there?" I ask, turning to the beast who threatens my life with an honest question. I do not expect an answer. I am a bundle of trembling nerves, desperately doing whatever I can to survive. "How are you any safer than any of the elves pursuing me?" He growls deeply. "As long as your heart beats, I promise I will devour you," he says before licking his lips. You are far too delicious for me to resist. I look at him, unable to contain the terror in my eyes. The way he speaks, there's confidence in it, but his words are empty. I look up, toward the exit. As I do, considering how best to plot my escape, he pins me to the ground again, this time digging deep into my skin. I cry out. "Stay!" he roars. The cavern shakes from the ferocity of this beast. I have never seen a creature so terrifying, and even now I struggle to understand it. Rocks come crashing to the cavern floor beside me, as the power of his cry shakes the very structure of the cave around us. Looking up into his golden eyes, which shimmer and burn even against the brightness of this radiant, imposing cavern, I am too terrified to speak. But there's an incomprehensible glory to his appearance, and the way he carries himself, that I have never known before. Unlike the monsters above me, who carried me away into slavery, he is honest about his intentions. I wonder, if I stay here, will he truly devour me, as he says? And am I better off staying in this cavern, or finding some way to return to the world above? I scan his form for any signs of vulnerability, and there is nothing. There are jagged cuts running along his formidable scales, and if I were quick enough, I could go for the beating wings that carry him aloft. But as I am now, I am still far too weak, far too slow to consider attacking him. And I'm not sure that I want to, because though he has cut into my flesh and my shoulder burns from his latest attack, I've seen no indication that he wants to kill me. He could overpower me and devour me whole in an instant if he wanted to, which makes it all the more puzzling that he hasn't tried. That's when I hear it. The strange roaring sounds emerging from the depths of the caverns around us are approaching fast, resounding through the darkness. I look around me, trying to determine the source of the sounds within this reverberating, dense cavern, feeling my very survival at risk from something potentially even more fearsome. He gets down on all fours, looking toward the wide, dark, beckoning entrance ahead of us. "Stay back," he insists. "Do not leave." He flies forward, and another great monstrosity, whose origins I cannot bring myself to understand, appears in full view, illuminated by the crystalline walls of this massive cavern. Its flesh is grey, and smoke-coloured eyes protrude from its shoulders. Bright, luminescent boletus grow out of the holes in its muscular body. Where its head should be is nothing to my vision, and despite its immense size, it seems to glide as it moves, charging into the dense space before me. It stands some 18 feet tall in the distance. While my captor charges forward, flying directly at it, I can already tell that it sees me. Its speed increases, and it pivots away from the creature keeping me here, flinging him aside while it continues its forward assault. This beast is far larger than even the creature keeping me here, and I dread to think of what it intends to do to me. But he picks himself up, then charges toward the beast, claws fully drawn. Maybe the beast is larger than him, but it doesn't have his agility. He penetrates one of the beast's monstrously open eyes with his claws fully extended, driving it into the rock face below me. The monster staggers, but before it can even stand to its feet, my captor has dove upward and pierced yet another eye. I feel immense gratitude before realizing the type of creature he is. His maw opens, and he devours part of the horror's shoulder, mouth agape. This great horror attempts to collect its strength, reaching up to swat at my captor, but as it does, he dives out of the way, ripping into the creature's arms with his fangs. There is something so macabre about the spectacle on display, the scene unfolding before my eyes. He mercilessly tears into this creature, and despite its tremendous size, by comparison, I can see the life leaving it. Yet something about it excites me. I am uncertain if any creature in this known world could stand up to him, what the limitations of his power truly are. The monster vanquished, I walk slowly over to him, crossing the great threshold, careful not to stumble in the darkness. I just used the bright crystallum in the wall ahead for guidance. "Do you have a name?" I ask him uncertainly. He is still tearing into his meal, ripping it to pieces. Why would you ask me such a question? He asks. I'm Ariella, I say in response. There's something quick and jumpy about the way I say it, an eagerness I don't understand. A village that I gradually tore apart gave me a name once, he replies, through mouthfuls of boletus and flesh. They called me Xeranth. Then I will call you Xeranth, I say, looking around me at the great expanse. Several thoughts run through my mind. One is that I'm very hungry, and that everything in this cavern terrifies me as a food source. Another is that even though Xeranth's very presence terrifies me, and I cannot live comfortably around him, there's something enticing about his power. I want to know more about him and discover the origins of such a strange beast. And that truly terrifies me. Because my adrenaline has not stopped pulsing, and my body hasn't quit trembling. I should be running far away from him and from this place. So why am I not still climbing the rock wall, desperately seeking a way out?
Chapter 8. Xeranth. My appetite still screams at me, longing to devour her entirely, but it is silence for the moment as I tear into the flesh and tissue of my prey. I can feel her watching me as she speaks to me, and it unnerves me. I do not know why. This is an ordinary activity for me, ripping open and eating the creatures which cross my path. But there is an emotional quality to our interaction that I cannot understand now. I wish that she would go away. Not by leaving the cavern entirely, where she is vulnerable to the dark elves outside, and no longer a potential meal for later. Just not watching me so intently with those deep emerald eyes. I cannot remember the last conversation I had with a creature who did not immediately dismiss me as a monster. There has not been another being in existence that I've come across and haven't immediately devoured. Well, there has been one. But even as my mind returns to that point in my history, I feel a rage overtaking me entirely. I'm furious at the memory of being bested by another creature. I still intend to consume you later, I tell her. Don't think that I was protecting you. I just found a more fitting meal for the moment. Her expression shows me that she was not expecting more conversation, bewildered that I've looked up and spoken to her. It has been minutes since I last looked up and introduced myself, offering the name that those who feared me once graced me with. She was apparently lost in a trance, watching me rip into the organs and drink the blood of this large amentia. No matter what your reasoning, thank you, she says, for saving me from that horrifying aberration and from those elves. I grumble. I wish to be feared, not thanked to dominate, not to coexist. Even as I rip into this beast, its flesh dry, scaly, and repulsive, she looks like a much more appetizing treat. I'm grateful that this cavern has provided this most generous quantity of meat, as amentia are bountiful in energy. But the fact that I cannot consume her here frustrates me immensely. Looking at her, and truly beholding her, I can feel confusion overtaking me. Why am I protecting her, rather than devouring her? Even if that monstrosity had melded with her, why would it be so grave? Why is her existence so much more vital to me than any of the other humans I have pried apart and eaten? And why, at the mention of dark elves, do I feel my curiosity piquing? Why are they chasing you? I ask her suddenly, trying to seem indifferent through mouthfuls of this bland meat source. Well, I'm a human, she explains with a confusion that seems patronizing. Dark elves and humans don't exactly get along. I growl, nodding in understanding, even though her explanation doesn't make much sense. My lingering curiosity still unnerves me. I want to force her to speak the entire truth, but I don't understand why I need the information. It doesn't make it any easier to eat her or anything else. It doesn't unveil some secret, long-buried hunting technique that would make it easier to acquire prey. Why were you chasing them? She asks me with a cavalier attitude that irritates me. Because they taste good and they fill me up, I say. Would there be any other reason? You weren't chasing them because they were pursuing me? I slam my claws into the wall adjacent to me, standing up to my full height while leaving the few scraps remaining of this large creature below me. The force of the impact knocks her to the ground, and I see the fear I desire in her return, if only for a moment. I don't think you understand how this works, I roar. You are food to me. It just happens that humans are particularly delightful and hard to acquire, so I thought maybe I'd save you for a special occasion. Her lips curl up into a half smirk, and I catch myself, entranced. What the hell is happening to me? It seems to me that you wanted to devour me when you were flying in front of me at the river, she replies. But it looked like something stopped you. I fly over her, knocking her to the ground, and look into her eyes, my claws digging into her other shoulder. There is something about her nude form, laid bare before me, which entices my senses suddenly and unnaturally. I do not like to see her as anything other than a meal. I do not understand this urge coursing through my body. I want to procure clothing for her so that I won't have to look upon her bare flesh anymore. I will return, I say suddenly. I don't utter the threat to her life that I mentally wish upon her. I don't take this opportunity to dig my claw in deeper, penetrating her outer shell to at last break into her and eat her innards. I instead lift up off the cavern floor, flying up through the interior of the cave system, into the entrance, where the orc heads are untouched. As I soar upward, leaving her on the cavern floor with a gaping shoulder wound, her confusion is readily apparent. Finding a set of clothing left intact from my victims is challenging, but I do find suitable elf clothing that looks like it might suit her, except that it belongs to a male rather than a female. I am able to see that the wilderness outside is quiet, and that if the dark elves are still seeking her, their efforts have not yet returned to this part of the forest. Soaring back downward through the cave, I find her untouched, gathering a handful of water from the spring. "Put this on," I urge her. She looks at the clothing in my claws, which I lay before her now. "I'm not wearing that," she insists, looking at the garb in disgust and horror. "It's covered in blood." "Put it on," I roar. She reaches for it hesitantly, far too slow for my liking. Seeing her continued disgust, rather than gratitude, I grab the clothing and violently shake it off in the spring, releasing some of the blood and viscera from its fibers. "Satisfied?" I ask, handing the damp clothing to her before noticing the shackles on her ankles and wrists. Before she can take the clothing and put it on, I knock her back to the ground. She winces uncomfortably as I pull my claws back, jabbing them with all of my strength into the shackles that continue to restrict her movement. They stop blood flow to the extremities, I reason. If I leave them on, her taste will be ruined. The metal buckles under my force, splitting at the point of impact. I dexterously avoid her major arteries as well. That would surely spoil my meal for later. "Why are you doing this?" she asks me seriously. "Consider it pampering you for later," I reply, still pinning her to the ground. "I don't want your neglect to ruin my meal." Gazing down upon her, from her heaving chest to her deep, inquisitive stare, I wonder if I'm speaking the truth to her, or if I'm merely deceiving myself. I don't understand what accursed limitation was placed on my body that prevents me from fulfilling my one purpose: to hunt. I pound the ground beneath me one more time, cracking the rock below, then baring my fangs fully and letting my saliva drip onto her shoulder. This disrupts the comfort that she seems to suddenly be taking in me. Her boldness will no longer be tolerated. I lift my body up from the cavern floor, turning my back to her. "Put on your clothing," I command, "before I drown you in this spring." She sighs. "Done with the pretense of devouring me now, are we?" she asks. "Not afraid to ruin your meat with a little moisture?" "I won't ask you twice," I tell her. "Even if I don't kill you, there are creatures in here that would do so much worse things to you than consume you. I sure would hate to feed you to them." I feel betrayed by my own words. The thought of relinquishing her to another creature to do with as they please, actually unsettles me, and I think it has become more than the idea of missing out on a delicious meal. The concept of keeping her in this cavern forever, away from all the other monsters and beings of the world, gives me a feeling I only get from ripping into my most challenging prey. Happiness. "Were they looking for me up there?" she asks me casually. I can hear her squishing into the damp clothing, and I am grateful that little bit of confusion has been rectified. But I have accepted my curiosity, and will not do without an answer to my most pressing question. I still do not understand why this being, above all, deserves so much scrutiny, but I'm not one to deny myself my fundamental needs, even if they have evolved. I turn around to face her, standing as tall above her as I can, then looking down at her from above, widening my eyes and baring my fangs once more. "Tell me why they're after you," I say. "I'm through with your lies."
Chapter 9. Ariella. I am shivering under the wet clothing which Xeranth drenched in the spring. The shirt is ill-fitting, and the parts of it that the spring managed to cleanse are stained pink. But I am liberated now that my shackles lay broken and separated on the floor beside me. I still do not understand this creature. I'm not sure if I ever will. All around me are the dull roars of distant monsters in this cavern, accompanied by the steady drip of water from the ceiling to the cavern floor. He demands an explanation for why I was in the dark market, and I hesitate to tell him why, for 5 years, I have been bound there. In his eyes, I see a deep awareness growing every passing moment. But there are some aspects of human nature I don't think he understands, regardless of how obvious they might seem to me. The reason they're after me is that I belong to them. Confusion crosses his features, dimly illuminated by the natural light. Somehow, standing in this cold clothing, tightly bound to my form and dripping still, I feel more exposed than I did before. "You belong to them?" he asks me. There's a trickle of blood running off the side of his maw from an earlier kill, and I try to avert my eyes. "In what sense do you mean that?" A rising anger announces itself in his voice, and I'm not sure whether I'm the cause or something else is. "You know how humans don't get along with elves. I understand that," he says, his growing impatience and irritability obvious. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Several years ago they took me from my home and killed my father," I confess. It's the first time I've really admitted it out loud before. For these past several years I have been moving from one place to another without much thought, just accepting my circumstances and dealing with them however I can. I'm somewhat surprised by the shock on his face. I had assumed that he had an understanding of how this worked. "I was in the market square because the dark elves see me as their property," I say. But beyond the look of surprise, there is still a layer of confusion. "So these dark elves take you as their property," he says. "To what end?" I shrug. I never thought I'd have to explain the slave trade to somebody before. Xeranth is a cruel beast whose origin I don't understand, and he terrifies me still. But there are also aspects of him that are definitively childlike. "Well, sometimes humans are used for their strength, assisting in labour tasks," I say. "But I was being used as a breeder." "A breeder?" "Once somebody purchased me, they were going to have sex with me repeatedly until I bore them children." Chills run down my spine as I think again about what I am running away from. It's another thing made more horrific by being spoken aloud. "And this sex would be against your will?" he asks. "They would force you to have sex with them?" I nod. "And those scars, the ones I didn't give you?" he asks. "Were those given to you by your captors?" I simply nod again. Beneath the surface, I can see the rage forming in his mind, brightening the golden sheen of his eyes and tensing his muscles. I try to wrap my brain around his anger. A creature whose existence is devoted entirely to killing and eating prey, including humans like me, has objections to the way in which I was held. to other people harming me. Is it so unusual to you? I ask him, perhaps out of turn. You live in the wilderness and maul your prey, taking whatever you want for yourself. You don't see this kind of behaviour often. In myself, no, he growls. I wasn't aware of any desire to breed until recently. And even though I see creatures in the wilderness taking mates often, it doesn't usually end well for them if it's not offered willingly. I want to prod him for an explanation, but I don't get the chance. He moves in closer to me, caressing my cold shoulder, and growls. They will pay for harming you like that, he says insistently. For touching what's mine, they're going to suffer. Before I can object, he continues. You know that you're mine, don't you? And for some reason, when I nod a third time, this time I feel that intimidation isn't what's motivating me. For some reason, maybe it's some hypnotic agent when he moves in to lightly nibble my shoulder, introducing a toxin into my bloodstream. Or maybe it just feels right. I don't fight him this time. It's a different kind of ownership. Logically, I reassure myself. For 4 days, I tell myself that this is different and that I'm not moving from one captor to another. During that time, I notice a gentler temperament to Xeranth, as though the monster in my past is a distant memory that only resurfaces on rare occasions, when I fight him or when we argue. Though arguments are few and far between, he still threatens me if I try to leave, but now I know it might be for my own safety. He sometimes leaves the cave briefly to check on the situation above, discovering patrolling dark elves. Xeranth knows that the world above isn't currently safe for me, and that I would be jeopardizing myself if I leave. 3 days ago, he took notice of my hunger. Why aren't you eating your food? He asks me, nudging the mangled chiroptera in my general direction. I look at the creature, its wings flayed apart, organs sticking out. I have not eaten anything he had given me since arriving in the cavern, much to his continued frustration. But on this occasion, he is a bit more willing to listen. Just not hungry, I guess, I lie. I can sense your hunger. I can hear your stomach rumbling, he says. You need to eat. He stamps closer to me, then lifts me up from the ground where I sit before the food. Standing a mere few inches away from me, he lifts my head so that my eyes are looking into his, staring into me with those piercing, golden eyes. What do I need to do to get you to eat? He asks me. I can find an elf from above and drag it down here for you. No, I say a bit too loudly, before calming myself to not arouse his anger or suspicion. That's okay, this will be fine. I try to bite into the creature, but as I shovel a piece of the raw meat into my mouth, my stomach churns and I have to spit it out. Expecting the full brunt of his wrath, I try to crawl away backward from him. But as he watches me, he instead flaps his wings, looking down in my direction. Stay here, he tells me, taking to the distant passage upward through the cavern. I wonder if perhaps I'm not being grateful. If I should have attempted to stomach the creature instead. But it doesn't look safe for a human to consume, and I can't trust his knowledge of our anatomy and physiology to keep me safe. He arrives moments later with 2 seared steaks on wooden plates, placing them before me. I see them collide with the messy chiroptera on landing, and there is no silverware to speak of, but I'm too hungry to care. I shovel the steak into my mouth, ripping into the fat and gristle and savouring the tender meat as it crosses over my tongue. There's just a little bit of blood, but it's got the perfect juiciness. Oddly, it's still hot. Where did you get these? I ask him, still shoving the steak into my mouth in a pale imitation of how desperately Xeranth consumes his prey. They are very decently sized. Despite starving for a full day and a half, I have to admit this is enough. Not only is this the best meal I've had in 7 years, it might actually fill me up completely. Never you mind that, he tells me. I eye him suspiciously, realizing that he probably killed 2 escaping humans above to retrieve these steaks. Do humans always char their meat to enjoy it better? he asks me. I nearly choke on a piece of steak, but manage to catch it before it cuts off my airways, coughing it up. His sincere question catches me off guard. I nod through fits of coughing. He looks around the massive alien cavern, taking it in. You're going to teach me how you cook food, he tells me. I don't want you to starve. I want to object that I have no means of starting a fire in this cavern, but for my own safety, I'm going to have to figure it out. I know better than to be on the other end of one of his temper tantrums. 1 hour later, he carries me to the floating platforms above. His scales are sharp to the touch, but I grab onto them, hanging onto his back as we ascend through the cavern. The greenery up here reminds me of the trees outside. Without much effort, he lifts one of the pieces of tall greenery, a pink, stump-like structure with moss-like leaves that branch off from the soil, carrying it down to the cavern floor below before retrieving me. To my relief, he gets the fire going with little effort, simply breathing on the log with a deep, throaty roar. Now, he tells me, show me how you cook.
Chapter 10. Zeranth. We stand together in the wet cavern, the reverberations of monsters calling out before them. They're all potential meals, but I feel I might be risking her safety by staying here. Is this woman domesticating me? I clutch her waist, afraid to shatter her in my large claws. I feel her shudder against the alien touch of my flesh, far more cold and scaly than her mammalian skin. The last embers of the fire burn out. This environment is not hospitable to a cooked meal. She has taught me much, but a strange exhalation leaves me when she gingerly handles the raw flesh and organs of the Chiroptera, this cavern's most safe and abundant food source. Was that laughter? She asks me. Her voice betrays a hidden sense of comfort, and her comfort puts me ill at ease. I do not want her to be comfortable with me. Even as she stands near me, my stomach gurgles, longing for more than the strange taste of these cavern beasts or these tiny snacks. For her own safety, I want her to take the sensible reaction and flee. But running away from me also creates the risk that she will expose herself on the surface to her captors. And in spite of myself, I still really want to taste her and don't want to rob myself of the experience. But there is also something deeper within me, clutching at my innards, longing to be free. It's part of me I don't understand and don't want to acknowledge. I turn my back to her, hoping that she'll understand the message. I want to rip into her to set an example and teach her to fear me. But as she bites into the cooked flesh of the creatures I killed, I also feel a deep sense of protectiveness toward her. I want to punish anybody who would dare harm her. Why do you have to ruin the moment? She asks me. I feel a profound sense of fear emanating from her, even as she treats me as one of her equals. She should learn to be more honest. You should get some rest, I growl at her. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. I feel her fragile human hand on my shoulder, and I whirl around to see her looking up at me. I snarl at her, baring my fangs. I want to snap her hand, and I clutch it tightly in my claws, breathing heavy enough to blow out the tousled layers of messy hair covering her forehead. I don't want to sleep, she tells me. You can keep me here all you like, but you can't control what I do, how I live. I growl, clutching her hand tighter. I stop short of snapping the bone, watching her wince in my claws, subject to my whims. But she stares up at me, though trembling, in clear defiance to me. I cannot allow this challenge to my will to stand. She will fall in line with me. My wings beat, sending gales through the cavern that crest over the waves of the still spring. The boletus, which dimly illuminated the surface from below, have expanded over the waters from their tastes of elven blood, now brightly shining like the minerals on the walls and looming monstrously in the background. As I take to the cavern ceilings with her in my grasp, then dive deeper into the recesses of the cavern, she struggles against me, kicking into me, and desperately trying to free herself. We pass Chiroptera of colors ranging from red to brown to even pink or luminescent, bounding forward. Perhaps if she weren't fighting me so desperately, she could enjoy these scenic environments. But her fear is elevated to a high point, and my eyes are not interested in taking in the sights. She feels warm in my grasp, and my barbed tongue salivates, feeling so close to tasting her. I pry into her with my claws and feel the blood dripping freely, her torso punctured. I'm glad that her sense of comfort has utterly eroded, but I no longer feel the pressing urge to protect her. I want to devour her entirely, to consume her and feel her in my maw. "You will learn your place, my pet," I growl. The words leave my mouth, but I can't claim ownership over them. They arrive from a deeper, more primal part of me. I drop her onto the pile of pelts and animal furs which I, for 4 days, have considered my nest, dried blood tidily decorating its surface. I cannot savor the fur and hairs of the creatures I devour, but I try to find a use for every part. I slam down onto the cavern floor beside her, the growls and stomps of monsters around us becoming louder and more insistent here. It brings me comfort and eases me to sleep, knowing that there still exist creatures who would dare to challenge my supremacy. As I approach her, moving at a crawl, I can feel her pull away from me, not ready to be swallowed by me. I feel an exhilarating rush. That part of me that so long ago denied me what I needed, this human meat, has at last been silenced. I tear into her neck, but stop short of seriously harming her, driving into her flesh with my large, twisted fangs, savoring the flow of her red juices into my mouth. But I still cannot bring myself to move deeper, effectively killing her. I want so strongly to devour her, but there's something else working on me. Another drive entirely. She wriggles in my grasp, desperate to be free, to live, and I don't want to deny her that wish as much as I long to be free of this constraint, this ever-present biological urge. I heave a deep sigh, unable to do anything but concede to the natural forces that motivate me. I do not understand what is so special about this girl, but watching her and witnessing her cold, shivering, and helpless form has awakened something in me. Her expression shifts from fear to madness, consumed by a primal sentiment I am only now coming to understand. A face that I've only seen marked by fear blanks, her eyes rolling backward into her skull, mouth hanging open. I long to keep her safe and guard her close so that I will always be able to recapture this intoxicating release. But I don't know if I like the creature I'm changing into, weakened by my attachment to her. I never want her to stop fearing me. Chapter 11, Zirinth. Daylight is just beginning to arrive, its rays weakened by the thick canopy of leaves above. I stand at the mouth of my nest, gazing out at the dark forest that is my realm. I am the dominant force in these woods. No human, elf, orc, or any other creature lives here without my leave, and if any of them try to touch Ariella... I turn around as she invades my thoughts, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest as she sleeps. Conflict blooms in my heart as I stare at her. She is mine. Nobody will touch her as long as she is mine. But why do I feel this connection to her? I am a predator, living my life to kill and dominate. So why do I find myself sheltering this human? A new desire woke in me last night as I held her. I do not know what to make of it, but I enjoyed our fun, and I know she did as well. The warm softness of her body fills my head for a moment as I reminisce. I must wake her now, though I'm reluctant to disturb her. I stride over to Ariella and shake her roughly. She wakes, her face shrouded in fear, but it quickly fades as she sees me. She must have been dreaming about her captivity or some other dark evil. The look on her face reminds me briefly of my own past, stirring the anger and hatred that constantly simmer in my veins. "Come," I say. "We must hunt and look for more elves to kill." A few minutes later, after Ariella has a bite to eat and a drink of spring water, we make our way out into the ominous forest. Danger seems to emanate from every leaf and branch in these woods, but I am unafraid. I am the apex predator, and this darkness belongs to me. Nobody can take what belongs to me. I keep Ariella near me at all times as we journey into the wilderness, often keeping my hand on her arm or shoulder. I will not let her run off now. Without my protection, she will die in these woods, and I will never let that happen. We walk under the thick canopy above in relative silence for the next hour or so. The smells of moss and dirt dominate the air here. My movements make little to no sound as we stalk between trees, though Ariella seems to crack every branch and crush every leaf in the forest as she moves. I suppose she might be considered graceful for a human, but she cannot move in the woods half so well as me. No signs of elves yet, I say to Ariella as we stroll. They don't appear to have picked up our trail. Good, she says curtly. I've had enough of these dark elves for a lifetime. I simply grunt in agreement, my hatred of elves burning ever brighter as they enter my thoughts. I reminisce on the taste of their blood and the feel of their bones cracking under my teeth. I will kill them all one day. I will have my revenge. Ariella seems to almost read my thoughts. You seem to truly hate elves. I mean, I know you're a killer, but I've seen you hunt wild animals without half the ferocity you showed against those elves outside the market. Why do you hate them so? I look at her for a moment, wondering if I should tell her. But no, she does not need to know, and I do not wish to speak of it. I do hate them, I say. They are evil creatures and weak fighters. I will kill any elf that shows me its face, and that is all you need to know about it. Very well, says Ariella. Everyone is entitled to their secrets. I stop for a moment as we approach a massive tree that must have fallen in the last storm. I look east and west, but the tree is blocking the only way through this stretch of woods. To the east lies a steep ravine that I doubt Ariella could navigate, and to the west our way is blocked by a large cliff that looks out on the western side of the forest. If I were alone, I would have been over the tree and on my way in moments. But with Ariella, things are complicated. The tree trunk rises at least 10 feet into the air, with very few branches to serve as hand or footholds. I'll have to lift her over it, I realize. That, or backtrack, and go around the ravine. Well, Ariella says suddenly, what's it going to be? Are we going over or around? Her hands are on her hips as she speaks, and her tone of voice holds no fear or reservation. She will do whatever I say. I am in control. The idea of being separated from her by the tree makes me slightly anxious, even if it will only be for a moment. I still fear she might try to run off, but we both know I'd catch her in moments, so I decide to go over. I will lift you over the tree, I say. I can get you up to that branch near the top of the trunk, but you will have to pull yourself over from there and slide down the other side. Very well, Ariella responds. Let's get on with it then. The lack of fear in her scent stirs my insides, but I quickly push my conflicting emotions aside to focus on the moment. I step forward and place my hands on her waist. For a moment our eyes are locked, faces mere inches apart. The feeling of my hands on her waist excites my desire for physical dominance, but her gaze elicits a new emotion in me, one I cannot fully understand. My desire to shelter and protect become overwhelming. Her hauntingly beautiful eyes continue to bore into me as I wrestle with these unfamiliar emotions until she rocks me out of my reverie by speaking. Let's go, Zirenth, she says quietly. We need to keep moving. She doesn't sound upset or smell of fear. She's just impatient to keep moving. Yes, I say, on the count of 3. On 3, I hoist her easily into the air, holding her there for a moment as she reaches for the branch. As she grabs hold, I put my hands squarely on her backside. I want to give her a boost up the tree, but I enjoy the feel of her soft but firm bottom as well. A short moment later, Ariella is firmly atop the trunk, looking down at me with a strange look in her eyes. Is it playfulness I'm seeing there? Indeed, it does seem to be playfulness, as she laughs and slides down the tree, disappearing from my view. I prepare to leap atop the trunk when the sweet sound of Ariella's laughter suddenly turns into a horrified scream. My instincts take over and I leap up, flipping over in the air so my hands land on the top of the trunk. As soon as my hands make contact, I launch myself forward, landing softly in front of Ariella. In the blink of an eye, I take in the growling pack of wargs that surrounds us. The 5 large gray beasts are spread out in a semicircle. The ravine and cliff still block us from fleeing to the east or west, and the fallen tree is now at our backs. None of that matters, though. My predatory instinct has taken over, and fleeing is not an option. I am the apex predator in these woods, and I don't fear a pack of mangy wargs. I smell fear coming from Ariella, spiking my urge to protect and shelter her. Strangely, though, the scent of fear seems to melt, replaced by resolve and determination. Her emotions spur me into action. I leap forward, attacking the lead warg first. The warg squats, preparing to leap for my throat, razor-sharp teeth glistening within its open maw. The warg makes its leap for my throat, but I twist in the air, raking the bottom of its jaw with my claws. As quick as that, I am behind the warg, making it good as dead. Before it can even think of turning to face me, I grab hold of it and rip its head clean from its neck, blood spurting violently into the air. The remaining wargs begin to circle me, growling and snapping but not approaching too closely. They're wary now. Good. I leap for the nearest warg with blinding speed, my claws finding its underbelly as it tries to jump away from me. I tear clean through its stomach, spilling its squirming intestines onto the leafy forest floor. The other wargs whimper feebly and dash off into the woods, recognizing me as the superior hunter. Ariella approaches, putting her hand on my arm and muttering her thanks, seeming a bit shaken. I find myself almost shaking with violent anger. Those wolves could have killed Ariella. An image of her lying there, throat a bloody ruin, wargs consuming her flesh, invades my mind's eye, and I find myself clenching my fists tightly. I cannot understand why I feel such a connection to this human. I have never felt bloodlust like this, not even for the wicked elves. Am I becoming weak? What is this attachment and what does it mean? Ariella is safe, and that is what matters. But why? Why does it matter so much to me? Why does she matter so much to me?
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 12. Ariella. Killing is effortless for Xeranth. The other wargs flee from sight, but I'm left shaken and trembling. He doesn't seem to notice as he leads me back to his cave. I follow numbly, remembering how he dispatched the dark elves when we first met, how he refused to let up when I fled. That power, that resolve, that animal savagery. Lord Everon wouldn't stand a chance against him if it came down to it. I swallow hard, tracing the hard line of Xeranth's spine with my gaze. I think I'm learning to trust him, monstrous as he may look. I'm not worried about the claws or the teeth anymore. Something in his expression softens when he catches me staring, then hardens again. What are you looking at? I shake my head, then shake it again. Nothing. You must be careful in the forest. His voice is near a growl, a warning, even as he strokes a line along my jaw. I will not lose you. I don't say anything, recalling how I rode his powerful fingers shamelessly last night. It brings a fiery heat to my cheeks. Can I trust a creature that kills with impunity and craves me in a way I've never known? It's not like the dark elves of the market. No, this is different. Xeranth doesn't throw his weight around in money and power the way the complacent dark elves do. He takes what he wants, and what he wants is me. I break away from him before we've made it to the lip of the cave, staring out into the dense underbrush. I don't feel any eyes on me, except for Xeranth's. He is a warmth that encircles me. I couldn't escape him if I wanted to. Even now, I feel the heat of him at my back. I don't want to go back in there. A low snarl escapes him. It sends another shiver through me. You won't. My smile is without mirth. I mean the cave. If the elves come, there is only one way in or out. I spin around to face all of him, forgetting just how massive he is, with his broad, scaled shoulders and impossible height. The words catch in my throat. If he comes... Xeranth's golden eyes narrow. Who? I swallow hard, and my voice is barely audible. I think you know who. Tell me, he growls, tilting my chin up with 2 clawed fingers. It would be endearing if it weren't so threatening. You're avoiding the question. My jaw firms. The elf who claimed me. His whole being goes still, and I wonder if he doesn't know more than he lets on. We're all entangled in his web, one way or another. Xeranth might have dominion over this patch of green, but it sits in the shadow of the dark market. He wants me back, I whisper. Xeranth's pupils dilate. Out of fear? I cannot tell. I have to keep pushing, or I'll never know the truth. That's why he sent those dark elves after me. I am... his. I can't finish the sentence, refusing to evoke the notion while simultaneously terrified of Xeranth's response when he finds out. His wings twitch as if they mean to open, and his gums peel back to reveal his sharp teeth. You are what, Xrania Ariella? It was a mistake. I shouldn't have said anything. I move to put some distance between us when he pins me against a tree so hard it knocks the wind out of me. His taut form presses against mine, and in any other circumstance I would have mistaken it for the crazed desire I witnessed last night. You are what? I can only stare into his eyes as my lungs finally open, and I can breathe again. I snap back with the same venom, holding my own against an impenetrable wall of muscle and scales. I am his, Xeranth. He made it so. That low rumble in his chest is back. Lies. I shake my head. It's true. He purchased me so he could have me all to himself. That's why I escaped when I did. That's why I... Don't speak another word. His claws are at my throat. I can feel the press of them against the soft underside of my jaw. But it's not the fear of death that stills my tongue. It's the way Xeranth's pupils widen like saucers. Like he's not looking at me anymore, but through me, horrors written across his hard countenance. Almost as if I can witness the torment in the reflection of his gaze. I dare defy his command. Xeranth. His nails dig into the flesh of my arm, another warning. But he does not unleash his violence on me, and I take it as permission to continue. My hands chase up his hard chest, my dull nails grazing his midnight scales. Xeranth, come back to me. Even if it is so, it is not insurmountable. My voice drops low, even as I produce my throat to him as a sign of surrender. Kill me if you have to. I've suffered too much to care. That seems to bring him back as he blinks once, twice, then lets his gaze fall on me. He tortured you. My laugh is soft, filled with relief as the claws drag down to tug on my threadbare shirt. You could say that, I murmur, but what would a creature as powerful as you know of torture? His gaze drops to my lips. Enough. I croon when his lips meet mine, fierce and demanding. I'm malleable in his grip when he drags me to his height against the tree, so I have to wrap my legs around his waist to brace myself. His wings fan out as if to shield us from the wild woods, all the world around us falling away but the burn of Xeranth's body against mine. Last night was merely a sampling of his passion. He has so much more, burbling beneath his hardened surface. My fingers tangle in the coarse fur that graces his scalp as I meld to his deepening hunger. After everything I've endured, it's a reprieve to be wanted without the cruel hand of the dark elves to guide my suffering. If I could choose anyone to torture me, it would be Xeranth. I lose myself in his handling, yielding to feverish insistence. He feels it too, I know he does, another wave surging to the fore. His hands are rough, but his claws have retracted. I let out a little sigh of relief before he captures my mouth again, bruising my lips. I need you, Zrenia comes the errant thought. But even as I go to speak it, he tears away in a sudden motion, his sharp ear twitching as if he's listening hard. My heart sinks when he sets me back on my feet, wavering in his absence. What dash? A hand clamps over my mouth. My jaw works, but I know better than to protest, waiting him out as his head flicks to the left, his gaze panning the woods. They're not being subtle, whoever it is. But I have a feeling I know exactly what is happening. Fear is a cold lump in my gut. I catch his arm for support, leaning into his touch as if he could take this all away forever. Maybe he could, Zrenia, I realise, my eyes flaring open. Xeranth is a powerful adversary to have, and I have to wonder what he's capable of when he's fully engaged. Could he destroy Lord Everin for good? My pulse rises at the thought, and with the way Xeranth is coiled, I have no doubt he senses his own worst enemy. Lord Everin. I could beg him to leave this place with me, to go across the ocean and find somewhere we could call home, forever free of Everin's cruel inclinations. He will continue to hunt us until he has what he wants, or die trying. I swallow hard, forcing my breath to slow. Or, instead of running, I glance up at Xeranth, measuring him up in a way I didn't dare before. He barely fits in my vision with his wings outspread. He is a menace to the order of things, his shape defying nature itself. But I could ask him. He could free me from Lord Everin. I kiss his palm, which softens his touch, though he's still intent on whatever made the sound in the forest. I need him, more than he will ever need me. But I have to try. If I face him on my own, I know Xeranth will follow. There's something about him that seems intent on protecting me, his quarry, his hunt. And that's when I decide we can't run from this. The woods have sheltered us long enough, and it's time I take Lord Everin head on, or I will find myself running for the rest of my life.
Chapter 13. Xeranth. The scent of elf is growing stronger with every careful step Ariella and I take. I keep her close as we move, knowing danger lies just a short way off. My senses are heightened to their peak. I hear the crunch of leaves like the crash of thunder, and every scent is distinct in my nostrils. And yet somewhere deep inside me, my emotions are threatening to boil over. There's something about the scent of these elves that rings of familiarity in my nose. Not a pleasant familiarity, though. It's like the smell of a food that once made you sick, full of foreboding and unpleasantness. Stay close, I whispered to Ariella. We're almost upon them. We must move quietly. Do not leave my side at any moment. Ariella nods in understanding, her face the very picture of resolve. I feel a strange pride in her bravery and determination. There's no time for that now, though. The hunt is nearly upon us, and I must protect my Ariella. The scent leads us into a small clearing within a ring of massive teepee trees. These are among the oldest trees in the forest, their trunks stretching 70 to 80 feet in diameter, while the tops climb a good 100 feet toward the dark sky. As soon as we reach the clearing, a sense of intense foreboding sprouts inside me. The scent of elves surrounds us. They are here. We walked right into their trap. I can pick out at least a dozen different elves by their scents, but only one matters to me. An old scent I have dreamed of far too often. A scent that embodies all of my fears and trauma. I turn toward the scent, reaching an arm back to keep Ariella safely behind me. Fear has crept into her smell, spiking my desire to protect her. The need for violence fills me, boiling my blood and pushing rational thought aside. I will kill them all. I will finally have my vengeance. A peal of cold, mirthless laughter pierces the air, and a tall shape steps out from the darkness of the forest. As he reaches the clearing, the dim rays of light that manage to struggle through the clouds and trees spill onto his form, his features materializing in a wave of terror. His face, all straight lines and sharp angles, is framed by long obsidian-colored hair that spills lazily past his shoulders. His silver eyes glitter intensely with malice, seemingly piercing my soul. The beautiful bright gemstone rings on his fingers stand out incongruously against his milk-white skin, so pale as to have no color at all. It's him. "So," he says, voice dripping with sadistic charm, "my monster returns. I knew I'd find you one of these days." As he speaks, a dozen tall, imposing dark elves emerge from the trees, surrounding Ariella and me. His voice brings memories flooding into my mind, days and nights full of torturous pain, that cold voice promising an end to it all if I only submit. This is the elf that made me hate elves. It was a brutally cold day when I first met this terrible creature. I was hunting near the dark market because prey had become scarce in the severity of winter. I had no fear of the market then, no fear of anything. That changed when this creature tricked me with his magic, capturing me and bringing me to his estate. I spent months under his control, suffering his torturous experiments as he tried to figure out what I was. Eventually, after various dissections and experiments, he decided it didn't matter what I was. I was nature's greatest killer, and he wanted me to be his. From there on out, my torture took on a new purpose. He sought to break me to his will, to make me his very own personal killer. I resisted. I bided my time, feigning weakness to make my guards lax, and when the opportunity arrived, I took it without hesitation. I managed to break free of my bonds and slaughter my elvish guards, escaping into the woods before anyone noticed I was gone. Elves became my favorite prey that day, and this elf became my greatest enemy. "You," I growl. "Me," he responds with a maniacal smile. I never did learn the creature's name. It doesn't matter to me, though. I will kill him, and his name will be forgotten. "Lord Everin," Ariella says from behind me. She steps up to my side, smelling of fearful determination. "So that is his name?" "You know him?" I ask, slightly stunned. "This is the man who is after me, Ziranth, Lord Everon Midrai, though it would seem you know him as well," Ariella says. "Indeed," Lord Everon says. "I am your rightful owner, and as such I shall be taking you both back to my estate now. You would be wise not to resist. Things will go much better for you if you simply cooperate. You must be punished for your insolence, of course, both of you, but it's not too late to soften that punishment through a sign of good faith." His voice is honeyed venom. One could almost believe he's really trying to help us, if not for the obvious pleasure on his face whenever he mentions punishment. Lord Everin stands there as he speaks, looking absolutely assured of his victory. He exudes a sense of superiority and unwavering confidence. The realization that it is my mortal enemy who's been after Ariella this whole time sparks a raging fire inside me. I refuse to let him do to Ariella what he did to me. She belongs to me, and I will protect her at any cost. That is the last thought I have before rage and desire for vengeance take me over completely. The time to kill has arrived. I spring into action with blinding speed. Throwing Ariella to the ground beside me, I leap for Lord Everin, planning to rip his throat out and smash his body to bloody pulp. Fire sprouts from Lord Everin's hand, however, shooting toward me in a torrent of blazing heat. I twist to my right, dodging the flame and using my momentum to roll to the right and spring up in front of the first of Everin's minions. He tries to strike me down with a burst of magical energy, but before he can complete the spell, I am on top of him. Razor-like claws fully protracted from my fingers, I grip his neck, crushing his windpipe and slicing the jugular with a claw. It all happens in the blink of an eye. I turn back toward the other elves just as a series of fireballs and lightning bolts come crashing toward me from 10 different directions. I throw myself forward and roll under the attacks, coming up on 2 feet ready to spring. The various magical attacks fly over my head, exploding violently in the trees behind me. One of the elves has moved into the center of the clearing and grabbed hold of Ariella. She's doing her best to resist, but he is far too strong for her. I spring forward in a heartbeat, slashing the elf across the chest with my claws, then grabbing hold of his tunic and flinging him into the nearest tree with such ferocity that it cracks the trunk. His bones crunch sickeningly as he hits the tree, his body slumping limply to the forest floor. 2 down. "Surround him, you fools!" Lord Everon shrieks. The elves obey immediately, closing in on Ariella and me, hands outstretched in preparation for magical attacks. I don't give them the chance. All thought is gone from my mind. I am a predator and nothing else. I lose myself in my bloodlust, leaping forward to attack. The elves are much more wary now. They move lightly on their feet, maintaining their shape so that I cannot attack one of them without turning my back to another. As I leap for the nearest elf, he dives away, casting fire toward me. At the same time, 3 elves on the other side of the circle send fire at me. I land and squat, protecting my face and letting the hard scales of my back take the brunt of their attacks. The fire is unable to burn through my scales, and as soon as their streams cease, I leap up, fire swirling around me. The elves seem scared now. My eyes burn with the golden hatred so intense it threatens to overwhelm me. I head straight for Lord Everon. The first elf to come between us falls to my claws. I throw the second one effortlessly aside to crash into the forest floor with a terrible crunch. The other elves come quickly to stand between Everon and me, however. I try to take them on one at a time, but they work together, making it impossible to reach Lord Everon without killing them. All the while, Lord Everon lobs magical attacks at me, laughing maniacally. "Look at the beast!" Everon yells. "The ferocity of it! This creature will be my greatest tool! The very image of death it is! But I will defeat you, Xeranth. Rest assured, I defeated you once, and I will do it again!" Lord Everon laughs again, lobbing balls of pure energy at me. My rage burns ever hotter. I am death itself. I will rip the elves to shreds. I will feast on their flesh. I will destroy them utterly. With a deep growl, I leap forward once again, straight into a ball of blazing hot fire. I am death.
Chapter 14. Ariella. I am surrounded by carnage. Blood flies through the air in arcs that would almost be beautiful if the sight weren't so gruesome. Dark elves that have since been reduced to piles of shredded organs paint the ground, and the smell of the area has gone from the now familiar and comforting scent of rain and soil to distinctly meaty. Some of the charred bodies, courtesy of Lord Everon's flames, even smell like cooked steak, a realization that only makes me want to gag. I almost consider myself lucky now that I have something else to focus on, outside of the spectacle of gore around me. Almost. "Xeranth!" I scream, desperation ripping through my already sore throat. "Watch out!" I watch in horror as Xeranth's body gets hit in the chest by a ball of energy and sends him sprawling back several paces. He lands on his back, but manages to twist around to dodge the next blow and run back into the fray, ripping apart anything that stands in front of him. In his place, the ground is scarred from the magic that Lord Everon hurled at him, and I feel sick to my stomach, thinking about how that could have been the end. I'm desperate to help him, even though I know I'd only be a hindrance to his efforts. Watching him fight alone puts a pit in my stomach that won't let up, though. "I thought I got you that time, beast," Lord Everon taunts. His laugh is despicable, grating against the ear and dreadfully cruel. I'm almost having fun. I hear Xeranth grunt, but he doesn't respond. Around us, the dark elf soldiers groan and moan in pain. Many of them have died by both Xeranth and Lord Everon's hand, but there are a few who lay there bleeding out, or crushed enough that they can't move. They lay there breathing until they run out of time. 2 dark elves approach Xeranth, and he impales one with his claws while biting the shoulder. The first attempts to stab his sword into Xeranth's side but lacks the strength to do any major damage. A bright light draws my sight to Lord Everon, and I watch him conjure up a ball of pure magical energy. My hair stands on end as the air fills with static. Everything starts to smell distinctly sharp and makes me dive to the ground away from any trees on instinct. Though I doubt the coming lightning is natural, lessons drilled into me from a more peaceful time have me listening to the voice in my head that sounds suspiciously like my father's. I shut my eyes close and stick my fingers in my ears. A deafening crack of thunder reverberates throughout the forest and shakes the very ground itself. When I open my eyes, I see branches swaying and leaves floating down to the ground. Instead of ozone, I smell burning wood, and I lift myself up just enough to check on Xeranth. The strike seems to have missed him, a fact that gives me great relief, but the terrain is getting harder and harder to traverse, and my worry grows. "Nice dodge, beast," Lord Everin calls. "I'm almost impressed." The battle between Xeranth and Everin continues with no end in sight. Even the dark elves seem to appear from the shadows, though they serve as small obstacles to Xeranth's power. I know that I'm only safe because I've stayed far back, behind Xeranth, so Lord Everin can't get me, and any dark elf that tries is cut down before too long. Xeranth bites into the midsection of an armoured dark elf, easily crushing the metal all the way down to his ribs. The dark elf's scream is only one of many, and is cut off by blood pooling in his mouth. "There's so many of them," I whisper, too afraid to draw attention to myself even though there is nobody around to hear me. My hands shake. Xeranth is different from humans and dark elves, but he's not immortal. His energy is not endless. I wonder how long this will last. "This all feels so nostalgic, doesn't it, my dear monster?" Lord Everin calls out, as Xeranth tears into another one of his servants. "Don't you think so? Do you feel the familiarity? The warmth?" "There was nothing warm about you," Xeranth roars, and even though I know why now, the emotion in his voice knocks me back. I feel dreadful about bringing him into this. My fists clench, and I feel nails digging into my skin. If I hadn't run into Xeranth when I did, I'd probably be dead, but he'd also be far away from here, away from Lord Everin, away from everything that's hurt him. Xeranth launches himself into the air and dive bombs Lord Everin, who blocks him off with a force field of magic. I watch his black wings against the sky, and in a split second count all of the scars on them. There are wounds on Xeranth that run deep, not just physically, but emotionally. I see that as they yell at each other, and in the small flinches that rack his body every time Lord Everin prepares another spell. Their battle is impressive but one-sided. Lord Everin launches spell after spell to push Xeranth back, and he succeeds. While Xeranth doesn't have mortal wounds yet, his resolve is waning. Time is running out. Eventually, Xeranth will be too exhausted to dodge another attack or blow back another group of dark elves. He's going to lose, and we'll both die here. Despite all this, Xeranth always has one eye on me, and even though I know he's doing it to keep me safe, I know it's distracting. Every time he glances back is a moment where Lord Everin can strike him, and our luck will only last so long. "Remember this one, Xeranth?" Lord Everin yells, manic glee clear on his face as he toys with Xeranth. "You used to love this one." Around Lord Everin, a magic circle appears with intricate runes and symbols that I could never hope to understand. It separates into 3 rings that rotate around him like stars and connects back to a full circle in front of him in a bright light that he holds out in front of him. "I used to find it so funny how this would make you flinch at any type of magic," Lord Everin says. The joy in his voice is sickeningly sweet, but pairs dreadfully with the rasp of an evil man. "Towards the end, I didn't even have to do anything to you. I'd just have to show you some runes and you'd flinch." Xeranth watches, frozen in place. It's terrifying to see him so silent, with his eyes wide and limbs locked. Lord Everin's face is twisted up into a cruel, manic smile as he realises that Xeranth hasn't gotten over his fear after all these years. If Xeranth doesn't move, he's going to die, We'll both die. My feet are moving before I even notice, sprinting my way alongside the battlefield. I jump over and around the mangled bodies of dark elves, but keep to the trees and not the scorched ground. Lord Everin can't see me until I get to him. I guess time doesn't heal all wounds, does it? I hear Lord Everin say. He hasn't fired yet, thankfully, content with watching Xeranth freeze from past traumas. Every time Xeranth manages to break free of this spell, Lord Everin's runes and magic circles just shine brighter. I trip on the remains of a body, spitting out blood and gore that accidentally gets into my mouth. Neither Xeranth nor I will survive this if we keep doing the same things. The only chance we, Xeranth, have at surviving is me. I won't make it out of here, but he will, and maybe I can finally repay him for saving me that fateful night. Lord Everin is getting closer now, and my eyes burn as I stare directly into his charging spell. Even the spare dark elf soldiers don't notice as I run toward them, either similarly distracted by the immense power or cowardice. "This was a fun game to play with you, Xeranth," Lord Everin says. "I'm happy to have participated." When Lord Everin reels back to launch his magic, I scream. "Please!" I call out, arm outstretched. It's terrifying being this close to him. I can feel his power oozing. "Don't!" Lord Everin stops his assault, still poised to attack. He lifts one delicate eyebrow in my direction. "And why should I?" "I'll go with you," I beg. "I won't fight or complain. Please, just let him live." Xeranth's roar interrupts whatever Lord Everin says next, and the two of us turn to watch as he starts charging toward the both of us. Lord Everin grins and grabs my wrist to pull me towards him, but all I can do is lock eyes with Xeranth. "I'm sorry," I whisper. Lord Everin chuckles behind me, even as Xeranth gets closer and closer. "You will be," he says, and darkness envelops everything.
Chapter 15. Xeranth. She's gone. I watch as Ariella's sad smile fades away into nothing as pitch black envelops both her and Everin. His smile over her shoulder taunts me, and I swear he takes long enough to cast his magic so that it seems like I'll make it. I've seen him teleport before when he would mock my weak attempts at attacking him when I was his captive, and the flair that he gives his retreat is in character for his madness. When I launch myself toward Ariella, I'm met with nothing but thin air, and I have to catch myself before the force of my jump sends me sprawling out onto the ground. In their place, there are only the remnants of dark magic, wisps that keep deteriorating until there's nothing left. The sharp, sour smell of pure energy and malice in the air is gone. I howl in pain, for Ariella, for my failure, for Lord Everin's death I so desire. After screaming my throat raw and sitting with the emotions that come with this defeat, I realize just how much this fight has taken out of me already. My body aches with the tiredness I thought was never possible again after I escaped into the forest from Everin. Blood oozes from some of the deeper wounds, a steady trickle that will soon stop after some rest. I do not plan on taking a rest. Looking around amongst the carnage, it seems that Everin did indeed take his most able-bodied men back with him, and left behind those that are nothing more than future stains on the ground. I did not pay too much attention to the measly dark elves, only when they strayed too close to me or Ariella. I never planned on making their deaths quick or efficient, nor do I feel bad that this entire time, many of these monsters have laid awake but unable to move. They deserve it. I hear one of the piles of meat groan in pain, and I lose myself. None of these demons deserve to live. Why should they? When it is their fault, Ariella is gone. When I come back to reality, the forest is silent and my belly is full. Fresh blood drips down my chin, and my face and hands are more red than black. The hunger within me is satisfied, but there is still a pain in my chest. I should have been faster, and I will be next time. This day was always going to come, Everyman, I say, intentionally butchering the name he is so proud of. I promised you your death, and I meant it. Despite the state of my body, my wings flare out, and I take off in flight. I don't normally rise above the tall trees of the forest, but the faster I get to Ariella, the faster I can put a stop to the ache in my chest. I sweep my gaze along the horizon, even though I know exactly where I'm going, and find myself looking at the silhouette of Everin's manor in the far distance. Claws dig into my palms at the familiar sight. Despite being situated alongside the same forest, I had purposefully made my home as far away from the manor as I could. I would not be able to escape this place completely, but I made the rest of the forest mine, though I was never able to get myself closer than several hundred paces once I was out of that hellscape. Even with all the anger I held in my body, I couldn't break through the fear. Looking at it now, there's a sickness that grows in me. I remember Everin taunting me when I froze due to the sight of the same magic circles used to put every single scar on this abused body. Even in my anger, I could not forget the layers of torture, and in the same way that I avoided the areas surrounding the market and the manor, my body refused to go near the thing that caused me so much pain. It was that reaction, that instinct to freeze instead of attack, that got Ariella captured. I'm not too familiar with fear. The stragglers that wander into the forest are nothing but meals, and there's not a single weapon made that makes me shake. But Everin's magic is different. The way it crept under my skin is a feeling that has never faded. I may have attempted to conceal the memories, but they never disappeared. The sky is dark, and it's only thanks to my keen eyes and nose that I know where I'm going. There's nowhere else that Everin would have taken Ariella to play his sick and twisted mind games. I fly silently, but do not attempt to conceal my position by diving into the trees. Let the guards see me. Let Everin be aware of the doom that is coming for him. I will make you suffer just as much as I did, I growl as the manor gets closer. Every scar on my back you shall receive tenfold, and every scratch you put on Ariella is another hour of torture you will endure. The thought of Ariella screaming in the lonely halls, just like I once did, makes my wings beat faster. The dark elf guards in the courtyard spot me, just like I planned, and a few of them raise their bows to shoot. Some of them scream for the alarm to be raised, and others follow those orders to ring the bell that will warn everyone of my arrival. I let them. The arrows are nothing to me. Most of them miss as I begin my quick descent to the ground, swooping the soldiers off of the pillars with my back claws and throwing them against the stone walls and jagged earth. I cannot take as much time with them as I'd like to because Ariella needs me, but I hope the devastating injuries I can give them all in this short amount of time will be enough. As I run through the manor's courtyard, I realize that not much has changed. It's dark with no light except those from the candles that line the walls. The doors are barricaded with a steel beam, though I'm not worried about that being an obstacle for me. The alarm bell sounds, ringing through the entire area, and loud enough that it echoes in my head, and it reminds me of the day I escaped. Its rings are identical to the ones that soundtracked that day, and my mouth goes dry from the memory. To remind myself of the present, I furiously shake my head and focus on cutting down guards one by one. The blood that sprays in the air serves as a reminder that things are not the same. I will not be frozen in terror again. I will not let Ariella slip through my claws just because of a little of fear. The steel barricade breaks apart like splintered wood under the force of my power, and I begin my sprint down the halls. I smell Ariella, of course I do. I would recognize her sweet floral scent anywhere. You will be all right, I growl. You will be safe. Battle cries, weapons clangs, and fierce shouts are all around me. I cut down another dark elf. I chew up a bone. I run along the long, desolate hallway. I try not to think of how similar this is. With their armor, the guards all look the same. Were it not for the phantom ache along my scars and body, I would be back during the most torturous period in my life. If I turn around and run back towards the doors, it would be exactly the same. I shake the thoughts loose once more with a growl and focus on the one thing that is different. Ariella. Despite my inner instinct yelling, screaming, that it is her fault we are back in this hell, I know in my heart that it isn't true. She's not the reason I'm reliving my nightmare, but the reason I'm willing to do so. I cannot live without her. As I move, the scent is getting stronger, and I realize that it's moving. Ariella must have escaped Everin's sight somehow, a fact that makes me most impressed. But she's still only human. She'll be caught eventually. The thought makes me run faster. It's foreign. This feeling in my chest. The way that I long to keep her safe and warm. The relief that sweeps through my body when I realize she is well enough that she can run from a monster like Everin. I barely recognize it or am able to name it, but that does not mean it doesn't exist. I want to see her again. I want to hold her in my arms. She's getting so close. When I push past a set of old wooden doors, I stop in my tracks. I smell Ariella. She's here, but I also smell magic. It reeks of Everin, and my body is pulled in different directions at once. Toward Ariella as fast as it can go, toward the exit. I take a carefully measured step forward and inhale deeply. I focus on the sweet ambrosia scent of this woman who has taken hold of me and hold my breath deep in my chest so it aches, just like the hole she left when Everin took her. I exhale. I'm coming for you, Ariella, I murmur. I'm here.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 16. Ariella. The powerful arm around my waist releases, sending me sprawling across the cold stone floor. I sense Lord Everin above me, considering his next course of action as I collect myself, then shoot him a perplexed look. I'm surprised, he says, cocking his head at me. You really care about that creature. My throat closes up, but I shake my head. We're in a dungeon of sorts, likely somewhere deep in the bowels of his manor. I expect to hear the wails of his victims, but all is silent. For some reason, that unnerves me more. I just thought, I begin, finally finding my voice, that I would have a better chance with you, Lord Everin. His upper lip curls to expose porcelain teeth. Did you? Even as he reaches for me, I can't help but flinch. He pauses mid-air, then retracts in a smooth gesture, like he's doing me a favour. Stand up. I do so without hesitation, managing to put a little more distance between us. Even as I'm focused on him, I take note of the exit in my peripherals and the dark hallway beyond. I've almost forgotten how impossibly beautiful he is, with his pale skin and obsidian hair that cascades over his broad shoulders. If he weren't rotten to the core, I might have fallen for him once upon a time. His silver eyes flit briefly to the doorway. You're still thinking of escaping? No, of course. Don't. His warning is enough to silence me, even as he is coiled to strike. Don't lie to me, human. You think I can't smell the rancour pouring off of you. If you wish to flee, the door is there. He extends a hand to the exit, a cruel smile breaking over his face. My heart skips a beat, and I consider his offer. He wants me to run, to play this vicious little game of his, and I just might. I've learned enough from Xeranth to survive one fickle master. Why couldn't it work on Everin? What is it you want? I whisper, letting vulnerability eke into my tone. Lord Everin seems annoyed I didn't take the bait, showing just a glimpse of his true nature. I want to break you, he murmurs, his tongue chasing over his perfect lips. I want you to writhe in agony under my touch, and when you beg for the sweet release of death, I will ensure your everlasting suffering. He reaches for me again, and this time I bolt. I don't know if he can make good on his word, but I'm terrified of taking that risk. And even as my heart races, I hear the echo of his laughter chasing me through the tunnels. I cut a sharp left in blind terror. Magic fizzles. I taste burning metal as I'm slammed into a side wall by a force beyond my capabilities, my breath knocked out of me. I scramble to my feet as the image of Lord Everin comes into view. His feet aren't even on the floor as he floats towards me, his whole essence defying gravity. I'm not done with you yet, Ariella. In truth, I don't think I'll ever be. I run in the opposite direction, chasing past empty cells and rooms filled with devices made only for torture. Blood still clings to the blades, and I know he has planned far worse for me. An eternity of this until I'm a broken doll in his clutches. And I've played right into his hand. Between laboured breaths, I come up with a plan. It's not a good one by any measure, but I have to trust that his ego is bigger than his reason when push comes to shove. I skid to a stop at a dead end. I can feel him closing in. There's nowhere left for me to go. What a shame, you picked the wrong hall. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, magic condensing all around me. I let the tears fall freely as I'm dragged back into his clutches. His fingers tangle in my hair before he wrenches my head to one side, his lips pressed against my ear. Let's go somewhere more suitable to break this rebellious will of yours. Another spell swallows us, teleporting us into a velvet-lined chamber. Lord Everin refuses to let the magic fade, forcing me face down onto a wooden horse. My breath goes out of me with a whoosh as he pins me down by the nape of my neck, so the sharp corner digs into my cheek. I'm disappointed in you. I thought you'd offer a better chase. I can't help but let out a cry of pain as the pressure increases, the weight of his hand intensified by a prickling current of magic that radiates from my head to the tips of my toes. But I force out a laugh to jar him from his revelling. You're a liar. You can't do this forever. I can almost hear his teeth grind together, but the agony subsides. You can't fathom what I'm going to do with this beautiful body of yours. He gropes me with a painful squeeze. You're just a short-sighted little human. What do you know of anything? I know immortality doesn't exist, I whisper, squeezing my eyes against the anticipated retaliation. Even dark elves die, eventually. He upends the horse, tossing me to the floor on my back. The weight of his magic keeps me pinned to the carpet, and he clenches his fingers as if he wants to twist me into some horrible shape. I dare to keep his gaze locked with mine. His silver eyes are bright with promise, like a child killing an insect with a looking glass. Not all of us, he assures me. We have our ways. I can barely shake my head, but I manage it. I don't believe you. His expression freezes on his face for the briefest moment, then he lets out a deep laughter, one that fills the room with his mirth. His power over me doesn't wane, even as his focus is divided by his own humour. I can't move an inch. My jaw tightens against the strain as he collects himself, cooling on a hateful chuckle. Do you really wish to end your life so soon? We've only just begun. You're a... Before I can get the word liar out again, a bolt erupts from his fingertips, catching me hard in my sternum. I know it won't kill me, but I wish it would. Every cell is aflame just as he promised, and I hear a scream rip from my throat. He relishes the sound. I'm certain he's getting off on this, but I can only focus on the pain coursing through me. When it finally lets up, I slump against the carpet, my head lolling to the side. I can feel him standing over me, cast in his shadow. What were you saying? My lips crack open, but all that escapes my throat is a metallic burn. Instead, I mouth the word, pushing him to the very limit of patience. Liar. A liar, am I? He seems to consider my abysmal state, the weight of his magic making my exhausted lungs struggle for air. He'll bring me to the brink, and then tear me back just in time. I know his kind. I know what he's capable of. We'll see about that. I'll give you time to consider the folly of your claim, if you crave longevity so badly. And, like the gods answering my prayer, he moves to the door. When you've tasted the font of immortality, you will know I speak the truth. And he's gone. Though the weight of his spell bears down on me, I find ways to move, inching to find a place where gravity does not have so strong a hold on me. He thinks I've been beaten into submission by his torments, and he'll find out just how wrong he is when he returns. It's the drive to see Xeranth again that brings me to my knees, and the last shred of defiance that severs me from his spell. I manage to stand, my body racked from the magical torture he inflicted, and lean against the wall. Each breath is a struggle, but I manage. I have to figure out where I am before all else, then break free from the clutches of Lord Everon's darkness for good.
Chapter 17. Xeranth. Darkness presses in all around me as I stalk the halls of Lord Everon's manor, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I take each step warily, knowing there could be more guards or magical traps at any turn. But my urgency prevents total caution. The odor of dark elves is abundant here, and it keeps me on high alert. I continue down the corridor, its black walls and floors gleaming slightly in the dim light of the few torches lining the hallway. I'm deep within Lord Everon's manor now, and not completely sure I could find my way out. The depths of the manor are like a maze of identical hallways. Dark wooden doors line many of these hallways, but most of them are locked. This hallway has no doors and feels even more ominous because of it. I decide to pick up the pace and head for the next corridor. I arrive at the end of the hall and pause for a moment. Left or right? After a moment of indecision, I decide to try the hall on the left, because there are more doors. As I take off down the dark corridor, nearly identical to the last, I start trying to open doors. The first one won't budge, nor the second, nor the third. I consider trying to break them down, but chances are Lord Everon has them enchanted to prevent that, so I move on and try to open the fourth. As soon as I touch the handle, I yank my hand back. The metal is searing hot. I look down at my hand and notice the door has left a char mark on my palm. I curse under my breath and continue down the corridor. At the end of the hall, I take a right, heading once again for the hallway with more doors on it. The first three are locked once again, so I move on to the fourth. Surprisingly, it opens, and then I hear a thwacking noise. I dive instinctually out of the doorway, somersaulting and coming up in a squat, ready to pounce. I look across the hallway and see a massive spear quivering in the wall adjacent to the door I just opened. The traps seem to be getting more elaborate. Good. That must mean I'm getting closer. It's only then that I notice the slight stinging pain in my left shoulder. I look down and see a gash just above my collarbone where the spear must have grazed me. The wound looks almost black and smells like rotten meat. If I were a human, I'd likely have died instantly, but my superior immune system seems to be preventing the magical infection from spreading. I get up onto my feet and continue down the corridor. There's no time to waste trying to bandage it up. The wound is minor, so there's no chance I'll bleed to death, though the magical effect of that spear worries me slightly. If it's going to kill me, I must find Ariella first. My sense of urgency spikes even higher, and I begin to run. I pass through several corridors, always taking the one with more doors. On the third one, I'm forced to leap high in the air to avoid a razor-sharp set of spikes that come jolting up out of the floor. I barely even register the distraction as my protective instinct drives me through the labyrinth. As I continue, I find myself at a full sprint. Time is running short, and I must reach Ariella soon. All of a sudden, I feel myself slowing down despite my full exertion. I peek down and realize the floor is shifting beneath my feet. The formerly sleek black stone is quickly turning into a sticky black substance that grasps desperately for my legs, trying to lock me in place and pull me under. Instinctually, I leap up for the wall, sticky black goo clinging to my scales. I hit the wall with my feet, and use the combination of my momentum and the grip of my claws to run along the wall. I reach the end of the corridor just as gravity drags me back to the floor, and I collapse on blessedly solid stone. Panting, I pick myself up and keep running, determination stronger than ever. When I reach the next corridor, I have another decision to make. Neither hall has any doors or any clues as to which direction I should be going in. I consider turning around, but then I'd have to run along that hall again, and I fear it might drag me down this time. Suddenly, a familiar scent reaches my nostrils. I walk toward the scent, and my heart begins to soar. It's Ariella. I found her. I'm sprinting again before I realize it. Down one corridor, then another. Arrows fly out of the wall in the next corridor, but I dodge them without a thought. The scent is growing stronger. I turn the corner and suddenly there she is, locked behind thick steel bars with only an inch or two of space between them. I stop dead in my tracks as soon as I see her, the symphony of unfamiliar emotions in my heart, preventing me from taking another step. Then I begin to sprint again. Ariella looks up. "Ziranth," she exclaims. "You found me," she continues in a choked voice. "Of course I did," I say through the thickness of my throat. "I could never leave you behind, Ariella. Never. I don't know why, but I know that's true. Now, let's get you out of here. How do I open this?" "You have to have the key," she responds in a dejected tone. "As far as I know, Lord Everin has the only one. The bars are enchanted. There's no other way to open it." "We'll see about that," I say. I touch the bar gingerly to make sure it won't burn me like that door did. It doesn't burn me, so I take a firm grip on the door, one hand near each of its hinges. "Stand back," I warn Ariella. "A piece of one of these could come flying back at you." "Ziranth," she says in a pleading tone, "I told you these bars are enchanted. You won't be able to." Ariella trails off as the steel bar connecting the door to the rest of the cell snaps cleanly in two with a loud twang. I rip the door off its hinges, tossing it aside. We stare at each other for a moment before leaping into each other's arms. We stand there in a long embrace, Ariella letting out a brief sob into my shoulder. "I feared he would kill you," she says. Her bravery leaves me speechless. She wasn't worried about herself being tortured, only that Everin would capture me as well. She truly cares for me, I realize with a jolt. And I care for her. I take her head in my hands, looking directly into her sparkling eyes. I can see the pain she's been put through there, and feel our connection grow even stronger. I know that pain, for I've lived through it myself. Our bond is solidified now. She knows my fears and pain, and I know hers. But there's a long way yet to go if we're going to make it out of this alive. Reluctantly, I lower my hands and grab hold of hers. "We must go, Ariella," I say in a soft voice. "Yes, we must," she responds. "I bought us some time with Lord Everin, but he won't stay distracted forever. We need to go before he realizes you're here." I nod, and we step out into the corridor. "Hold on," Ariella says suddenly. "Ziranth, you're injured. Let me see." "It's nothing. Let's go. We need to keep moving," I say. "But that looks serious. At least let me have, No." I cut her off, perhaps too briskly. "We have to keep moving, Ariella. A little cut on my shoulder will be the least of our concerns if Lord Everin returns." She looks ready to keep arguing, but sees the truth in my words and nods her assent, so we step out into the corridor together. I considered taking us down the path I took to get here, but I fear those traps will have reset, and I'm not sure if I can protect Ariella from them. Luckily, Lord Everin's men neglected to blindfold Ariella when bringing her in. She's able to guide us in the general direction of an exit. Unfortunately, we don't know every turn to take, so we find ourselves racing down corridors until Ariella sees something familiar for us to follow. As we journey through the darkness, my protective instincts are on full alert. I am prepared to kill, to rip elves apart and gorge on their flesh. But my emotions toward Ariella confuse my instincts somewhat. I don't know how to reconcile my growing care and tender concern with my instinct for violence. I want to stuff my emotions deep inside myself, but don't know which ones to hide. I've never felt whatever it is I'm feeling for Ariella, and I couldn't bear to lose that. But my predatory instincts and proclivity for violence could be the only way to keep her alive. My internal struggle goes on silently as we dash through the darkness, fear and determination driving our bodies to their limits. We turn the corner frantically, and both let out a slight gasp. 3 guards in lightly armored, elegant uniforms stand at the end of the hall, looking right at us.
Chapter 18. Ariella. If this corridor was just a few feet longer, we might have been done for. It would only take one guard's escape for the alarm to be raised. Luckily, Xerath is too fast for them in such a small space. He moves with lightning speed and cat-like grace, reaching the 3 tall elves before any of them can even think to attack us. In a blur of motion, Xerath twists and turns, his fully extended claws slashing through the air, spraying blood. Quick as that, the 3 guards lay dead on the floor, and Xerath and I are halfway down the next corridor. We sprint down this one, take a right, and sprint to the end of the next one. At the next intersection, Xerath comes skidding to a halt and puts his arm out to block me. He signals me to remain silent, then indicates his ear. I realise he wants me to listen, and sure enough, I hear the sounds of footsteps and quiet voices coming slowly in our direction. I look up at Xerath urgently. That's the direction we must go in. I recognise this part of the manor. But judging by the footsteps and voices, at least 5 guards must be headed straight toward us. Xerath might be able to take them all down before any escape, but it would be a near thing. Elves are quick. My mind made up, I point toward the door across the hall. In there, I mouth silently. Quickly. Xerath hesitates for a moment. I can tell he wants to fight them. His bloodlust is up, and his instincts tell him to fight, but he must see we can't possibly fight every guard in the manor. He looks into my eyes briefly, then nods. I can see his trust for me growing in his gaze, and feel my trust for him strengthen because of it. We cross the hall on tiptoes, and Xerath reaches for the handle. The door swings open easily, and we quickly walk in, closing the door behind us. Xerath remains at the door, ear pressed against the wooden panels. I decide to let him listen for the guards. His ears are better than mine anyway, and turn to look around the room. A soft green glow lights the small wooden chamber, the light coming from a magically suspended orb floating just below the ceiling. The walls are lined with bookshelves, and a small writing desk is positioned in the far corner. Curious, I approach the desk and look down at the book laying open on its surface. The pages are yellowed with age and extremely fragile in appearance. The page it's currently open to shows a carefully sketched creature in black ink. It looks like a cross between a human and a warg. Next to the book is a sheaf of parchment, its corners weighed down by small pebbles. Written on the parchment in a tidy but spiky hand are the words claws, warg, fur warg, spikes, unknown, scales, reptilian, shape, humanoid, wings, bat. Suddenly, the implications dawn on me. These are Xerath's features. Lord Everin must be researching mythical creatures trying to figure out what Xerath is. Rage fills me the longer I consider it. Lord Everin is seeking a way to manipulate Xerath into being his pet, or failing that, to break him to his will. If he thinks he'll find the answer in these pages, he's mistaken. There's nothing in the world quite like Xerath. I don't know how, but I know that's true. He is one of a kind. Ariella, Xerath suddenly whispers. Come, the guards are gone. We need to get moving. I nod quietly in response, still troubled slightly by Lord Everin's notes, and we head for the door. Xerath opens it slowly, peeking in both directions before stepping into the corridor. We take off in the direction the guards came from, moving swiftly, but stepping as lightly as possible. Every moment seems to take an eternity as we move through the dark passages. Xerath's presence is the lone comfort in this foreboding place. Zeranth skids to a stop at the next intersection, signalling me to remain silent. He indicates the hallway to our left, so I peek carefully around the corner to see what he's found. 2 tall elves stand about halfway down the hall, their backs turned toward us. "Lord Everin should return this afternoon," one of the guards says to his partner. "Aye. Doubt he can leave that pretty new toy of his alone for long," the other guard responds. I sense Zeranth tensing at the guard's words, and put my hand on his arm to calm him. If he really finds that beast he's been on about, I can't say I'll envy the guards tasked with watching it. The first guard says, "I hear the creature killed a dozen of us when it escaped the last time. Unnatural, that. The thing should be killed if you ask me." "Yeah, well, nobody did ask you, did they?" The other guard responds. Having heard enough, I pull Zeranth close. "Follow my lead," I whisper. He doesn't look happy, but I can tell he will listen. I take a deep breath, then step out into the hallway with the guards. "Oh, thank the gods," I say, faking relief. "Guards, finally! Oh, I'm dreadfully lost. Could you please help a girl find Lord Everin's chambers? I'm to bring him word of the auction, but I don't know where I am." The guards turn around with a start, faces painted with shock. "Auction? What auction? You shouldn't be here," one of the guards says after recovering from his shock. They both walk towards me, still looking confused. "And Lord Everin doesn't conduct business in his chambers. Why would he send you here? Hold on." As the guards draw within a few feet of me, recognition dawns on their faces, but it's too late for them already. In a heartbeat, Zeranth is on them. He leaps out from behind the wall, body turning horizontal in the air. He brings down one guard with his hands, the other with his feet, his razor-sharp claws shredding their throats and killing them in seconds. As soon as the guards are down, we continue racing forward. The corridors seem to be growing lighter as we continue, and the air is growing less stale. We must be getting close, but how long do we have? Those guards said Lord Everin would be returning this afternoon, but we have no way of knowing what time it is down here. Moreover, the dead guards and my empty cell will be discovered before long. As if on cue, bells begin ringing around us. The alarm has been raised. My adrenaline peaks once again, and Zeranth and I break out into a full sprint. Well, it's a full sprint for me at least. As we dash around the next corner, now following the gradual increase of light toward the exit, we plough into a patrol of 5 guards. Zeranth immediately begins killing in a viscous blur of scales and fur. I pick up a sword from one of the fallen guards, holding it in front of me with 2 hands. Zeranth is surrounded by the 3 remaining guards, having killed 2 of them immediately. Now that they're aware of him, they'll be more difficult to kill. Luckily, they already seem to have forgotten me. I lift the sword and swing violently for the back of the first guard's neck. The steel lodges firmly in the meat of his neck in an explosion of blood, distracting the other 2 guards long enough for Zeranth to dispatch them with his claws. I wrench my newfound weapon free, and Zeranth and I begin running once again. We're almost there, I can sense it. The air feels crisper and cleaner, and the corridors here are almost fully illuminated. We're flying now, the winds of our approaching freedom growing ever stronger beneath our wings. We shoot around the next corner, and an unbelieving laugh bursts from my lips. Sunlight spills from an opening at the end of the corridor. We've finally reached the exit. Elation pulses through my veins as we approach. Suddenly, my joy and relief turn to ashes in my mouth as a dark figure steps up into the opening. Laughing maniacally, the guard raises his hand, and a massive ball of magical energy appears. This is the end, isn't it? That ball of angry blue energy, crackling in his hand like lightning, is too big for us to dodge. The strength of it will certainly kill me, though I have no idea what, if anything, could kill Zeranth. Zeranth growls next to me. I can feel his anger and desperation spiking. This is the end. There's nowhere to run, and not even Zeranth can reach that elf before he releases his attack. Resigned, I take Xeranth's hand. If I'm going to die, I want to die with someone who cares about me. Dreadful anticipation fills me. He's about to do it. I feel it growing hotter. The energy is peaking. The elf raises his hand, smiling evilly, and suddenly a shadowy figure appears behind the elf. It raises a dark hand, silhouetted by the sunlight streaming in behind them, and brings it down on the elf's back, once, twice, 3 times. The elf gasps, magical energy slipping from its grasp and disappearing as it tumbles to the ground, a knife protruding from its back. Xeranth and I waste no time. Together we sprint for the opening. We tumble out into the light, gasping and blinking. The air has never tasted so sweet. We cherish the flavour of freedom for a brief moment, but know in our hearts there's a long way yet to go.
Chapter 19. Xeranth. We can't linger. We have to go deeper into the wilderness than ever before. It's the only way to keep Ariella safe from Lord Everin. My blood boils at the thought of him touching her, torturing her, but at least she seems intact, wild-eyed and breathless. When we're safe, I'll do a more thorough inspection. Silently, I take the lead, refusing to allow Everin's lackeys to pursue again. She's quieter than usual as we pick through the unforgiving underbrush. At one point, I have to hoist her onto my shoulders to avoid the cutting thorns. My scales can handle their long points, but I fear what they would do to Ariella's delicate skin. Once we reach a flat boulder, I set her down, getting a magnificent view of the journey ahead of us. Ariella pulls twigs from her hair. How much further? My claws graze the supple flesh of her arm. I crave her. Every moment was agony without her beside me, but now I feel complete and calm, even as I have to ask a most distasteful question. Did he hurt you? She glances away too soon. I catch her wrist and drag her closer. Did he hurt you, Ariella? It's with hesitation that she nods. A low snarl escapes me before I can suppress it, but she doesn't seem shaken by it. Instead, she leans into me, chasing her hands up my hard frame. Only a little, Xeranth. I'm fine. See? She grabs my face with both hands, smiling up at me. We're together now. That's all that matters. She's right. As much as I hate it, she's right. I catch her hand as if to kiss her palm, my teeth coming out instead to graze the fleshy part of her thumb. Her breath catches, and I want to explore this sensation a little longer. But Lord Everin could still find us here, so close to the manor. We have to keep moving. She nods again, looking exhausted. I consider her for a long moment before hoisting her up again, throwing her on my back between my heavy wings. She loops her arms around my shoulders and presses her mouth to the nape of my neck, sending a shiver of excitement through me. Hold on. I will, comes her murmured response. I brace myself, opening my wings to catch a heavy gust before bolting into the open space beyond. It's our best chance at outrunning Lord Everin, and the brutality he had planned for Ariella. She lets out an exuberant shriek when we take flight, burying her face against my back. I can't help but nip at the wind, grinning like an idiot. I take us down quickly but gently, like a bolt aimed at the horizon. We manage a fair distance before the ground comes up on us, and I pedal hard, catching soil. I fold my wings as I flit between 2 trees, running to keep momentum. I want to keep going forever in the opposite direction of the manor, but something slows my progress. It's a scent. At first, I think it's one of Everin's, but something is off about it. I was so worried about Ariella. I hadn't noticed it before, and we'd made such good time. Is it possible they could have followed us? It's better to be safe. I let her slide off my back, finding her footing among gentler foliage. What's wrong? How can I answer? Everything. Nothing. I won't know until the interloper shows themselves. I take another deep inhale, searching for that one scent, laced with the reeking overtones of dark elf. But underneath, I think I smell something human. A branch cracks behind us, and I whip around, claws out. Is it a human? Another woman in ragged clothes who looks as if she's just escaped the dark market. She puts her hands up defensively. Please, wait. I'm about to lunge when Ariella puts a hand on my chest. I look down to see her full emerald eyes. Ziranth. She soothes the violence in me in a way no other creature could. But I'd rather not take any risks. She is one of Everon's agents. We don't know that for sure, she counters. Give her a chance. I can feel myself coiled to strike, every fiber of my being calling for her death. One less lead for Everon to torture our location out of. One less witness. Please, forgive him, Ariella says. What is your name? The woman's eyes flit between us as she swallows hard. It's... Miros. Miros, Ariella says with a smile, going to her like an old friend. My name is Ariella. How did you get so far out here in these woods by yourself? We had to fly all this way. I want to pull her away from the human. I saw you when you left the manor, and I took flight before you did to avoid detection. She warms to Ariella's kindness. I stopped one of the guards. That was you! Ariella throws herself around the woman in an embrace. My jealousy reaches a fever pitch, and I yank her back to me. Where she should be apprehensive, she laughs. Ziranth, it's okay. She helped me escape. Don't you remember? I shake my shaggy head, baring my teeth. We can't trust her. Yes, we can, she assures me, patting my arm. She's an ally. I don't respond as they continue talking, my irritation silently building. I want to be the only one Ariella has eyes for, and this human is getting in the way. I wanted to help you, the human Miros says, going on as if I'm not here. You want to be rid of Everon. So do I. Ariella takes her hands. You know something. There's another dark elf. He's ambitious and has been intent on taking over Everon's manor and position in society for a long time. We could displace Lord Everon with him. He's hiding in the open as one of Everon's allies, but he'll help us take him down. I know it. How can you be sure? My question comes before I realize I've spoken. He is a dark elf and an enemy to the humans and to... me. I chew on the fact that I have no kith or kin, a singular creature among the races. His name is Dern Erlich, Miros confides in us, her gaze passing over me with wary curiosity. Since he is so close to Lord Everon, he could help lure him out and take him down. He is a friend, and I've spent far too long under Everon's thumb to permit him another breath. Her fiery vitriol is enough to allay my suspicions of the human. I want him dead just as much as either of you. Ariella seems convinced. If we can find this friend of yours, and either could draw Lord Everon from the safety of his manor, it's possible. More than possible. Everon is vulnerable when he leaves his home, despite how he likes to flaunt his magic. If we could draw him away from his guards, he wouldn't stand a chance. The truth of her words rolls over me. My eyes go blind to the women, only seeing our inevitable victory, of tearing Everon's throat open and watching the life bleed out of him. It fills me with a different sort of fire, one that would see the Lord torn to pieces under my claws. Ziranth. Ariella's soft question brings me back, and I realize that if Miros is telling the truth, we have to do it. I don't trust her yet, and what she proposes could put Ariella in danger again, but to feel Lord Everon's last breath, to taste victory against my worst enemy. They're waiting for my answer. Both of them are looking at me with cautious curiosity, hopeful anticipation. I grit my teeth, taking Ariella in with new eyes. She won't give up on this chase, even if her life hangs in the balance. She has as much reason as I do to see him dead. All right, I grumble. The women breathe shared sighs of relief. Then it's settled, Ariella says. We have to find this Dernan Erlich of yours, Miros. The human nods grimly. I think I know where to find him. Take us there, then, I growl. issuing a more ferocious stare than I intend. But I'm not concerned with Mirose's opinion of me. Even as Ariella soothes me with a stroke, I know that anyone, at any time, could be our enemy, even this seemingly innocent human. My claws come out as Mirose directs us back the way we came, prattling away. He knows me from Everin's dungeons. We've talked at great length about how he plans to... I can no longer focus on anything but the ache in my gut to taste Lord Everin's flesh, subsequently securing Ariella's freedom. And my own.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 20. Ariella. Xeranth is tense around Mirose. He doesn't trust her as I do, but I recognize the pain in her eyes that she tries to hide. In that regard, we are sisters. Still, I have to allay the beast in him as we travel back to Dark Elf society. My head is spinning with the possibilities. Anything could go wrong. No doubt Lord Everin is already on our trail, but doubling back might just be enough to throw off his guards. Mirose leads us through the thicket until we come upon Durnin's manor. It's not quite as sprawling as Lord Everin's, but that might work in our favour. She stops suddenly, putting a hand up. Wait. Not a moment later, 2 guards pass right in front of us, not seeing us in the gloom of the woods. I squeeze Xeranth's hand as if to say, "See? We can trust her." He doesn't give any indication that he felt it. His every muscle tense as if he means to burst from the underbrush and attack the guards where they stand. We cannot afford such a spectacle when we're so close, so I squeeze harder. Finally, he offers a squeeze in response, and I let out a soft sigh. When the guards round the corner, I look up at the imposing stone wall. There's a window on the 2nd floor, just large enough for me and Mirose to squeeze through. But I think it's better if Xeranth stays back for now. Durnin might have a fright if he comes with us. I point to the window, indicating to both of them that I mean to climb. They both nod, so I put a hand on Xeranth's chest. You should wait here. Surprise and fury flash behind his glowing golden eyes. Then he shakes his head. I'm coming with you. My heart melts at his resolve. Xeranth. He clutches my hand to his scaled chest. I will not leave you. I glance at Mirose, who only shrugs, then up at the window again with a sigh. Can you get us up there? Yes. Without hesitation, he sweeps us both into his arms and launches us all in an arc to the window, his powerful wings sweeping open only enough to gain momentum. His claws catch the sheer masonry, and I make quick work of opening the window, which is unlocked. Dark elves are so full of themselves. I think as we slip into a fine hall, dim save for a few stray sconces burning with illumination magic. It's a small sense of victory that finds me as we search the rooms for Durnin or one of his allies. I'll search this way, Mirose whispers, taking the west wing as we move to the east. Xeranth doesn't let me out of his sight, and I'm glad for his company, even if it does compromise this mission of ours. But it's not Durnin we find. One of the doors opens on its own, and a female dark elf in servant's clothes steps through, freezing upon the sight of Xeranth. His wings unfurl, and I swear I catch a glimpse of murderous glee written across his face. I stand between them, doing my best impression of a concerned friend. We're just looking for Durnin. We have no intention of harming anyone. It doesn't seem as if she believes me, scrambling off like a terrified eyepin. I whip around to chide Xeranth. Do you have to be so intimidating? His upper lip rises to expose powerful, sharp teeth as he grunts non-committally. She's a dark elf. So? She could help us. She could kill us too. His remark is so casual, but I can see the hurt he tries to hide. It tempers my irritation, and I want to tell him everything is going to be okay. But I cannot divine the future, so I say nothing. A smooth timbre behind me sets my hair on end. Well, isn't this a surprise? I didn't believe her when she sputtered on about a monster in my manner. It's Xeranth's dark expression I see first, that unfettered loathing for dark elves, when I realise we've found our host. Durnin, I manage, pivoting to take him in. I've never seen him before, but I recognise the cruelty in his ethereal countenance. I should have you both dragged to Everon as a peace offering. I'm sure he'd love to have his little flesh toys back. Icy terror grips me. Anything but that. You'd better kill us now, I dare to whisper, feeling the air stir around us as Xeranth spreads his wings. Because my friend here doesn't suffer dark elves. Durnin issues a sneer. Do you think I'm frightened of a human and her? He looks Xeranth up and down with a measure of disinterest. Abomination. A low snarl rises behind me. You should be, I warn. But we didn't come for a fight. We need your help. Mild curiosity raises one of Durnin's perfect eyebrows, but the gesture feels curated. Is that so? We have it on good authority that you hate Lord Everon as much as we do. I ramble, trying to get it all out before either of these idiots makes a move, or this tentative truce will be over before it begins. My voice grows more confident as I continue, realising how strong I can be if I have to defend the ones I love. You are in his good graces, and you can get closer than we ever could. He has what you want, and we can help you get it, but we can't do it without you. Durnin looks as if he's earnestly considering my words, his gaze flitting over me with a keen sort of interest. I know it well enough to hate it. It's exactly how Lord Everon looked at me when he had me in his clutches. Or I could just keep you myself. My resolve wavers. Are they all the same? The heat from Xeranth intensifies as if his rage is boiling over. It's only a matter of time before he ignores my warning and lunges at our host. I have to stop it before it's too late, taking a step forward to appeal to Durnin. I'm sure you could, but you won't. If you do without dispatching Lord Everon, he'll come after you all the same, and you won't have a chance of taking his title or possessions. There's a flicker of doubt. But then Durnin's gaze shoots past me, past Xeranth, and softens. I look too, finding Morose standing in the shadows, looking rather guilty. Hi, Durnin. Durnin doesn't hesitate to sweep past us, snubbing Xeranth and their standoff. Morose, what are you doing here? I thought you were still trapped. She glances at me. I found some friends. Durnin glances back at us quizzically, his perfect nose scrunching in confusion. These are your friends? Why didn't you come to me first? I'm shocked, watching their exchange. They seem like good friends and not hereditary enemies. She told us she knew him, but I didn't realise how close they were. Still, even if he is our only hope, I trust him about as far as I can throw him. She found us in the woods after we escaped from Lord Everon's manor. Is this true? He asks her. She nods. I thought we could help each other. Durnin straightens, looking rather conflicted by the matter. I did not intend to move against him so soon, Morose. He catches her arm gently like he actually cares about her. I didn't know dark elves had such complicated emotions. But I'm glad you're all right. Thanks to them, she says, gesturing in our direction. Their distraction gave me the opportunity to escape from Lord Everin. We have the same enemy, Durnin. It's our best chance. Won't you join us? His jaw works as he considers our predicament. When he nods, I can breathe easily again, letting out air I didn't know I was holding in. Fine, he says, glancing between me and Morose. I will help you get rid of him. But you cannot wander around these woods, or you will draw his guards in. Stay for the night. I have rooms aplenty, and you could all certainly use a bath. Morose catches his forearm. Thank you, Durnin. It's the least I could do. He still looks conflicted, but maybe it's because there's a monster in his hallway. I'll have the servants show you to your rooms. Chapter 21. Ariella. I can only vaguely remember feeling safe until now. For years I've stood within the dark market, cooperating for fear of my life. Then I joined Xeranth in his cavern, and while I've learned to trust and love him in time, my first days in the cavern with him were still very unsettling. The threat of Durnin betraying us, or Everin finding us, is still very real, but this is the safest I've felt in years. It feels nice to be able to breathe again. I chuckle as Xeranth shuffles around the cheese on a platter left for us in confusion. You mean we're supposed to eat this? He asks me, taking a piece and smelling it. It smells disgusting. You've really never had the milk from a Torah? Of course, I've had milk from a Torah, he replies. I've devoured thousands of Torah whole in my time. The milk is the best part. Well, I chuckle. This cheese is just that milk, fermented. He picks up another piece of cheese, smelling it again. You're lying, he says. They did something else to it. He slams the cheese down, denting the platter in the process. I don't like this weak food, he says. What the hell is the joy of eating if it doesn't fight back? I can see him struggling within the confines of this manor, ill-adapted to the change in environment. I can imagine him, roaming across stretching wildernesses, mauling everything in sight. But when I imagine him dressed up, wearing a tunic and walking within elven cities, I get the urge to laugh. It's such a contrast, seeing him standing in sprawling painted red rooms, among canopy beds and Taif wardrobes. He has to duck to avoid the swaying chandelier above him, which his head has collided with and smashed several times in the hour we've been here. How I was ever so terrified of this creature is beyond me. Watching him in his new environment, my first inclination is to pity him. I approach him, still seething beside the table, and pick up a piece of cheese. Then, as if demonstrating the appeal, I hold the cheese up elaborately, moving it into my mouth and chewing it. It is pungent to the senses at first, but the texture is sublimely smooth, and it leaves the strong, acidic taste of freece in my mouth. I swallow it with satisfaction, then move the platter toward him. I know it smells weird, I tell him, but please try a piece. He shakes his head. His imitations of civilized behaviour are improving. You couldn't force me to eat that, he says. I look at him pleadingly, attempting to convey the gravity of the situation. You haven't eaten in hours, I say. With how much energy you just exhausted, you've got to eat something, or you're going to burn out. He growls, and I can see him starting to chuckle. I instantly know what thought has crossed his mind, because he's mentioned it at least once. And our host is not on the table. I know he can be a bit abrasive, but you are not allowed to eat him. Surely if I take a little nibble, nobody will notice. He prods me. Just a little bit off the shoulder. Out of the question, I say, holding the platter even closer to him. He grumbles, taking a piece of cheese from the platter. Fine, he says. He takes a piece, moving it to his mouth. Then I see him recoil, as though suppressing the urge to vomit. He collects himself once more, moving the cheese quickly to his mouth and swallowing it in one swift motion. Xeranth acts as if he's swallowed something tremendously unpleasant. "It tastes weird," he says, doubled over. I am reminded of some of the more disagreeable dark elf children I've seen, who strayed too close to the dark market, loudly protesting as their parents handed them bowls of Forticia from merchant stalls. "No, it doesn't," I correct him. "Now eat. For your own good." He snarls at me before stuffing several pieces of cheese into his mouth at once. "No, you've got to savour." I stop myself, ultimately just glad that he's eating now. He scowls at me, as though daring me to continue. "Never mind," I say. Almost immediately, he devours the contents of the platter. I feel a sense of relief, glad that his hunger has been satisfied. I plop down on the canopy bed, briefly closing my eyes, and then I hear his stomach gurgling loudly, demanding his next source of sustenance. "You're still hungry," I say, my eyes opening back up to look at the cloth canopy overhead. "Of course I'm still hungry," he growls. "That was barely an appetizer." I shake my head, sighing. I can feel days of filth catching up to me. I could complain for hours about the conditions in the dark market, but at least regular baths were on the itinerary. Then a wicked thought crosses my mind. I might not know how to appease his seemingly endless hunger, but at the very least I can distract him from it. The magically heated clawfoot tub in the adjacent room beckons me. Lifting my legs up and throwing myself forward, I step to my feet. I catch his eye, a mischievous grin spreading across my face. "What are you plotting?" he inquires, his spiky eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Instantly, my thoughts return to the cavern, where I was carried up to his nest, his claws driving into me furiously. I might not understand the breeding capabilities of his species, but I know that I want more. I slowly and seductively shimmy out of my clothing, removing the elven dress he procured for me first, my bottom immediately visible to him. His bright golden eyes survey me. "What are you doing?" he asks again as I shake my rear at him. I have gotten to watch the performances of many human women in the dark market, who had to think quickly to avoid being eaten or used for manual labour. When it comes to the art of seduction, I know how to get what I want. He stares intensely into my eyes as I remove my top, flinging it over my head as I shake and gyrate in place, exposing my bare chest to him. "Stop it," he insists, clearly suppressing himself for fear of hurting me. But I want him to hurt me. I want him to destroy and remake me, crafting me anew from the rubble. I approach the clawfoot tub, swaying my hips with every footstep. He struggles against himself, fighting the urge to bend me over and use me. As I dip myself into the well-heated tub, which our host has so generously prepared for us, I fall back against the tub's edges, almost submerging my head in the water. I can feel the dirt being lifted from my pores, the mud freed from my rough, hardened skin. Even in the dark market, the water they gave us was unclean and barely accomplished its purpose. Through the water, I am not only physically but spiritually cleansed.
Chapter 22. Xeranth, Ariella presents herself to me, and it excites a deeper part of me I wish she wouldn't engage, a part of me I don't understand. It's the same part of me that took over in the cavern and penetrated her, prodding her deep with my claws. I lost control of myself then. She doesn't see the danger of prancing before me, shaking her rump and exciting me with her every seductive movement. The Ariella standing before me so shamelessly betrays the innocent, inexperienced woman I knew back in my cave. With every removed layer of clothing, the dance continues and intensifies. She wields her body as a weapon, the only weapon truly capable of penetrating my armor. "What are you doing?" My tone is insistent because I don't know how long I can hold back the monster within, already starving from lack of nourishment. She doesn't answer. Instead, she removes her final layer of clothing, unveiling her bare chest to me. She walks suggestively into the other room, her chest swaying in time before dipping into the tub. I can see the glance she beckons me with, and I want to join her. There is a kind of glee to just giving in. I remember how free I felt back in the cave. It was so much more liberating than the endless hunger I regularly experience, and for a brief moment, my mind was freed from my stomach. But my stomach is growling, and in spite of my jesting, I can either devour her or another of these dark elves, or I can give in to my baser survival instincts and rely wholly on another need, the need to reproduce. I do not know what will happen if I take it further than I did in the cave. I long to dominate her, but I don't know how. It currently looks inevitable that the beast will fully take hold of me, and the part of me that wants to not lose control will be buried. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Somewhere in my mind is still a buried part of me that wants to protect Ariella. But the active part of me, the thing guiding my actions, now wants to destroy her. I want to make her suffer for tormenting me with her imprudent body. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. But as I take in her aroma, my mind clouds over like the mirror on the wall. She wants to get lost in this fleeting sensation, drowning in her lust and her depravity. I can enable that. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Without warning her, I flip her around in my arms. She weighs so little, it's like I'm carrying nothing. Her size is so small, my member alone dwarfs her. I do not think this will be possible, but my base urges demand it. She stares at me in terror and wonder as I hold her aloft.
Chapter 23. Ariella. The dim rays of the rising sun spill into the room, landing softly on my face. The gentle warmth wakes me from the most peaceful night of sleep I've had in quite some time. Zeranth is still in bed too, his arms wrapped tightly around me. He seems to be asleep, but his eyes open as soon as I make the slightest movement. We lock eyes and smile, content to lay in each other's arms a while longer. Finally, after a few short minutes, I extricate myself from Zeranth's possessive embrace and rise to dress for the day. We have a lot of planning to do, and though I'd prefer to waste the day lying in bed, it's time to rid Protheka of Lord Everon. Nervous excitement courses through me at the thought of it. The prospect of a peaceful life with Zeranth, without the necessity of always looking over our shoulders, is giddying. Zeranth rises as well, and we dress together, though he's doing his utmost to get me back into bed with him. After dressing, we walk out of our room and head downstairs for a bite to eat. The smell of kaffir beans greets us as we make our way toward the kitchen. Dernin is already waiting when we arrive, sipping a piping hot cup of kaffir near the window. He offers us some food to break our fast, and we accept, settling in for a meal of Tisret fruit, with its hard, thorny skin and tangy flavour, complemented by long strips of some sort of fried meat and a basket of freshly baked rolls. It's the best meal I've had in months. Morose arrives after a few minutes, sitting down next to me as she accepts a cup of kaffir from Dernin. I also have a cup with cream and sugar, though Ziranth declines, citing the strange smell. Ziranth has no such reservations regarding the mystery meat, however. He eats an absurd amount of it, cleaning off an entire tray of the stuff before rudely requesting more from Dernin. I smile to myself at his lack of etiquette and continue sipping my kaffir contentedly. After we've all finished our kaffir, and Ziranth has eaten several pounds worth of meat and rolls, Dernin's servants arrive to clear away dishes and leftovers. As servants bustle this way and that, Dernin invites us to join him in his sitting room. It's time to begin our planning. We settle into the lavish room, Dernin seated comfortably in a padded chair by the fire with Morose beside him, and Ziranth and I seated across from them in stout wooden chairs with red cushions. Ziranth seems ill at ease here. He's not used to such garish interiors, and is clearly missing his bland cave in the depths of the forest. Well, he'll have to suffer a bit longer. I have a feeling we'll be in these seats for quite some time. So, I begin somewhat apprehensively. We're going to take down Lord Evren. Where do we begin? Well, Dernin responds in a snobbish tone. I believe it's obvious, isn't it? We have to erode his support first. Then once we are confident he won't be supported by the rest of the elves, I issue a formal challenge to his rule, as is our custom. He will show up, expecting to duel me, and find our charming Ziranth here waiting to rip his heart out. But where do we begin? I respond, slightly peeved by Dernin's callous attitude. We need to break this down. We'll need to choose a handful of reasons Evren is unfit to rule, then spread them as far and wide as we can. I'd wager we have a better chance of convincing elves to stay out of the conflict rather than turning them all fully against Lord Evren. We don't have to convince them to go for his head, just create enough doubt that they're not terribly upset when he's challenged. Birthright is a good place to start, Morose says after I finish. If we can shed some doubt on his claim, perhaps by spreading rumours about his parentage, it might help build doubt in the minds of nobles. Good, I like that, I say, pleased someone else has made a suggestion. It's good, but it's not enough, says Dernin. Birthright is important, yes, but what elves really follow is power. Lord Evren's heritage certainly helped him gain a following, but his ability with magic is what made people obey him. Elves fear he'll torture or kill them if they don't listen to his orders, but if we can make people think his powers are fading, well, it might be enough to convince them to remain neutral and see how things play out. I see, I say, contemplating Dernin's words. What if we use Ziranth and I's escape for that purpose? People must have heard about our escape by now. We certainly caused enough of a ruckus with all the guards we killed. We can let it be known that Lord Evren allowed a mere human to escape from his most secure holding cell. That should convince people that he's slipping. Yes, it could work, Dernin admits. People mustn't find out how powerful Ziranth is, though. It will work much better if they think it was a woman and her pet monster escaping. If they knew the full extent of Ziranth's abilities, it could weaken our position. But if they think he's just some creature from Kainvu, Dernin leaves the rest unsaid. It's well known that elves despise the orcs and anything to do with them, so making people think Ziranth is a creature from the orcs' lands in Kainvu should keep them from asking unwanted questions. Elves also look down on orcs, so if they think Ziranth is from Kainvu, it should encourage them to minimise his importance. Good thinking, I respond, forestalling any retorts from Ziranth concerning Dernin's pet monster comment. Maybe we could use the orcs for other purposes as well. We can spread rumours about ties between Lord Everin and the leaders of the orcs. Make it seem like he's doing business with them. Yes, Durnan agrees eagerly. We spread about that he sleeps with orcs, or even claim he's part orc himself. People will believe any rumour they're previously inclined to believe. If we can draw a connection between Everin and the orcs in the minds of my fellow elves, they'll be ready to believe whatever absurd things we make up about him. Durnan's voice is positively devious by the time he stops speaking. The man takes far too much joy in crafting deception. We should also say the 13 who sleep are displeased with Everin for his dealings with the orcs, Durnan continues. Nothing stirs people up like religious fervour. If we can convince them he no longer holds the favour of the 13, they'll turn on him in a heartbeat. So, I say, we spread doubt about his power by telling people about our escape from his manor, I continue, holding up a finger for every point I make. We spread some dirty rumours about his heritage and his involvement with orcs. Then we claim he's out of favour with the 13. What else? Silence engulfs us for a moment until Morose breaks it. Power isn't just about the ability to kill and torture, she says. Lord Everin is exorbitantly rich, and he uses his money to control people as well. We should let it be known that after some bad business dealings with the orcs, he's nearly destitute. That should further discourage people from coming to his aid. Durnan looks over at her with a hint of surprise as she speaks, but it quickly melts into a possessive gaze full of greedy desire. I ignore it, deciding to focus on the issues at hand. That should be sufficient in turning enough houses and individuals against Lord Everin, don't you think, Durnan? I ask, trying to keep the conversation moving. Durnan responds after ripping his gaze from Morose. Yes, it should be enough, but the real problem is how we spread all of this sufficiently in such a short period of time. We have a day, maybe 2, before Lord Everin realises what's happening and comes for us. I'll issue a formal challenge to him once we're ready, but it must happen before he gets wind of our plotting. As to that, I respond deviously, I believe I have the answer. See, I was a slave for many years, Durnan, and if there's one thing I learned during that time, it's this. Gossip spreads faster than wildfire. All we need to do is make sure the right guards and servants hear of this, and the news will be all over town before the end of the day. I look around at my audience, nodding to show my conviction. You may have to send a few respectable delegations to convince the most important nobles, but the common elves won't be a problem. Any holdouts or sycophants refusing to turn on him will get a midnight visit from Ziranth and me. With the basics of our scheme decided upon, we spend the next couple of hours thrashing out the finer details. Then Durnan sends for his most trusted servants and soldiers. We send servants to all the major seats of power, including Lord Everin's own estate, with orders to spread all the gossip we discussed. Then we send soldiers to do the same in all the major barracks and guard posts. Durnan also hand-selects a group of trusted allies to speak directly with the controlling members of the major houses. Ziranth and I walk to the door as the last group of messengers is departing. We stand there for a long moment, watching the messengers disappear in the fading light of the evening sun. Ziranth and I remain long after they are out of sight, cherishing the sight of the setting sun and wondering if this might be the last time we see it.
Chapter 24. Ziranth. Things are progressing nicely, Durnan says, seating himself beside Morose. Ariella and I are sitting across from them in the kitchen. We've been waiting several hours for news and are both relieved when Durnan finally arrives. More than half of our messengers have returned with reports of success, he continues. A good portion of them have yet to bring word, but the most critical ones are back now. That means we're ready to move forward. There are 2 allies of Lord Everin that we're always going to need a little extra coercion. It appears, for now at least, that we only need to add 3 other elves to that list. The rest seem to have been sufficiently swayed by our arguments. Durnan breaks off for a moment, fishing a document out of his pocket and handing it to Ariella. This is a list of the remaining elves in need of extra encouragement. I've included directions to their manners and some useful bits of information to use in your negotiations, Durnan says slyly. I'll warn you now, at least 3 of these elves are unlikely to listen to any arguments. They are too deeply tied to Lord Everin to let him fall from power. Those select few will need special care. Perhaps even a more permanent solution. Durnan's eyes are the very image of malice as he finishes his monologue, gazing at me expectantly. Ariella reads through the list quickly and nods. Good, she says. Zirinth and I will take care of them one way or another. She stands up. Let's get moving, Zirinth. I stand up eagerly, following Ariella out into the darkness. So, I say as we traverse the dead of night, what's the plan? We try to talk sense into them, Ariella responds. We have to make them see that they can benefit from our removal of Lord Everon. Tyranny benefits very few, so they should be willing to listen. Failing that, though, Ariella trails off, looking at me. Failing that, you'll have to kill them, she finally says, sounding reluctant but determined. Her ruthlessness pleases me, and I nod in acceptance of her plan. We arrive at the first manor we plan to visit tonight just a few minutes later. We stop outside the front door, and after a brief conversation about which way we should enter, we decide to simply let ourselves in the front. The door creaks open as we enter, doing our best to remain quiet. Ariella figures the lord here will have his rooms on the top floor, so we carefully creep our way up the steps. Once there, Ariella points to the large double doors at the end of the hallway. That must be his chamber, she whispers. We inch toward it carefully, and Ariella slides one of the doors open quietly. I tense behind her, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of danger. All is still in the room as we approach the bed. A dark-haired elven male lies asleep in the bed, chest rising and falling with each breath. Ariella nods toward him, and I understand her unspoken message. Time to wake him up. I extract the claw on the little finger of my right hand and slide it up under the elf's chin, just hard enough to draw blood. His eyes pop open, terror obscuring his features. "What do you want?" the elf asks in a horrified tone of voice. "I have money. I'll give you whatever you want. Please just don't kill me." "What we want," says Ariella in a tone that brooks no nonsense, "is for you to withdraw your support from Lord Everin. When he calls for you and your men, you are to stay home. Ignore him. If you do, you will be rewarded handsomely. If not—" She cuts off, looking at me expectantly. I release an ominous growl and slightly increase the pressure of my claw on the elf's throat. The elf sputters for a moment, seemingly lost in indecision. "You have little chance of defeating Everin. If he survives and I've betrayed him, I'll be tortured for decades. I'd prefer to have my throat slit now and be done with it. Unless this reward you mention is truly worth such a risk." He looks at Ariella curiously as he finishes. "If you'd prefer we slit your throat, I'm sure Zirinth would happily oblige, though you'd be missing out on a quarter of Lord Everin's wealth once we've killed him," Ariella responds slyly. The elf looks shocked. He sputters for a moment. "A quarter of his wealth," he says indignantly. "I'd be one of the richest elves in all Oshta." "Yes, you would be," says Ariella. "Though if you'd still prefer we slit your throat—" "No!" the elf exclaims. "No, that won't be necessary. I am convinced. Come Lord Everin's call, I will keep my men here. You have my word." "Good," Ariella says, sounding satisfied. "Keep your word or you will know our vengeance." With that, she whirls around and makes for the door. I turn and follow her out quickly. "Well," I say as we make our way down the street outside the manor, "that was easy." "Yes," Ariella responds. "Durnan noted he would be the easiest to bribe, that's why I took us there first. The next one should go similarly, but after that we may have our work cut out for us." We reached the next manor half an hour later, and sure enough, just as Ariella said, This interaction goes much as the first one did. After a few brief threats and some haggling about how much wealth the elf would receive, he gives his oath and we withdraw. The next manor is nearby, and we reach it after a few short minutes of brisk walking. This one is larger than the last two, and it has a much more ominous feel to it. The walls are black in the darkness of night, and the gargoyles perched around the exterior glimmer slightly in the moonlight. We creep in the front door like we did at the last two, and begin to make our way toward the stairs. Suddenly I hear a floorboard creak behind us. I whirl around in the blink of an eye, putting myself between Ariella and the elf standing in the doorway. I cannot make out his features in the shadows, but he is massive. He stands around 8 feet tall by my reckoning, and his chest and arms are thick as tree trunks. "I had a feeling you'd come for me," he says in a deep, intimidating voice. "Lord Everin will be pleased when I return his runaway pets. Not until I have a bit of fun, though." 3 more elves appear in the doorway behind him as he speaks, each of them dressed in a soldier's uniform. As he speaks, my bloodlust rises. Finally, something for me to do. All of my anger and hatred of Lord Everin and elves in general builds up in me until I feel like I'm about to burst. Unable to contain myself much longer, I look into Ariella's eyes. "Kill them," she says coldly. I smile, then I attack. Leaping forward in a blur, I try to take out the nobleman first, but his reactions are quick, and he manages to get behind his guards before I reach him. No matter. I spin on my heel, claws stretched out in front of me. I hit the first elf in his jugular, and he falls in a spray of blood. The next one approaches me, swinging a wickedly sharp axe. I step aside easily, reaching out with a single claw and stabbing it straight up into his chin. He falls, and the next elf advances. This one also tries to attack, and I slide under his blow, coming up directly in front of him. I grab his head in both hands and twist. The elf crumples to the floor with a sickening crunch. Their leader now stands outside his manor, hands outstretched in preparation to work magic. He laughs maniacally, waiting for me to make a move. "Come now, you hideous creature," he says. "You unnatural spawn of an orc. Come and meet your death, demon." I look at him for a moment, then spring into action. Running full speed for him, I zigzag, dodging magical attacks with lightning quickness. I sidestep a ball of fire, then whirl to miss a bolt of lightning. I slide below a burst of pure energy and come up at a full sprint. I reach him just before he can release more lightning and slash at his face with my claws. He dodges and strikes at me with surprising speed. He catches me off guard. I don't expect him to be so fast, and manages to land a punch to my stomach. I stagger back slightly, warier than I was moments before. It's time to end this. The elf steps forward, trying for another magical attack, but I'm too fast and too close to him. I somersault forward and come up right in front of him, one claw stabbing directly into his heart. I feel his body shudder once, then go limp. I slide my claw out, letting his body drop to the ground. Ariella approaches from behind. She looks around briefly and puts a hand on my shoulder to bring me out of my killing frenzy. "Let's go before more of them arrive," she says. Ariella and I make our way back into the darkness. "These last two are likely to be together," she explains as we walk. "They're probably awake and scheming according to Durnan. We'll have to be extra careful." When we arrive at the manor, there is a fire burning in the hearth on the bottom floor, illuminating the dark window panes. Inside, 2 figures are visible sitting near the fire, talking softly. After a brief discussion, Ariella and I decide we'll need a distraction. Ariella will come screaming into their house, warning of a monster chasing her. When they come to investigate, I'll be waiting. Ariella plays her role to perfection, releasing a horrified scream and crying profusely as she barges into the manor. The elves don't look pleased. They seem to chastise her for intruding, and I hear them yelling at her to leave. This isn't working. They'd rather she dies in the darkness than be forced to interrupt their conversation to help. I watch from the window. One of them backhands Ariella across the face. I lose control. Nobody touches Ariella. Nobody. I burst into the manor, dashing through the open door. The two elves look up in surprise, but too late. I reach the first one and grab hold of his head, bashing his skull into the wall with all my might. I feel heat behind me and duck, narrowly dodging a ball of fire from the other lord. Seconds later, the other elf lies dead on the floor, Ariella standing over him with her hand still on the fire poker protruding from his heart. I take Ariella in my arms, touching her face gingerly where she was slapped. "I'm fine," she says, smiling at me. "Come on, this place will be in flames soon. That fireball he threw is beginning to catch." Hand in hand, we walk out of the burning manor house together. The flames rage behind us, casting massive shadows across the ground ahead. We step into the blackness with a sense of finality. We're ready. Tomorrow, we kill Lord Everin.
Chapter 25. Ariella. Durnin's spell should last long enough to be in and out before Lord Everin notices me. I stand taller, leaner, with sharpened features. I did not want Xeranth to see me like this, so Miros and I stepped away in secret. He knows. But I could not bear him to see me as a dark elf, even if it's only temporary. Getting in is easy, as I appear now. My ethereal features and fine clothes bar the guards from rejecting me at the door. Lord Everin seems to have invited all of his allies tonight in a sombre sort of party, without the festivities. Durnin has not been invited for obvious reasons. I, however, go undetected as I slip through the gorgeous array of dark elves from every corner of Protheka. It takes me some time to acclimate, but they see me as one of their own, smiling with interest or reverence I've never experienced from their kind. "Excuse me," a male dark elf says behind me. "Do you have a moment to spare?" I pivot smoothly, maintaining an air of aloofness. Two young dark elves are staring as if they've seen a goddess, the bolder one stepping forward, offering to take my hand. I hold it out, and he kisses it, grinning like a schoolboy. It is an honour to meet someone from a place so far away as Orthani. My father is from Oshta, himself. "Are you friends of Lord Everin?" I ask, cutting straight to the chase. Durnin said this disguise would be convincing, but I didn't realise how convincing. It's a relief to know that the dark elves can't sense the magic shimmering over my skin. "Yes," he says, nodding enthusiastically. "He is a long-standing ally of ours. Are you here to support him?" "In a way," I say smoothly, letting the meaning hang heavy with insinuation. "I am here to find allies myself." His grey eyes widen slightly. I am used to the art of subterfuge, but with the right face, it seems I can get away with anything. I lower my voice and lean in as if to share a deep secret. Lord Everin has wronged my clan. My little sister, I make a show of struggling to speak on the lie. He promised to marry her, but she never came home and we feared the worst. I'm sorry, it is too difficult to talk about. The dark elf comes in closer, a worried expression cut across his youthful countenance. "It is true then," he whispers, catching my shoulder as if to comfort me. "There have always been rumours, but to do that to his own kind. Unfathomable. You must be beside yourself." I let my actions speak for me, finding real tears to shed and letting my elven eyes glitter. You could not imagine the pain. But even as I struggle to maintain emotions I do not truly possess, I offer a recovering smile. That is why I came tonight, to find justice for my sister. I hear tomorrow he will be duelling. The youth's expression firms. He has consigned our soldiers for the task. He does not deserve such loyal allies, I say wistfully. Forgive me. It is my emotions that cause me to speak out of turn. You have every right to speak, Lady. Elwyn. Lady Elwyn, he says as if tasting my false name. You will be sure that tomorrow when the duel comes, Lord Everin will not see aid from the House of Nainalis. I make a show of relief and gratitude. But in the back of my mind, I'm reeling at how smoothly this went. I offer the youth a parting kiss, which warms his cheeks. "You are my hero," I murmur, almost meaning it. "I will be forever in your debt." He offers a chivalrous smile, beaming at the unfettered attention. I don't think he truly cares about my imaginary sister, but the lies do their work on him, and I have found one more ally to go against Lord Everon tomorrow. After my first success, I flit around the great hall and engage in several more muted conversations of similar nature. Each one is wildly successful, so that when I adjourn to the drinking fountain, there is a steady hum of dissent regarding Lord Everon. I do not need to hear every word to know that Lord Everon's alliances are dropping like flies. What resonates through the nobles will trickle down to their staff, and the servants beneath them. Before the night is through, I will have them all in the grasp of Lady Elowyn, Everon's unsung adversary, and by morning she will not exist. Someone slips their arm in mine, and I do my best impression of a gentle startle, glancing over to see an aging dark elf matron, her purple eyes homing in on me. "I have heard you're causing a ruckus this evening." My heart leaps into my throat. But I am a dark elf. We are allowed to make ruckuses, Zerenia, I remind myself. "And for good reason," I quip back. "Do you have a sister?" "I killed mine," she says, raising a perfect eyebrow. "But she craved power over family and set out on her own to make a name for herself. I simply couldn't abide." The heartlessness is staggering, but I keep my composure. "I am sorry for your loss." "Don't be. She has already been forgotten." "So has mine," I nod, setting my jaw. "But not by choice. She was the best of us, and the most loyal to the family. She sacrificed everything to create an alliance between our house and Lord Everon. But he would not have it." The dark elf's countenance is hard, softening only slightly. If she cherishes family, I will play on her weakness, or find myself ousted by her graceful hand. Several dark elves I've already spoken to tip their glasses in my direction. She is not the only one with allies tonight. The matron notices, her lips forming a thin line. "Careful, young one. You may be used to the courts of Orthani, but Rach might as well be in another world entirely. We do not play high court games here, Lady Elowyn." I nod in understanding and take a drink of wine before speaking. "I had no intention of causing a ruckus, as you so crudely put it. I am simply here to find justice." "So I've heard." It takes me only a moment to realise she is not one of the young fools of court, but a monarch of many years and many more adversaries. "I am simply here to debase Lord Everon." She has the look of one who's ripped the hearts out of countless victims. If she could kill her own sister, what care would she have for mine? Her mouth turns down. "You wish to disrupt Lord Everon's alliances." She reads me like an open book, and I can't help but gape a little, even as she issues a blooming smile. "Then you have come to the right party." I issue a little laugh. "Enough about this dead sister of yours, though. If you want to strike at his heart, why not play into your strengths? You are a beautiful woman. In my many years, I've learned it is far more satisfying to twist the knife yourself." My own smile broadens. Then we understand each other. He will duel with that pest Dernan at dawn, but there are many moments between now and tomorrow morning. You have already bent his court to your whim. Who could blame you if you were simply defending yourself? I like the way she thinks. But it is not part of the plan, unfortunately. I cannot take action against Lord Everon. With the fate of my sister, I would be implicated without due process, and my family's name would be tarnished. I disagree. "What happens in Rach," she whispers, "stays in Rach." My laugh comes bright and easy. It catches the attention of stray partygoers, and she laughs with me. "You are right. I am not used to your ways, matron." "You should visit more often then. We have ample entertainment, what with the dark market so close, and the House of Morsatra would host you. After the excitement has died down, of course." I squeeze her hand like a long-lost friend. "You are too kind." "Nonsense. It is the least we could do since we seem to have a common enemy. She doesn't need to say more. It appears Lord Everin never had as many allies as he thought, and I am in the perfect position to use it against him. Lady Morsatra, I am honoured. She pats my hand in a parting gesture. Remember that you have friends in high places, Lady Elwyn. Call on me next time you're in Rach. I will, I say, my head spinning from the excitement of it all. I am impatient to be back in Zeranth's arms, to tell him everything that has transpired and how we've secured our lead over Lord Everin. But even as discontent spreads like wildfire through the crowd, I excuse myself from the party to find Durnin first. The disguise has been useful, but Lady Elwyn's time is up. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 26. Zeranth. Everything we've worked for has come down to this moment. My limbs are quivering in anticipation and rage. Ariella attempts to soothe me, but it does nothing to stop the hateful glee that comes with this victory. There's no other recourse but to win. To lose. I catch Ariella's soft cheek, staring into her fathomless emerald eyes. We're going to do this. A smile reaches me, but I shake my head. I will do this. Everin is mine to kill. Worry creases her brow. I will stand beside you, always. There's a pain in my chest, one I can't quite place, but I loathe the thought of putting Ariella in harm's way again. No, I growl, the word ripping from my throat. You will stay hidden. I have to face him alone. She looks hurt by my suggestion, but concedes, breaking from me. Be careful, Zeranth. Even weak, Lord Everin is a force to be reckoned with. So am I. I consider my wings spreading out at the challenge. And I am not weak. Lord Everin waits for me in a clearing. Ariella acts as my shadow until I reach it, then hides herself among the trees. Even after all her work last night in his manor, Lord Everin has a few guards and servants waiting with him. They're expecting Durnin. I won't let him know I'm coming. It's effortless to flit into the upper branches, where I can hear their murmured conversation. Lord Everin is confident, too confident. He doesn't seem to notice that I'm close. A fatal error. Where is the traitor? Everin's jaw works. He should have been here an hour ago. Durnin must have tucked tail and run. His entourage laughs. A pity, I was hoping. I leap from the tree and bolt in his direction, claws and teeth out. I expect to meet flesh, but he tenses, twisting his face to the sky and summoning a shield made of air. I collide into it hard, feeling a fatal crack as if it's made of metal. I disengage, landing lightly on the balls of my feet, ready to strike again. His guards reform a defensive position as he retreats behind them. Zeranth! Old friend, I didn't expect to see you here! I'm shearing through armor and dodging weapons with no time to speak. My rage for this encounter has been building for some time, and I will not be left unrequited. Craven bastard! I snarl, tearing down another of his guards. They retake their formation effortlessly, never letting me get to their master. It gives Everin enough time to collect himself for the battle. That is what I was hoping to avoid with my ambush. He's grinning menacingly as he rises from the group, suspended by his own magic. Don't be like that, pet. So good to see you again. I dodge another spear, using my wings to vault me into the air. When I reach him, my claws sweep at his unprotected front. Lightning explodes between us, and I'm blinded briefly. But my other senses are intact, and I swipe in his direction. I hit something. Another force field shatters beneath my brutal strike. My wings catch air to keep me suspended, and I go for his throat. He issues a battle roar of his own, lunging to meet me with fire at his fingertips. The heat sears me, but it's nothing my scales can't handle. I manage to latch onto him, and we spiral up into the air in an explosive barrage of blows and magic. Below us, I think I hear a dark elf screaming. Ariella. The thought of her fighting his guards alone distracts me long enough for Everin to send a pulse of magic out from his core, sending me flying backward. I'm hurled to the ground, too quickly for my wings to right me and hit the earth, dirt spraying up around me. Blood trickles from my mouth as I rise from the divot. Ariella is indeed fighting back, and what a sight she is. I don't have time to chide her as she takes one of the Dark Elf's own weapons and spears him through the gut before swinging viciously around to take his comrade. But it's Everin I see, noticing the scuffle Ariella is causing. His eyes glow with sick delight at the sight of her, and it tears me from reason. I don't know how I managed to meet him so quickly, but I collide into his unprotected form, roaring with bloodlust that overflows from my core. Everin struggles to match my pace, letting me get a few swipes in that heel before they let blood. It only encourages me to claw deeper, until I feel muscle and bone. Another blast blinds me, and I'm torn from him by the sudden burst. "You little snake!" he growls, taking more ground, jumping from one master to the next. "You just can't deny your nature, can you?" His goading is all I can sense, still blinded. I'm glad, then, that my ears are keen. We crash into one another, his fingers sending agony through me. It releases something inside of me, a deep wellspring of power that shuts down the rational part of my mind. Violence is all that will satisfy me. It's the only driving force now, as I send Everin reeling backward, blood flinging between us. My teeth meet air as he vanishes. My breath is hot, and every muscle is coiled to spring. So when he starts to gloat behind me, I am already on him. The world is so clear and crisp, even his movements are slow and predictable. I lash out at my enemy, striking 3 times for every spell he sets off. Most blast past me, his aim as poor as his judgment. Did he know what he awoke in when he threatened Ariella? Does he know what will happen to him now? Defiance flashes in his silver eyes. "He will learn," comes a voice from deep inside of me. And then he will know nothing but my teeth. I shred through his clothes and flesh alike, forcing him back against the tree line. The drive to consume him becomes paramount. I crave his flesh in my teeth and move to bite. Again he vanishes. This time, though, his fleeting look is one of desperation, of an elf that knows he can't win in a fair fight with me, that only serves to enrage me further, and I let out a ripping growl. How dare he deny me this victory? His men are dispatched, and Ariella stands among their corpses, breathing hard. A bloodied spear drops from her grip, and she offers me a tentative smile. Reason begins to return. Have we run him back to his manor? I dread the thought, knowing we'll have to start all over again, if that is the case. I look around with frantic intent, ready to lunge on sight. There's no sign of him, and Ariella and I share a concerned glance. But then, I sense something. He's breathing hard, but he hasn't given up. A strange sort of excitement fills me at the notion. He is hurting, he is weak, and he won't give up because his pride won't allow it. "Show yourself, coward," I dare to say, searching the trees for any sign of him. Maybe he has gone invisible in his desperate attempt at victory. To my left, he finally appears. Preemptively, he has erected a glowing shield made of magic as he holds his side. "You cannot win, Ziranth. I am a dark elf, and you are an abomination. You have no right to breathe the same air as me." "We'll see about that," I think with a sardonic grin, throwing myself forward and feigning a left before colliding into a mirage that dissolves at my touch. The fur on my back bristles as I hear a feminine cry behind me. Ariella. I whip around to find an injured Everin, wielding magic claws against Ariella's throat. True desperation glints in his eyes. You will not get the better of me, monster. The true beast in me nearly springs forward, but my good sense is enough to keep me planted to the spot. I swallow hard, tasting bile at the back of my throat. She has nothing to do with this. On the contrary, Everin says with a sharp smile, she has everything to do with this. She's your leash and your collar. I take a step forward, looking hard into Ariella's desperate eyes. I have to save her, or she'll become fodder for his sick games. If she survives his wrath at all. Come a step closer and she's dead. She issues a look of tired resignation. Don't do it, Xeranth. Frozen to the spot, I am torn between my dual nature. My future rests in the hands of a monster worse than myself, and I can do nothing to save her.
Chapter 27. Ariella. Come a step closer and she's dead. The trees blow aggressively in the wind, and I can see the clouds darkening in the sky above. Xeranth struggles against himself at Everin's bold declaration. Lord Everin is in the open, clearly defeated. His troops lay murdered by my hand within view. The satisfaction of taking their lives, given how they degraded and used me for years, was immensely fulfilling. But the conflict is far from over. Lord Everin restrains me with his hands positioned suggestively over my waist. It's one thing to be taken captive against my will, but does he have to make it so demeaning? As a final and desperate effort, Everin wields silver claws, magically conjured, that chill my skin, digging gently into my throat. Everin's hand trembles, and I realise that at any minute he could slip, killing me instantly. He manhandles me as if I'm one of his playthings, tormenting Xeranth with the knowledge that the fate of my life is in his hands. Don't do it, Xeranth, I say. My own words surprise me. I should be encouraging Xeranth to defeat his captor, freeing himself from his bonds. I have seen the way Xeranth glances at this man. I know the pain he has caused. He freezes in place, unable to reconcile the decision he's currently faced with. I've seen the snarling, contorted expression he bears now once before, in this forest when he first met me. I remember how callously and thoughtlessly he devoured the dark elves chasing after me, this expression immediately leading to their bloody demise. He knows that in spite of me, he should be charging forward, murdering the elf who caused him so much hardship. It's more than a vendetta. It's the grudge of a tormented animal, torn against his captor. The bloodlust Xeranth feels for Everin is more than personal. It's natural. The wind picks up, and nearby, the Karasu call out, their screams filling the air. To fight it and stand, in consideration of my life, defies Xeranth's every natural inclination. You've come too far for me to kill the girl in front of your eyes, Everin says, sneering. I wonder, if she dies here, do you genuinely feel pain? Or is it all an act, a callous mimicry of civilized behaviour? If I die here, all of our actions up to now amount to nothing. Xeranth's good nature dies, along with any hope for our happiness. My death would not be a positive outcome, no matter how I view it. It isn't just about me. It's about all the women Lord Everin might take for himself against their will. And while Everin's forces might be diminished, there's no guarantee that his leadership ends here if we fail. It's about the birth of something beautiful, and its immediate death at Xeranth's hands. I'm more civilized than you'll ever be, Xeranth growls. He snarls, approaching slowly. But even as he approaches, I can see his mind retreating. He snaps a branch underfoot, and its break reverberates against the still breeze. Please, he chuckles. You know nothing of civility. You're a savage, created by strange powers deep below the surface. Zeranth's expression changes in confusion, his spiky eyebrows raising. He seems poised to ask a question, but stops himself, growling ferociously. I have to break free. Even if Zeranth backs down, Everon would have no reason not to kill me. And I'm sure that after he killed me, Zeranth would be his next target. Everon would stalk him obsessively, no matter where in Protheka he ventured. And that's when I notice that he's favouring his left side. In his posture, I can see that he's putting less pressure on his right leg and guarding his stomach with his right arm. Somehow, in spite of all the spectacle, all the magic he conjured to his defence, he was injured badly in the fight. My right arm tenses up as his claws draw ever closer to my throat. I feel his posture change, his head turning down to look at me. This might be my only opportunity. I throw my shoulder backward, swinging my arm hard into his torso. If I'm wrong, this could be the end of my life. In tempo, I lower my head, breaking my left knee's stance to bring my body down with it. His claws move to cut into my throat, but too late. I've already lowered myself to the dirt, sweeping into his right leg with mine. I can end this now. Zrania, I feel the hilt of the elven dagger on my waist as he crashes to the ground behind me. I reach for the dagger, turning around before realising that Everon has already teleported away. Where did he go? I ask Zeranth urgently. Zeranth shakes his head, exhaling in frustration. He can't have gotten far, he says. Come out and face us, you coward. I'm no coward. His voice hisses in the wind, which now crescendos, rapping into us with sticks and fallen debris. He seems close to us, but far in the distance at the same time, almost as though he's speaking to us through the wind. Then show yourself, Zeranth yells, more insistently. There's a hush in the wind, as for a moment the storm dies down. If you insist, Everon says coldly before the wind picks up at a single point near the pond. I turn my head to look, and to my horror, see the gales all converging at one location, forming the outline of a humanoid. The figure is tall, with familiar dark hair and jagged edges, its fingers barely visible hues of the rainbow, where rings once adorned elven fingers. What I see is the figure of Lord Everon, who, in a desperate move, has bound himself to the elements. Face it, Lord Everon's enchanted form says, its voice still resonating somewhere within the wind. You've lost. Zeranth charges in furiously, swinging his claws every which way. He makes contact, proving that Everon has not parted from his physical form. But the damage seems lessened somehow. Everon's gliding, levitating figure spins around Zeranth, his eyes hovering just above mine. Tell me, dear girl, Everon hisses. What could this majestic beast really offer you? I grab my dagger and hurl it in his direction, but with his increased mobility, he easily swings out of the way. You're just holding him back from his true destiny, you know, Everon says smugly. And what, pray tell, is my true destiny? Zeranth bounces forward on his hind legs and grabs Everon's arm, biting down. But Everon just swings his hand forward, throwing Zeranth off with little effort. Zeranth collides with a typh tree, ripping its roots from the soil on impact. Your destructive capabilities are magnificent, Everon says, smiling. Have I not flattered you enough? Zeranth stares, picking himself up from the ground, a maddened expression on his face. Do you think you'll have horrifying children and ride off into the night together? Everon asks, amused. One day, dear lady, this creature is going to devour you. I throw another dagger from my holster to shut him up, hoping to catch him off guard. Mind that temper, Everon says smugly. He really thinks he's won, but I know there's got to be more that he's not showing us. And I see it. His colour is wearing thin. The energy it takes to maintain this spell is taking a toll on him. Zeranth begins to charge. I try to get his attention, shaking my head, but he doesn't notice me. As he careens forward, Everon easily glides out of the way, still a floating body. Zeranth charges into the pond instead, sinking into the water. Your magic is most impressive, I tell Lord Everin. How did you ever learn such a powerful spell? I have a working theory. If I can just stall him out, maybe we can exhaust his energy. Why the sudden interest? Everin asks, right eyebrow cocked. I smile. I've always been an admirer of power, I guess. What are you doing? Zeranth hisses, pulling himself up from out of the pond. I give him a knowing look, hoping to hide it from Everin's eyes. I think your fair lady has seen how powerful I am, Everin says. She's not interested in a monster, and why would she be when she can be with a god? That is exactly what is happening, I say, with barely veiled sarcasm. So tell me, how did you ever become so powerful with magic, so wise? He shrugs. Just studied mostly, he says. I've always been told I had a talent. Fascinating, I reply. I'm not sure if Zeranth understands what's really happening as Everin's colour fades. I hope he attacks the right side, where Everin is weakest. And what is this spell now? It's just simple transfiguration, really, he says. Though your sudden curiosity confuses me. Why would a human ever want to know about elven magic? Oh, don't underestimate a human's understanding of magic, I reply calmly. I've heard a few things more than you realise in your dark market. Like the toll physical spells take on the body the longer you keep them up. His eyebrow cocks once more. He's so enamoured with me, he doesn't see Zeranth emerge from behind him. Zeranth knocks him to the ground, and Lord Everin loses his astral form, becoming physical once more. He screams out, begging for his life. Make sure to take his rings first, honey, I say. Zeranth nods, and before Everin can teleport away, his fingers are bitten off individually, the rings falling harmlessly to the ground. And make sure to really focus on his right side, I add. Zeranth nods. As Lord Everin is devoured in front of me, I consider picking up one of my daggers and driving it into the dark elf. But Zeranth is having so much fun, tearing into him. I don't want to interrupt him.
Chapter 28, Zeranth. The sound of Everin's mangled corpse dropping to the floor is as close to perfection as this world can manage. I've longed for this moment for years, though I never had a reason to fight back against the fear that made me weak until I had Ariella. And that's what makes this victory all the sweeter. I didn't destroy this man and everything he was just for me, but also for her, and I regret none of it. I watched the body for a long while, daring it to burst to life in a final act of vengeance. No act comes, and when I take a deep sniff of the air, I already smell the stench of death clinging to what used to be Lord Everin. It's finally over. Lord Everin has been reduced to nothing but the grime beneath my feet, and I take great pleasure in looking away from him for the last time, knowing I will never have to live on this planet with that scum again. I'm interrupted by Ariella, who makes a cheerful noise, raising her fists in the air. She screams in jubilation, and the stench of stress and fear that was stuck to her is gone, replaced by calm notes of relief. I watch as she slumps to the floor in exhaustion, and my heart stutters in my chest. Without a moment to waste, I bound to her and pull her towards me, running my hands along her body to check for grievous injuries. Could she have been attacked, and I simply had missed it? Impossible. I pay as much attention to Ariella's well-being as I do my own. Are you hurt? I ask, pressing my face against hers. Tell me. Ariella's soft laughter brushes against my scales as she exhales, and she presses herself against me. I'm fine, she murmurs, wrapping her arms around as much of me as she can. Just tired. I inhale her scent, determined to figure out if she's lying. Don't trust my judgment? Ariella asks humorously, already knowing what I'm doing as I take deep breaths to inhale her scent. Don't trust you to not downplay injuries, I respond. Boo, she says, lightly hitting my chest. She could never hurt me physically, but she's still always so careful. I wouldn't lie to you like that. You would, so I wouldn't worry, I tell her, and her silence speaks volumes. I smell nothing else but sweat, dirt, and that sweet floral scent that follows everywhere she goes. Any small amounts of blood from her are superficial, the remaining of it being from the dark elf servants and some from Everin himself. Underneath all of the grime, she's still my Ariella, my fierce and vicious little creature. The gore on her makes her look irresistible. "You look hungry, Xeranth," she says with a quirk of her lip. "Famished, even." I growl deep in my chest, and I know she can feel it from the way she places a hand on the center of my chest. "I want you," I tell her, licking up some of the blood on her cheek. I can tell from the sweet taste of my tongue that it's hers. "I want you now." The shudder that goes through her body makes my need all the more apparent, and my lust for her grows. My body wants her, desperately. I feel my mouth go dry at just the idea of taking her right here. It's remarkable how tempting she is even amongst all the carnage around her, but unsurprising. This is Ariella, and she fits the place perfectly. "I'm covered in gore," she protests, moving her hand from my chest to my cheek. "We're surrounded by corpses. It's not the most romantic sight." "I don't care," I say, voice deep. "Now, I'll have you now, and I'll keep having you until you can't move. And then I'll take you home until I can have you again." I may not know much about divinity, but Ariella looks and smells as close to a divine creature as I can imagine. I want her. I want to be inside her. I want her to not be able to think without being reminded that she is mine, and I am hers. The soreness that she clearly feels from the fight should be replaced by the pleasant aches of my claim on her. "Our friends are waiting for us, Xeranth," she chastises and pushes my face away. It's telling how much I adore her when I allow her to get away with pushing me around. "We need to go back to them." "I don't have friends, nor do I place their needs above my own," I remind her. "If you really want to go back, we can do it later." "You do have friends, and they're worried about the both of us," Ariella says. "We're going back to them." I tighten my grip on her waist with a feral grin. "Is that so?" She smiles at me, coy and teasing. "Yes, actually, it is." Before I say anything else, Ariella puts her foot against my chest to kick herself out of my grasp, and it is only my shock at her actions that get me to let go. I never want to hurt her, even if I want her, but most of all I just stare in disbelief as she rolls onto the ground and starts to sprint towards the forest. "You're getting soft, my love," she calls out behind her, diving into the trees. "You'll have to work a little harder for my affection." As Ariella runs into the forest, I ready my body for the chase. Thrill and adrenaline pumping in my veins are not unlike what I felt when I first hunted her down. It gives me more energy than I know what to do with. I'm exhausted, there's a soreness in my muscles that Everin is to blame for, but Everin is dead and I can always rest later. The hunt is now. "You'll regret tempting me like this," I yell. "You won't win!" Ariella doesn't respond outside of her bell-like laughter that grows fainter by the second. I leap forward into the trees, following that floral scent that is so familiar to me. Dashing ahead into the woods, I find the trees and bushes growing much closer together than normal, making me unable to utilize my full speed and strength to catch her. She must have known this, I think to myself, sidestepping the large trunks of the teepee trees. Ariella's conniving, vicious, and manipulative. It thrills me to see this side of her anytime it comes out, to see that she's like me. How could I get bored of Ariella when she acts like this? How could I ever be apart from her when she makes me feel alive? "You're getting distracted!" Ariella shouts, and before I can register a branch that she had been holding springs back and comes toward me in an attempt to hit me in my face and make me stumble. I dodge it with ease, much too used to the changing landscape of the forest. But just the fact that she's willing to play so dirty makes the hunt all the more exciting. "Ariella!" I call out with a growl. "You'll only make your punishment worse the more you run!" An obvious lie, one that is only answered with laughter. She knows I would never hurt her, but I will make her remember what she's done. The idea of making a claim to her makes me run faster. The blood coursing through my body shouts with an angry need to have her. You'll have to catch me first, Ariella sings, ducking between two trees as she turns a corner. I huff and don't respond to focus on the chase. She knows what will come to her, and I will take pleasure in unraveling her. As always, Ariella loses her advantage whenever she runs from me in a clearing. Without having to worry about the trees or underbrush, I pump my body faster to tackle her into the ground, pinning her arms over her head. You can never win against me, I growl, but Ariella only smiles. Are you sure about that? Before I can respond, I hear Mirosa's voice, and I realize that Ariella had led me all the way back to Dirnin's manor. She takes my momentary shock to wiggle out from underneath me to hug and greet Miros, and I can only stand there, angry and impatient. This little minx had the audacity to trick me. My impatience rises as I watch Ariella talk to both Dirnin and Miros, and it's only until the both of them depart that I stalk forward. You'll regret tricking me like this, I tell her, picking her up by the waist and slinging her over my shoulder. Ariel laughs. I'm not sure I will. Miros said we have a room and bath together. Let's go take one. I walk towards where Ariella points, knowing that I will not wait for her to take a bath to claim her.
Chapter 29. Ariella. I shut the door behind me, Xeranth accompanying me. Immediately, he knocks me forcefully into the wall with a thud, aggressively lowering his head to mine. Although I love this side of him, I have to show restraint. Blood covers our bodies from head to toe. Perhaps he wears it as a sign of pride, but I'd just as quickly be free of it. I duck under him in a fruitless attempt to lead him to the tub. Bath first, I say, smiling naughtily. You will not deny me, he growls, picking me up and tossing me onto the bed. I can feel my skin staining the pure white elven sheets, dyeing it red. But no sooner have I picked myself up than he is pinning me down, moving his head on top of mine once more. Just stop fighting and enjoy it, he growls.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I will do no such thing, he growls. I look up into his eyes, biting my lip, his long, spiny tongue now dancing along my cheek. You can take me by force if you want, I purr. But isn't it so much more fun when I'm helping? I move my hand upward along his chest, moving my fingers over the black scales, tinged slightly crimson. He growls in frustration. But rather than answer, he pins me down still more eagerly, moving his mouth down over mine. His tongue invades my mouth, filling my throat. Mine dances alongside his. He breathes into me, filling me with life, and my heart thumps with building anticipation. I remember him taking me here, only days earlier. The memory of it gives me levity. But something about this moment feels so much more raw, so much more real. I could have died in that fight, ending every hope of my freedom. But instead, in this bed, covered in blood, I get to celebrate it. And I have this strange creature, who I'm proud to consider my mate, to accompany me. With his claws, he takes my collar and rips downward, tearing the fabric. His golden eyes stare down at me, his maw forming a wicked grin. I have to tell him no. Xerania, the urge to be taken by him here is too pronounced. But I need to hold firm against his assault if I'm going to show him the comforts of bathing. So that's where it was hiding, I growl in wonder. I feel privileged to have witnessed such a spectacular display for the first time. We're going to the tub now, I whisper,
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I long to be used by him, completely. But for now, I will enjoy worshipping him. I'm not going in there, he says, still half out of his mind from my oral assault. You are too, I tell him, removing my dress and shuffling it onto the floor. Or else I'm not doing that for you again.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. My other hand moves to my left, producing an emerald sponge. I take it and, pulling away, move it over his chest, where blood has discoloured his scales. His form is so immense, this might actually take some time. Why does that feel good? He asks me, the sponge rubbing along his hardened exterior. I can feel it snagging against the hardened areas where his scales interact. What are you doing? Bathing you, I tell him, purring. Do you like it? He says nothing in response. For him, bathing must have been standing in flowing streams, the rushing water crashing against his form. I take in every inch of him, admiring his natural musculature. I revel in how his chest connects to his shoulders, that little bit of extra cartilage that connects scales to wings. I feel like I'm learning so much more about him, just tracing the contours of his flesh, scales, and bone.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. I know that we're so much more than that, but I still love being his vessel. A creature placed before him for the purpose of satisfying his raw desires and bearing his offspring.
Chapter 30. Xerinth. Waking up amongst these clean furs and soft cushions is a different experience than I'm used to. The textures are soft and gentle on my scales, like they have the semblance to be wary of my sore muscles and wounds that have not yet had a chance to heal from the battle against the dead dark elf. They smell floral, though in a much different way to Ariella, and don't have a scratch or stain on them. I feel distinctly out of place. Running my claws over these fabrics, I notice how easy it would be to tear them into pieces. They're delicate, fragile things, only held together by a small thread. The furs that surround me aren't thick and coarse, but soft with the hide underneath supple. Weak, I whisper, careful not to wake Ariella, who lies next to me. Useless. I wonder about the decorations that adorn these blankets and cushions. Are the pictures drawn on them a necessity? A couple of leaves and flowers on a blanket won't make them any warmer, and The soft threads can catch on my rough scales and destroy themselves. It's much better to be hardy and strong than soft and pretty, I say, looping one thread around my claw and knowing I would only need to flex my finger to slice it cleanly. Ariella makes a small noise next to me and rolls in her sleep, curling around the blankets like she's trying to hide from the world. I trace the length of her cheek with one of my claws gently, so as to not wake her up, and her skin is still soft as the fabrics that rich humans and elves like to brag and parade around with. Even the scars on Ariella don't change how smooth her skin is, a fact that makes me marvel. She is not unlike these blankets that lay across the room, soft and pretty, yet have no real use compared to a coarse, thick set of furs, like the ones back in my cave. Yet, I still need her. Perhaps there is something to these creature comforts after all, I whisper, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Perhaps indeed. Ariella chooses this moment to wake up, rubbing at her eyes and stretching her arms up to yawn. The image is probably what most would call cute, but Ariella's gaze quickly turns to teasing. I didn't think you'd be the one to watch me in my sleep, she says, but hums afterward. Actually, that's not true. I just didn't think you'd be so tender about it. I simply worry about your soft body melting into all these blankets, I tell her, though I can tell she knows I'm teasing from her smile. Someone has to watch out for a frail thing like you. Oh, I know that's not true, Xerinth, she says, and rolls over so she can lay on top of me. I'm not frail. Compared to me, you are. Most things compared to you are frail, my love. Ariella places a hand on my cheek, a gesture I'm growing more and more used to these days. That doesn't mean that I'm not strong or necessary. I close my eyes to the soft ministrations of Ariella's hands. I suppose so. It's not like you to be so introspective, Xerinth. I was bored amongst these blankets and began to think. A dangerous activity. She laughs and I feel her body shake with giggles atop mine. Did anything come of it? I pause for a moment. I still do not pretend to understand things like decorations and embellishments. Still looking at Ariella and knowing that I could still have an easy life without her, but wanting to keep her just the same makes me realize that I am not too different from these humanoids who crave these creature comforts after all. Yes, I tell her, I believe something did. Soon enough, she crawls off of my body when her stomach growls. She tells me we should go have breakfast, and I follow her through the halls of Durnan's manor. I could easily hunt something for us outside these walls, I point out. Of course you could, but you do not need to. There's plenty of food here. I tear into my breakfast with fervor, having not had a proper meal in what feels like days. Once again, I'm faced with these comforts, spices that I do not recognize on my tongue, and sweet things that I would never find outside of Ariella's natural taste. Ariella picks at her food while I devour mine, using those useless tools on either side of her plate. You should eat, I tell her, juice dripping down my chin. You won't recover otherwise. Oh, yes, of course, she says distractedly. I was just thinking. A dangerous activity. She laughs. Indeed, but I wanted to ask you if you would be my mate, Xerinth. The question is confusing. Does she think what I do for her I would do for others? Perhaps I overestimated how oblivious Ariella is. This is a conversation we should have later. We are already mates, I say with finality, daring her to say otherwise. That's why I keep you around so much. Amongst other reasons I do not dare say out loud lest they make me look soft. Ariella smiles. Well, yes, I know that we are mates, but I wanted to have a proper mateship, with a ceremony and a party with our friends. I do not have friends. So you keep saying, but I do not believe you. She looks at me with a smile. Anyway, what do you think? A ceremony is unnecessary. I have already claimed you. I start, but looking at Ariella and seeing the hope on her face, I sigh. Would it make you happy? Very much so. Then we shall have one of these ceremonies. Ariella gets up from her chair and walks over to give me a kiss on the cheek in thanks, and I can only hope that this party isn't too much of a bother. It ends up being planned for that evening, with Ariella, Miros, and the Dark Elf doing all of the planning. Ariella tells me she'll see me again at the ceremony and disappears into Miros's room to get ready for the evening while Dirnan leads me to the area in which the ceremony will take place. It reminds me of Ariella. There are flowers everywhere, some of them even mimicking her sweet smell close enough that I almost get confused and wonder if she rubbed these flowers along her body. She will be very happy with this place, and even though I do not understand these human ceremonies, at the very least I can be happy for Ariella. I wait at the altar when Dirnan directs me to it, and he says Ariella will be out shortly with Miros. Dirnan sticks to the edges of the area afterward, watching the party like a warg eyeing up prey. I do not miss his presence. Ariella comes out in a fabric that suits her. Her hair is away from her face, which allows me to see every little bit that makes her beautiful, and she smiles at me with pure jubilee. In her hair she holds the same flowers that I mistook for her earlier, and she smells divine with no stress or fear daring to cling to her. The ceremony is short, with Miros sticking by Ariella and the two of us professing our commitment to one another, and in the end, I'm glad it happened. Watching Ariella and Miros dance with Ariella's smile not fading once throughout the entire ceremony makes it worth the effort, despite the fact we are only repeating what we already knew. Ariella holds a hand out to me, and Miros laughs and steps away to pick at the food Dirnan's servant set on the table. "Are you happy?" I ask her, forgoing her hand and swooping her up by her waist. "Very," she says, laying her head on my shoulder. "Very happy." I hum and walk around while holding her, looking at the various adornments in the room. "I've come to a conclusion," I murmur, careful not to jostle Ariella. "That a lot of these creature comforts are unnecessary for survival, but necessary for happiness." Ariella hums a noise that sounds like agreement. "You're one of these comforts to me, the most important one, and I would like you to be happy. I would like you to be happy too. I want to build us a house with all of the things you want, Ariella," I tell her, pressing her close to me. "Anything you need." Ariella leans back to look into my eyes, excitement plain on her features. "You mean it? I do not joke about your well-being." "I would love that, Ziranth," she says, giving me one small kiss before pulling back. "I'd love that very much."
Chapter 31. Ariella. I look out at the crisp, blowing leaves in the forest. Sometimes, I still dream that Everin is chasing me. I think my life is back to normal, tending to our crops, and Everin appears in the wind, threatening to whisk away everything again. Or sometimes, Ziranth is fetching water from the river, and as he leans over, the current, possessed by Lord Everin, devours him. From behind me, a strong, muscular arm embraces me, and I feel myself leap 3 feet into the air before realizing that it is Ziranth and everything is actually okay. "Easy," he growls. "You're safe. Been feasting on stray wurgs all day." I have to fight laughter every time I see him. Ziranth is as far from human or elvish as can be, but he had ill-fitting garments specially commissioned. Atop his head is a ridiculous straw hat, which is stretched to the point of tearing. He wears traditional elven garb, about 10 sizes larger than the customary norm. "I keep telling you not to wear that," I say. "You look ridiculous, honey." "And I keep telling you that I don't want my manhood on display anymore," he says, probably fully aware that it's only visible when he's aroused. I shake my head. Ever since we ended the fight with Lord Everin, Ziranth has become obsessed with fitting in. But the ways he goes about it have become increasingly ridiculous. I want to tell him that I accept him fully for the beast he is, but as he wipes stray blood clean from his sharp, protruding chin, I realise that is hardly the concern. "You know, honey," I say, pinching his hard, armoured shoulder, densely packed by scales. "You don't have to change a thing about yourself for me. I'm perfectly comfortable with the beast I bonded with." "That's wonderful," he says, a twinkle in his eye. But I can't help but think that maybe he's being a bit dismissive, covertly. I just think this stuff is neat. I sigh, holding the watering can over the samanas growing in the dirt. In a flash, I remember the stables where I was kept and having to fight off rodent while I was forced to stomach eating these raw, nearly every day. I shiver a bit, picking myself up after the water drops have fallen onto the crops. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Xeranth surveying me, and wonder if he has been able to read my thoughts all along. But he says nothing, turning around and growling before heading back to our cabin. Reluctantly, I follow suit, before hearing the hard, rock-like stomping of an equu behind me. Turning around, the smile that crosses my face is out of my control. Morose dismounts from the equu. Her face is friendly, brightened up by the countless freckles that adorn her golden skin, but sometimes I question whether she's truly happy. "Have they come by to apply the enchantment?" Morose asks, stamping across the threshold in hard boots. "Well, hello to you too," I say, smiling mischievously. The front door of the cabin behind me opens slightly, and I see Xeranth peering forward, wondering why I haven't joined him. The animosity he formerly regarded Morose with has thankfully disappeared. Morose folds her arms. I consider her a good friend, but at times she can be a bit severe or straight to business. "Yes," I reply. "They came by yesterday." "Oh, good," she says. "Still, you said it would just be temporary?" I ask. It's still weird to me that only select individuals can even see my cabin. But so far, Durnin has made good on his promise to protect us. "Just until we're sure the number of Everon's loyalists within the city has diminished," she says. I'm surprised nobody's tried anything yet. It's been a yay. "Yes," I say, gripping her face and moving closer to her. "It's been a full year, Morose. We are fine." To make it clear that my gesture is friendly, I wear the most sincere smile I can muster. She looks confused. "So, you want us to remove the illusory barrier then?" she asks. I look thoughtfully back at our little farm. Setting up a home right outside the dark market might not have been the greatest idea, but it is nostalgic to us. "It can stay up a few more days," I say. "But even if anybody tries to come for us, I don't think Xeranth's going to have any trouble shooing them off." Before she can interject, I continue. "I know Durnin wants to make sure we're safe, and I appreciate that, but I think we're going to be just fine." "Is there anything else he can do?" Morose asks. I shake my head, struggling to come up with anything before one thing dawns on me. "Oh," I say, "is there any way he can make Typh cabins fireproof?" Morose bites her lip, raising an eyebrow. "I think so," she says, not following my train of thought. "Why?" "Xeranth has gotten really into cooking lately," I say, "and he's still not very good at not burning the house down." Realization crosses her face, and a wry chuckle becomes hearty, shared laughter. For a solid minute, we laugh together as Xeranth peers out, pondering when I'm going to be rejoining him. "I'd have to check with him," she says. "But I'm sure he'll see what he can do." "That's good," I say, wiping a single tear from my eye as I compose myself. Morose's smile fades as she looks back toward the dark market. "Well," she says, "I should probably be heading back. Lord Durnin doesn't like it when I'm out too late." Something about the crestfallen look on her face alarms me. "Is he taking good care of you?" I ask. She looks back at me, confused. "Is he taking good care of me?" she repeats, before answering. "I mean, he's very kind, but sometimes I worry he's getting the wrong impression." "You mean you're not together?" Morose shakes her head, and I grow instantly more concerned. "So you're not even together, and he's telling you when to be home?" "He's been very kind to me, Ariella," she says, smiling and staring blankly into the distance. Perhaps I'm being unreasonable. I know the list of conditions Xeranth has always had for me, and how jealously he guards me. Still, I'm not about to be barred from spending time with my friend. Why don't you step inside? I ask. I think Zeranth's cooking work, and I need to make sure he doesn't. Burn the place down, Morose says absent-mindedly, her sense of humour as absent as her mind. Yeah. She weighs a heavy amount of consideration, locked into her thoughts. Before she can object, I take her hand, leading her forward. It'll just be for a bit, I tell her. And if Dernin has any trouble with it, you can blame me. Reluctantly, she follows me into the cabin, nodding as she walks. We move across the brittle foliage, walking toward the wooden structure I consider my home. Beside us, the sound of the rushing waterfall, flowing over the mountaintop, blends in with the gentle roar of the wind. Morose has never seen our home, as many times as she's been by. There's always a rush to head back to the district that conveniently places her out of reach. I'm not losing my friend. Look what the Wurg shook loose, Zeranth growls. I can see that Zeranth has intimidated our guest, so I stare daggers into him as Morose huddles closer to me. Morose was just stopping by for a visit, I say, smiling. Isn't that nice? Zeranth realises that he might have accidentally scared her, so he tries to smile. It's an ill-fitting caricature of a smile, uncannily contorted to try to imitate what a smile looks like. I've cooked plenty of warg, Zeranth says through gritted fangs. You're welcome to stay and eat for a bit. She looks around the room. I'll admit that it's a bit cluttered. Zeranth has a penchant for collecting things, whether they're useful or not. Suspended from the entryway ceiling are several pots, which hold various crops and spices. It's exactly what I envisioned for us, but sometimes I worry about how other people perceive Zeranth's eccentricities. You have a lovely home, Morose says, finally joining the conversation. She acknowledges Zeranth. And yes, that sounds delicious, she says, smiling. Zeranth nods awkwardly, moving over to the fireplace. I'm sorry for the mess, I say absent-mindedly, as we move over to the dining table. Mess? I gesture toward all of the clutter and all of the cages and pots suspended from the ceiling. Your home has character, Morose says. I think there's more character in your living room than the entirety of Dernin's manor, so don't ever apologise. I nod, relieved. Zeranth brings over several wooden platters of meat, the platters all charred and scorched from repeated use. As I tear into the well-sauced and seasoned flesh, I am glad to be eating these wargs, animals which once threatened to devour me. I can joke about the hazards all I want, but Zeranth is an excellent cook. I smile at him as he takes a seat across from me, barely fitting his legs under the table. He's done a great deal to try to make me happy, and I'm grateful for it every day of my life. By the gods, Morose says, biting into the warg. I thought you said he... I step on her foot as Zeranth looks suspiciously between the two of us. Morose turns to look at me, suddenly cognizant of the mistake she almost made. This is delicious, Morose exclaims, tearing into the warg with enthusiasm. You're a fantastic cook, Zeranth. Zeranth grunts in acknowledgement before joining us in eating.
Chapter 32. Morose. The cobble streets of the dark market sweep past me as I gallop atop this dark green equu, which Dernin has so graciously lent to me. Many of the faces in this market that blur across my vision I have come to know and hate, though the influx of new disreputable faces never stops. Under the new hand of Lord Dernin, I am protected, and the vile work of the dark market seems to have slowed a bit, though that may be blind optimism. Dernin has always been kind to me, far better than Everin, but it doesn't mean he isn't capable of just as much ruthlessness. I am in a privileged position, and I take care to never forget where I came from. I have a hard time seeing myself as lucky, but compared to most of the people here, I am. Whoa! I cry out. Watch out! A dark elf teenager wanders into my forward path, and I pull on the reins, guiding the Equu's rock-like hooves to steer off course and to the right. His parents, following him from a nearby market stall, scowl at me as I ride away, and I offer them an apologetic expression. I'm not sure what parent would ever bring a child to a cesspool like this. I suppose any dark elf who wanders the dark market can't be credited as a responsible parent. They're probably bonding over the brutal spectacle, laughing at the tortured humans being sold to new masters. To their eyes, I am a dark elf man with scars that run jaggedly across my face, down my neck, and to my shoulders. Lord Durnin's protection has not meant informing everybody in the dark market to start treating humans as equals. The thought is completely laughable. This is an illusory enchantment, visible to everybody but a select few. The only people who will see me as I am are the people I intend to see me. It's still a step up, though, Zrenia, I remind myself. The number of buildings thin out and become more derelict. I arrive at the seediest part of the dark market, where an overgrown fountain sputters swamp-like water. There were rumours that Lord Everin would take his most despised slaves and leave their corpses underneath the fountain, and that their bones still linger. I never saw it myself, but a lot of my friends disappeared while I was forced under Everin's thumb. I can still remember the feelings of his cold metal rings brushing against my hair as he told me I was special. I grip the basket of baked treats tighter in my hand, fighting the urge to vomit. I chalk it up to being sick from the method of transportation, but I know deep down that I haven't recovered from the way Everin treated me. As I pass the auction block, I try as hard as I can to not look at any of the humans, rounded up and gathered for sale. I realise as I tense my grasp on the reins that a cold tear is running down my face. I don't want any of them to suffer like I did, but there's really nothing I can do. I am powerless, a second-class citizen hiding plainly among them. I try to think of Ariella's happy face as I greet her at her cabin front door with these treats. She and Xeranth have always treated me well, though it took the monster a lot longer to come around. Finally, I see the stables and the auction block leaving my peripheral vision as I buck out into the forests of Raich. There are unimaginable horrors here too, though thankfully none for me to experience. The dark elves are superstitious about some of the nearby caverns and are very reluctant to set foot in them. But I have a set destination in mind, and nothing is going to obstruct my path. These visits with Ariella are the little time I'm able to get away from Durnin, and I've come to cherish them. I just wish their cabin wasn't so far out into the woods. Easy, girl, I say, patting the Equu as it starts to complain. Durnin has been great to me, far kinder than Everin ever was, but every moment I spend with him, I get the impression that he wants more, and that he sees us as more than we really are. I'm constantly worried that he's going to make an advance toward me. Because if he does, and I rebuff him, I'm almost certain he'll set me loose in the city with no protection, if he doesn't sell me back into slavery himself. Durnin's Equu is starting to pant heavily, slowing down as it approaches a riverbank. Please don't, I say, patting its head in encouragement with my free hand. If we stop here, who knows what horrors might approach us in these woods. But the Equu's speed slows until it's no longer moving, and I throw myself off of its saddle in frustration. Come on, I growl, kicking a mound of dirt. I can already see the stars forming in the night sky, faintly visible beneath the sky's last illuminations. I let the Equu rest for a moment, eager to get back on track. I imagine monsters like Xyranth, but far less kind, prowling in the night, looking to taste my flesh. I imagine all the wargs I'm helpless against, all the creatures vulnerable to sunlight, who must creep out at the night's approach. To them, I would make a very delectable meal, and I have no real means of defending myself. I should have taken one of Durnin's enchanted swords, like he offered. I'll be fine, I told him in his study, beside the roaring fireplace. You've already done enough. He has swords that have minds of their own, that don't even need a wielder to attack with them. And yet, I denied him the opportunity to help, out of fear of giving him the wrong idea. Considering I only feel safe in his and Ariella's company, I should have taken every line of defence he offered. By the time the Equu has fully recuperated, 30 minutes have passed, and I'm huddled against the tree, looking around the trunk. I can see some bushes moving in the distance. I swear that there's a monster in this river. My mind plays wild tricks on me. I climb back on the Equu, kicking into it with my hardened boots. At first, it refuses to listen, but with a gentle pat and a more solid kick, I'm on my way, galloping through these woods. My heart beats at a frantic pace. I try to direct my mind toward my objective rather than worrying about what could be lurking in the shadows, waiting to consume me. But with all the stories I've heard and everything I've seen, zrenie, что непростая задача. I imagine that it has gotten very late, and Xerath and Ariella wait for me, meals prepared before wondering where I am. I can see Xerath and Ariella looking for me in the woods, calling out. They give up and go home, as I am hoarse from screaming, the lunch of some horrific beast. If Xerath were here, he could offer me unlimited protection. I wouldn't be worrying about the creatures in the woods, because I've been assured that he can kill them all, that even the most horrifying monsters out here are mere snacks to him. I hear the rush of the waterfall nearby, and my heart leaps. I'm close, just a little farther. Soon all these played out. Imaginary scenarios in my head will seem like an absurd take or a distant memory. I've scared myself over absolutely nothing, I'll come to find. Soon, I'll be enjoying Xerath's cooking while I talk with Ariella about the joys of married life. I just wonder what wild animals he massacred today. The fun part is always seeing how he salvaged and prepared these creatures that he's torn completely apart. The Equu snorts through all 4 of its nostrils, and I can hear it screaming in displeasure. Something isn't right. I try helplessly to calm it down, patting it with my hand, before my legs are suddenly not riding the Equu and the world is spinning around me. I crash to the ground with a thud, rolling out of the way to avoid being trampled by the Equu's diamond-like hooves. On the ground beside me, covered in dirt, are all the baked goods I prepared for Ariella and Xerath. I want to groan, but I can immediately tell that there are far bigger things at stake than baked goods. And this time, I'm almost certain it isn't my imagination playing tricks on me. No longer worrying about Ariella or Xerath, I shovel the goods back into the basket, managing to calm the Equu down before mounting it once more. Nearby, I can hear something roaring. I dare not look upon it. I kick the Equu hard, and it sprints off, dashing forward through the night. Behind me, the roar deepens and intensifies, growing louder. I can feel this creature gaining on me. I see Ariella and Xerath's cabin just ahead. I'm tempted to stop and solicit Xerath's help, but there's no time. I dash off into the night, unsure of where to go or what to do. I only know that if I don't act fast, this creature will surely catch me. As it gives one more urgent, ear-splitting roar, I turn my head around to look behind me.